I forgot to add myself to the stream. Let's see. There's going to be some people. I don't think, because this is just for fun, I don't think I need those lights on. It's really in my face. I would love to be on that picnic table right over there, just right there, just chilling, drinking a beer. That would be about perfect. So, let's see here. I want to DM Pete and tell him thank you very much for coming on, because that was such a blast. Ooh. Hey guys, we're going to have a treat here. I'm going to Mr. Krumer, here comes your invite if you're watching. It's on its way. I just sent. Okay, so I didn't realize it, but I got a message from Mr. Cole Krumer. They're over at their Tri-State EDC channel that he runs. That their one over there. And you were not. Oh, you were the first like. Okay. And he said, send me an invite. I'll put on pants and a shirt for the after show. And I'm like, well, you don't have to necessarily go too far. Don't put yourself out or anything. I mean, let me put it to you this way. Hollow grind is my favorite grind. And a convex edge is my favorite edge. And if you're going to put two things I love together, hell, that's like perfect. I've never had a problem with convex edge on hollow. If anything, it kind of just, I get an hourglass shape like most people like on their women or their men, it depends these days. You never can tell. You never can tell with bees. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. Like everybody was like, no, you should go to sleep, get some sleep. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. I was so excited about this live feed that was coming. Oh no. What is that monstrosity that I'm looking at? I will show you the world. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Like I saw him get up and walk away, but I figured I'd put it. That's hideous. The hell is that thing? Yeah, what is it? Does your microphone not work, or is your voice broken? Oh, it's gonna be interesting.
There you go. I'm here.
That I'm not gonna lie, that was that was up there with one of my favorite moments that I've had on YouTube. Like I enjoy every one of our live feeds we've done. I'm not.
Yeah, I was about to say it's all of our live feeds together, and then it's Cedric and Ada. It was awesome. It was awesome.
I hate to admit, like everybody has that one person on YouTube that like a lot of people like, oh, you talk to John Grimsmo. He's like knife. Like it's a lot like the first time I talked with Bob Terzuola. It was kind of daunting, but I got to like getting to know Pete was amazing, and his channel is one of those ones that like, what do you got there?
Speaking of Bob, that's why I came on.
Ooh, what are you?
It's the new ProTech.
Oh, okay. Is that your personal, or did you borrow that?
Oh, this is mine, baby.
Okay, I'm gonna need to borrow that. I'm gonna.
Yeah. I hit up my boy Derek. We're both big fountain pen nerds. He runs all their social media.
Oh, no. Not
yeah, dude,
nerd. So I was going with the nerd part. Like that's no way.
Every time I've hit up Derek at ProTech for a knife, he sends me a handwritten in fountain pen letter with a wax seal on it.
Wait a second. Which one is he? Is he the younger skinny Asian dude?
Oh, it's the ProTech lettering's green, so you can see through it. That's funny.
Yeah. No. Is Derek the younger guy, the newer guy at ProTech, the younger like?
I don't know. He runs their Instagram. That's all I know.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Nice guy. Love him to death.
Yeah. Everybody I've met at ProTech is great.
But dude, I'm telling you, this is the first Terzola design I've ever handled. And it's apparently it's very classic. Like this is just like classic Terzola, man.
Well, I mean, like you can see the genetic material right there.
Yep.
I mean, you're looking at that.
Decades.
That's a good looking knife. God,
And milled titanium pocket clip, man, and this crazy glossy finish micarta, magna cut on the blade. I'm loving it.
Is the pocket clip real similar to this? Because this is a very, very
it's the classic Terzola clip.
That's what I was gonna say. It is the quintessential.
Oh no,
the clip.
Oh no, something terrible's happened.
Not to me, it hasn't.
Well, I'm frozen. I'm moving around right now.
No, you're not. I do not believe you.
Dude, my shit's frozen. Oh no, hold on.
My shit was frozen too. That's why it took so long for me to get back. I was gonna start a little sooner, but I had a frozen shit as well. I'm like, why won't it come out?
Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, you can do it.
Oh, this is good. This is good. There's a glitch in the matrix.
High class, high quality. Nobody panic. We're professionals, okay?
Professional what?
Dipshits, I don't know. Oh God. All hell's breaking loose in the
He broke it. He broke it. Like, yeah, I said broke with an extra ED. Broke did. Like, it's real broke. Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. Things are happening.
Just leave that. Like,
that's nice. That's nice.
The thumbnail. Here we go. Like, here we go.
All
Solo
right.
layout. That's the thumbnail. So I have to go back through and find that exact moment.
Introducing Tri-State EDC.
6 minutes and 40 seconds ish. And that's going to be the thumbnail, which is the EOS camera error. So
all this technology, all this high class shit I do. And that never happens to you, you know?
Well, that's because I keep it low tech. That's okay. I'll equate this to, because I don't give a fuck if this gets monetized. I'll equate this to the difference between the Beretta 9mm and the 1911 designed by Browning.
Canceled.
Yep, canceled.
You've been canceled.
The Beretta 9mm, if you don't clean it every day, will not cycle properly.
The M9?
Yeah, they're horrible. Like they're so,
really?
Like the more complicated.
They're very finicky. They are very finicky.
The more complicated you make anything, the more chance it's going to have to fail.
I'm trying to think what I have one, and I don't remember which one it is.
So the 1911, you can fucking drag it through the mud and then pee on it, and it will still go bang when you pull the trigger.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's Italian, you know. At the end of the day,
there's a Marine right there. There's a Marine right there that fucking knows. F the M9. Fuck it. That thing is horrible.
Yeah, but Tomb Raider had them, so they have to be cool, you know. Angelina Jolie used them. Just saying.
My brain stopped working there for a second because you said that out loud.
She had great tits, man. She must know something about guns.
That's all she had. She was so skinny in that last movie that she was so skinny she looked like a fucking broomstick with two fucking rubber balls on it. I'm like,
that's right up my alley, baby.
Fucking happened. Yeah, she looked like you with tits.
Perfect. That's what I go after in a woman. I don't know what Beretta I have. It's not an M9.
It's probably the.
It's the cheaper one, the cheaper version of the M9, whatever that is, like
Taurus.
the civilian
Taurus,
M9.
Basically, you probably bought a Taurus, which is basically like a Colombian knockoff.
It's not. It's not a Taurus. I promise you. 92.
Oh, the.
It's literally just.
Actually, that's not a bad pew pew at all. I prefer Sig. I prefer my Sig Sauer.
You know what my favorite handgun all time is, since we don't care about monetization? Yes, thank you, Havoc. 92 FS, thank you.
Yeah, 92 FS. That's what I thought, too. I was going to say there was an FS 92 or 92 FS.
My favorite handgun of all time is the Browning high-powered.
See, which is basically a 1911 chambered in fucking 9mm.
Right.
That's all it is.
No, mine is chambered in 40 S&W, baby.
Ooh.
And that is my favorite handgun round. I know there was a period of time where everybody was like 40 S&W, you know what I mean? There was a period.
I like it a lot because it kind of bridges that gap between what I love in a 45. And
you get the control of the 9 with the power of the 45. It's like right down the middle, man. It's perfect.
It's just it's it's a lot like what happened when 357 Magnum came out, because you had 44 and 44 Magnum, and then you had 38, and it kind of bridged that gap between the stopping power of a 44 and the controllability and ease of shooting of a 38. And so 357 Magnum is a very, very good round. Did I tell you that Jared gave me this?
What my next purchase will be is one of those 357 autos, man. What is that?
That is that Miguron. So I was talking with Jared.
Oh, yes.
I was like, hey, bro, there's a good chance I'm not putting this in the box, and it's going to stay with me for however long it takes me to get through the next box you send me. He goes, why don't you just keep it? And I was like, I wasn't asking to keep it. Like, I'm saying I'm going to send it back to you. And he goes, no, just keep it. And I'm like,
fuck it. I don't care.
Like, you know what? I was like, you know what? I like this enough. I'm not going to fucking argue with you. So, hey, you guys saw the Instagram post where I said I was washing my hat? I was like, you know what? I like Cedric and I like Pete's channel so much.
I'll wash my hat.
No, the hat is drying. I was like, fuck it. I'll break out a brand new one, because I usually have 2 or 3 of them here at the house.
Why? Why do you have so many Howells hats? What's the story?
Okay, so the first videos I ever did, I had gotten this hat. My friend owns a mechanic shop, and I took my Volkswagen to his shop, and he did a chipset in it so that I got all the horsepower and all this. He reworked the
ECU.
Reworked the ECU on my turbo diesel. And
and there's a lot of horsepower left on the table on those little turbos.
Fucking ton. And so it's a turbo diesel Volkswagen. It was the first year they sold the Golf here, and it had that Audi turbo diesel, and they had throttled it way back. I lost, just the way it was set up, I lost like 20% of the available horsepower and torque. And he's like, you've got it all now. Just be careful. And it's scary sometimes.
Those little diesels move, man.
But so it's a turbo diesel, and he was like, okay, I can't. He's like, optimally, I just want to put the chip in and it's always on. He's like, but these diesels have like a super long warranty. He's like, so he put in a chip that it's a sequence chip. Like, you have to go through a sequence of events to change the ECU. And that way, if I took it to the dealership, when they would turn it on, it was always running the standard, like it was a double set chip. So it was always running the standard programming. And then if you do a sequence of events, which is you put it down in sport mode, and you turn on and then turn off, or you turn off
the secret button sequence.
Yeah. So you put it in sport mode, and then you turn off the traction control, and then you turn it back on. And then that prompts that chip to run the different thing. And it can like, you don't want to have it on when you're pulling into a parking space. It wants to lunge up into a parking space. But at any rate, back to the fucking long, because I'm from Ohio, so it's going to be a long story. So I was there, and he had some hats, and I was like, dude, that's a cool looking hat. He said, would you fucking take it? Like, I can't sell it. And so he gave me this Howells hat, and I wore it in the first video I ever did, and it just kind of became a thing with the channel. So I have the original that's on my workbench, and it's like falling apart. And I've had the one that I wear in the videos now is number 3, and so this would be number 4.
No shit, he just gave you a box of them?
No, he gave me the first one, and I've purchased all the others.
Oh, you're just gonna...
So I always buy them. I buy them in sets of 2. So I have one to give away and one to wear when the other one starts to smell like a dead animal.
Right. And hats tend to do that.
Yeah.
This is my 17th Roger Federer hat.
See, there you go. So it's
because I always play tennis in them, and middle of the summer it's 98 degrees with a 90% humidity, and I'm on a fucking concrete tennis court. This green hat. I never played in this one. This has been my keeper.
But it turns
my
white,
nice hat,
and then it rips.
And this will all just get bleached by salt and all kinds of shit, dude.
Yeah.
So I have 17 of them. I buy one every year.
Is the fuller on your Miguron lineup? I saw one that was wonky. This one is perfect. And I will tell you that I think what you saw might have been an optical illusion, because I thought it at first. If you saw it in a video, it depends on which way the light is facing. It does look a little wonky, but if you turn it, it looks wonky the other direction too. So I would say it was probably an optical illusion. Mine seems to be just like dead center.
Shane, speaking my language, dude. They built an 11-second turbo diesel Jetta 10 years ago with an 8-inch stack out the hood.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. That thing will. That little Volkswagen diesel is like a fucking go-kart, and it'll do 0 to 60 in fucking next to nothing. I've never timed it, but I know
a lot of torque. That's the beauty of the diesels, man.
And it's front-wheel drive, and it's turbo diesel, and it doesn't take much to spool up the turbo.
I'll tell you what, it ain't. It ain't no damn all-wheel drive 3.7 liter direct injected fucking Nissan. I'll tell you that.
I caught a Nissan Altima. I got it up to 90 miles an hour the other day. I was going down.
I drive an Infiniti at 2015. It's the all-wheel drive Q50. It's the same engine. It's the same block that goes in the Nissan GTR. It's the same engine block. They just bore out the GTRs to do 3.9.
Those things are all handmade, so every one of them is a little different.
Because they literally take the block out of my car, right, and they just bore them out manually to 3.9. So no two are the same. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
I've got 400 wheels.
I've actually driven a couple of Skyline GTRs, and I'm not gonna lie, it's the only car I've ever been in. It felt weird because it's all-wheel drive, and so like at the line, I was driving my buddy Aaron's. And it squats down and it went sideways. It didn't go forward. It's like, all the wheels are spinning. I'm like, what the fuck's happening? I'm
dude. So I have a tune on mine that'll override the all-wheel drive system so I can make it rear-wheel drive if I want to, which is a lot of fun. But 400 horsepower to the rear wheels is plenty. That's plenty, 400 horsepower. And that thing moves, dude. Moves. So love it.
I've had enough to drink that I'm actually going to tell you guys the little secret that I didn't put out in the thing with Pete, because I kind of wanted it to stay, like I wanted to do it separate because having Pete on was cool enough. So you guys ready for this?
I'm ready. Me and Colsa are ready.
Oh, God, I hate even looking at it. My eyes. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. So, I got a call this morning from a construction company that wants me to act as primarily. No, you can put it back up. I was joking. They want me to act as like a primary vendor for them, and that's going to be a significantly lucrative deal. A few hours after that, my wife calls me, and she's like, they were watching Japanese TV, and there's this pretty famous knife maker in the area. It's like no joke, it's within like 30, 40 minutes of her parents' house. And he makes kitchen knives. And I remember I've been past his shop. I've seen it on Japanese TV and how famous this guy is. And the knives he makes are beautiful. And the thing is, it goes back to like in the samurai days, once the sword makers went out of business because swords became illegal, they all became knife makers, kitchen knives, things like that. So their traditional style of like the hand hammered Japanese samurai style,
the 1,000-fold steel. Yeah.
But he makes them, and so I remember seeing them, and it's one of these things. Like he had an apprentice, he had a son that's like my age, that was his apprentice. His son just recently died.
Yikes!
And his grandson does not want to have anything to do with the knife making. Like he's got his own goals and things like that. And so this dude reached out across like Japanese TV looking for someone that was interested in learning the craft so that he can actually pass it to someone. And no one wants to put in the work. And my father-in-law called this dude and was like, my son-in-law already makes knives. And I was like, he did what now? My wife was like, yeah. My father-in-law grabs the phone. We're FaceTime.
I have the man. I know the guy.
So my father-in-law grabs the phone and just machine gun Japanese at me. And I'm like, whoa, Papa, slow down. I'm not picking up. And I had to slow him down. He was so excited. He's wanted us to move to Japan for so long. So I'm like on board with it. So there may there may be a major change. I would love to go back to Japan. I would love to.
And then I'll fucking fly out and I'll come hang out with you in Japan, bro. We'll hit the fucking micro bars and shit.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're gonna come after I learn. You're gonna come and be my apprentice.
Imle-san.
So here's the thing. Like it's weird. It is so weird because I've seen this happen before.
Imler senpai.
Well, so like knife makers and sword makers that are of a certain lineage, they wind up even if you're not the actual family member, you wind up taking the name of the person that you apprentice under.
Yeah. I did know that.
And I was like, and I told my wife, I was like, there's a lot of thought that has to go into this. Like, what are we gonna do? Like my medical stuff. Like, am I going to be able to use the base facilities? Am I going to be able to be under your insurance? What are we going to do about the kids' school? And my wife was like, I don't care. And I'm like, you really want to go back to Japan? And she's
That's
like,
why I married you.
I hear my daughter in the background and she's like, I wouldn't mind. And I'm like, okay.
Japan's lit. Japan's so sick, dude.
Oh, bro.
The issue is, you live there for a long time, but how hard or easy would it be for you to swap over your citizenship? I heard that's a pain in the ass.
I'm already on because I'm already married. I'm already on my wife's.
You have joint citizenship already?
I'm on her. I can't remember what they call it. I'm trying to think. It's I'm on her family registry. That's why I can get dental work and shit done. So I'm already a member of the family technically. So basically, it would be. You
would get a work visa, and that's about it.
No, I would have to get a work visa because that's only good for a certain period of time. And then I would have to register to be a Gaikokujin, which is a resident alien. Same thing. I mean, basically, it would be a flip-flop. So my wife is a resident alien here. I would have to flip-flop, and we would have to keep there's things we would have to do to maintain like her status here in the States. So we'd have to make a visit like once every year back to the States so that
that won't be hard.
Yeah, because I mean, I want to. Is it something I want to continue? I don't know. It's an avenue that I'm really, really interested in.
Sick. It'd be so sick, dude. And just my thing is like, think about the content. That's all I'm thinking about right now. Is like from, you know how Birdshot does the from the park thing? Can you imagine you're doing that from the park in fucking somewhere in Japan?
Oh, I'm doing it from the fucking forge, baby.
I'm doing
it from the hydraulic auto hammer.
Name me one popular English-speaking knife-making Japanese based knife maker on YouTube. There are none.
Japanese-based? Or are you talking like traditional knives, traditional Japanese?
Yes,
knives?
but so there are a lot of
not in. I can think of one. He's not in Japan, but he does traditional.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. To me, the environment makes all the fucking difference.
I was thinking Walter Sorrells. So Walter Sorrells is a traditionally Japanese trained sword maker that got into knives. Like he learned how to make swords in Japan and then started his channel and then started Tactical Armory. I talked with Walter actually a bunch of times. He actually had one of my handmade knives in one of his videos. Like he showed it in one of his videos. He's like, here's one. And I was like, holy shit, he actually showed it.
But I'm saying, dude, you give me a YouTube channel based in Japan, English speaking, quality knife content, I'll give you 1 million subscribers. I'm just saying.
I don't think you'd be able to give me 1 million, but I'd take them. I'd take any of the subscribers. Here's the thing. Like, I can take my money.
I would join, hit the Patreon. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Hold on. I need snacks. I'll be right back.
Need snacks? Why, you been into the devil lettuce?
Maybe.
Dude, this is a good night. I got Cole and Pete on my channel. 2 of my favorite YouTubers together in one night would be great. My ears itch so bad tonight, and I don't know why. Am I going to get Pete on board for Knives Live 2020? Shane, here's the thing. I don't know because it's a time frame thing because like we did this tonight with me and it was like we started at 7:30 p.m. Pacific and it would be it would be that would be 2:30 p.m. for him, which I mean that worked out pretty good. What was this? I lived there for 13 years. My wife is Japanese. I speak Japanese. And here's the thing, like my father-in-law, I'll wait for Cole to come back for this, but my father-in-law was he was over the moon. Like I called him. I got his phone number.
Oh, I'm back.
Are you back? So here was the thing. Like this was the one that like my father-in-law told me that he was, did you freeze up again?
No, I'm back.
Oh, okay. So he was like, this was the thing that interested the guy. Like he was kind of like skeptical because I'm American. He's like, he already speaks Japanese, like ish. Well, I actually do pretty good.
You do very well.
I'm not horrible, but well, I lived there for 13 years. But the one that really kind of got the guy's attention was the fact he was like, well, he's already made knives. So there's a lot of things you won't have to teach him. And he was like, my father-in-law was like, and Surua, choto, no yuta. I was like, what do you mean? He said, he's like, soyo, like he's interested. Like, that's a couple steps I don't have to teach.
Basically, he doesn't have to reteach all the shit he already taught his son.
Well, and
at least not most of it.
And coming from a martial arts background, I was always taught the Zen kind of thing. Like, if you come with a full cup, I can't teach you anything. You're like a cup of tea. If you're already full, if the cup is already full, I can't add anything. You have to come to me empty. So I would kind of I told my father-in-law, I was like, I would have to kind of forget the stuff that I already learned. I would have to learn
it by his standards for sure.
Well, and the fact is, everything he does is 100% different. Like I watched videos. I went and researched and found videos about this guy, and he does all of his knives on the great big stone wheel. That's how he grinds them on the great big stone water wheel.
Yeah, old school.
Everything's hand hammered steel.
Jesus Christ.
Handles are made and pressed by hand. Each knife's different. But I looked at him, I was like, good God, those are gorgeous. But yeah, you're right. Can you imagine an American knife channel filmed in a Japanese knife shop in Japan,
dude? In that environment, because it's such a beautiful country.
And I could commute. I could live at my in-laws' house, which is something that my father-in-law has wanted for years.
Yeah. My cat is all up in my business right now. He's like, "Oh, you got food, dude? Give me your fucking shit, bro. I'll shoot you right now." If my cat can hold a gun.
I love our cat, but you remember I told you guys in the chat that I slept. Remember I told you I slept like 10 hours last night? So I should be good with you. Okay, so I did not put the cat out, and I didn't think anything about it. I woke up this morning and the cat had taken a shit in the hallway right outside my bedroom door, and I was like, I can't get upset. I really like.
It's easy cleanup, at least, you know.
Yeah, it's fucking composite flooring, so
just wipe it on up, dude. You are all up in my fucking business.
So I told my wife. So I told my wife that I got this offer from a company, which, like, no joke, this construction company thing could net me like 6 figures this year.
What's this construction? Or we'll talk about it off stream.
Yeah. Well, no, I have. So my LLC is registered as a disabled veterans business enterprise. I can do vendor services and order construction supplies for companies. It's just that the last few contracts I've bid on, they bonded it at a certain rate, and then inflation was so high that by the time they bonded it, and then I got the quotes that it was outside of scope, and it just keeps they keep having to rebond these things. And I just haven't made any, but this company is wanting me to be their primary vendor.
That'd be sweet.
Because then the whole thing is they don't have to onboard me as an employee, and they don't have to pay benefits because I'd be a
third party you, like a third party kind of contractor.
1099, that actually saves them money.
Yep.
A lot of money because
they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay tax on the payroll.
They don't have to pay tax and payroll because I'd be responsible for my own taxes. And the other thing too is, I don't know how it is in Ohio, but if you are an employee of a company, even if you take zero benefits, they have to pay into the benefits coffer for you. They may get it back at the end of the year. But with me being retired military, I'm 100% covered. I require zero benefits. So even if I don't take
more
benefits,
like you're on your own, good luck kind of thing.
Yeah, out here they most companies.
If you reject the coverages, the company doesn't. They only pay for what they need, kind of thing.
But what I'm saying is, out here you have to still pay into that, and if I don't take from it, they get it at the end of the year. Which they get it back at the end of the year. That's still the expense of money they didn't have during the year.
Right. So
for them, it's so much easier to just hire me to do it at my set rate.
Yeah.
And then plus when I order construction stuff, I actually get a military discount up to 15%
Aha!
on things, which makes
Double
them
dip,
come in
baby.
under
Double
budget.
dip.
Yeah, so that means that they can bid a project and come in under budget
Yep.
because I saved them 15% and I still get my whole thing. And so the deal is, if they like say they have like a budget of $4 million and I get 3% of that, that's still like 120,000, right? Am I good?
That's great. That is a
Yeah.
hefty paycheck here in Ohio. I don't know how far that gets you in California, but
Probably to LA.
and back.
Maybe if you could afford the gas, because it's like $5 a gallon out here right now.
I get pissed if it's 3 here. I get furious.
I want you to do me a favor and fucking suck my cock, because fucking I haven't seen gas under $4 in like 2 years.
God. I don't know why you do it to yourself. You're better off in Japan.
Okay, the flip side of it is, like, everybody's like I just blocked somebody in the last live. Oh, I'm gonna go fucking. I hate California. I hate everything about California. I hate the politics. I hate the fucking people. I hate the fact that there's not a goddamn horse within a fucking. There's nothing worthwhile about this state. But my daughter's on the U.S. figure skating team. That's her passion. Guess what? The Olympic coaches are here. The Olympic training center's here.
Yep.
And like. Fucking people can talk about me staying in California all you want. I'll just block you because it pisses me off. I would fucking lay down and let you kill me for my daughter. So if you got a problem with living in California because I love what I can provide for my daughter, fuck you. Don't follow my channel. I don't fucking care. Like, I'm just going to throw it out there because I had a few beers. I don't like California. I do it for my daughter. And if you're going to fucking vilify me for that, fuck off. There we go.
Mike Imler's who watches your channel and goes, wow, that dumb hippie?
Apparently,
nobody.
Well, I'm not going to throw his name out there, but I fucking blocked him because I was like, I was watching it. I'm trying to enjoy my time with Pete because like it was amazing to get to spend 2.5 hours with somebody that I have like idolized on.
Love that guy.
For a while.
I love that guy.
And then there's somebody in the comments and I was like, you know what? If you were in my garage right now, I would knock your fucking teeth out of your head. Like, I literally would. Like, I wouldn't even think twice about it.
The safety of the internet. 20
20
bones from Spitfire.
Oh, shit. Which I guess
big money.
Which I guess is the beauty of the internet, because I don't know, Spitfire, like, let me ask you, Josiah, we've met. You've been around me. I like to stay calm, but am I the kind of guy that you want to try and antagonize? I mean, literally, I'm not. I'm the kind of guy that fucking, like, if I had more hair, I'd be a fucking Wookiee. Like, I would tear your arms out of socket and probably giggle.
I'd be an Ewok.
I would grab you by the ankles and brain you against a wall, Cole. I'd be like, "Rah!"
Nap Sergeant in the house. What up, boy?
Look, there you go. Josiah's like, no, you're fucking huge.
Oh, I thought he was talking about me. Sorry.
Like, I mean, it's like that separation. That the biggest problem with internet and fucking social media, because I don't give a fuck if this one's monetized. The biggest problem with the way this country works today is not enough people have gotten bashed in the fucking mouth for running
There's
their
no accountability. There's
no
zero
accountability for fucking running that fucking cock holster at the fucking bottom below your nose. None. Like,
none.
Like, I'm so angry with everything in the world right now, and I try not to let it out on my channel, but I've had enough to drink tonight, and I'm on the backside of having a really good live feed. I'm like, you know what? I'll go ahead and say it. I get it. Not everybody likes California. I don't like the fucking policies and shit of California. Just because I live here doesn't mean that I definitely want to be here. But there are some advantages that I have that I can provide for my daughter by being here. So,
also,
I don't want to talk
speaking,
about it in the fucking chat anymore.
Generally speaking, it is a really pretty place. Like,
don't get me wrong.
It's a beautiful place.
It's January. It is 67 degrees in my garage. It is a beautiful night outside, and the weather is great. It's a beautiful place. Unfortunately, it's run by a bunch of fucking shitheads. I didn't help that. Ohio is too.
I made a mistake, Mike. I thought I used this. I thought I used this habanero honey mustard.
Is
I use this.
Oh,
I use the ghost pepper sauce.
I don't like
on my
I don't
sandwich.
like the ghost. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Everyone looks at California the same. There are some little outliers. Like I don't know how many people
I've
actually
been
know
several
this.
times. It's a very
San Diego is not like the rest of California. Like if you look at San Diego and try to compare it to LA, that's like trying to compare the North and the South during the Civil War. It is that vastly different between Los Angeles and San Francisco. And then when you get up to places like Eureka and Northern California, that's like a different fucking country. That's like a different fucking world. It's
I know.
completely. So
Beautiful.
what is it? Yeah, it's beautiful up in Northern California, and people up there aren't. Almost said it. I almost used that.
You almost said the R word.
I almost used the no. You almost used one of the no words. But yeah, that guys, that really irritates me in the comments. And I know you guys.
Double D, what's up, man?
Double D is here. Double D is one of my paying members.
Same. Love that guy. He's a sweetheart. Double D. He bought my Prolix, and I hope he's loving it.
You have
my
a
Fair Forge Prolix.
I told Elliot, I can't ever look at this knife and ever not think it's the Prolapse.
Ha ha he he. Terrible name. Solid little knife. Love that thing. Man.
It is. If you want to know the truth, it's as close to a mini Master Blaster as you're gonna get.
That's what it is. That's why I wanted it so bad, but I couldn't afford one of those, so I got a Prolix.
Bro, I tell you what, I honestly want. I know that you can hold on to it as long as you want, how longer it takes you to do the video, but I definitely want you to get to actually handle a Ferrum Forge in-house build because not a lot of. There were only ever 200 of each of these.
It may or may not come back sticky. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, it's just as long as it comes back because it was a gift.
I'll try to wipe it down before I mail it back.
this makes me want to fucking get an eye patch and become a swashbuckler.
That's almost as horrible as this. That's almost as bad.
No, this actually is comfortable. And I'm not gonna lie, I was playing around with it. I was like, it's not.
Is that a CRKT?
It's a CRKT.
Oh
ritual.
God.
It's a CRKT. It's a CRKT folding Sinbad sword. And
oh my
I'm not gonna lie,
fucking
I cut
God.
up a little bit of cardboard with it, and it doesn't do too bad.
I hate that trailing point. I hate it when the tip's running away from me, dude. It bothers me.
That's what your wife said.
Well, look who has the jokes this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage.
I have a lot of jokes. I just tend to not throw them out there because a lot of times they'll demonetize my channel.
You dipped a toe in Southern Dicks on the way to the sexual female Bay Area. I don't know what you're talking about.
I have no idea either. But
Gilbert.
I will tell you, I was watching CSI Miami. And do you remember
with the sunglasses? Yeah.
Yeah, but do you remember the chick, the firearms chick, Callie Duquesne, like the hot blonde chick that was always on?
Yes,
like,
yes.
There's something about a Southern accent that can make anything such. Hey, y'all, I found some semen over here. And I was like, that's.
And I'm like, I've heard that at a family reunion once or twice. You know what I mean?
You know, do you know what? That I always thought I found sexy, and I actually had to change. I had to change Siri on my phone. I used to have a British accent. I thought a British accent on a chick was sexy.
Cheers, love. Please take a left at the next intersection.
Yeah, it was great. Like I was like, oh, that is so sexy. And then I accidentally stumbled upon something that I thought would be right up my alley, which was some British porn. And I don't know if you've ever watched British porn. It will make you immediately.
Yes, right there. Like,
oh,
no, yes.
I don't
more,
find that
please.
accent as sexy as I thought I did. I'm like, nope, I'm done with this. I'm done with it.
I knew what you meant, Walt Gilbert. I was just farting around, man.
What did Walt say?
I got a good one for Havoc. Here's controversial opinion. You ready? I think Florida's worse than California.
Actually, no, I would be moving. If you're a YouTuber, you need to move to fucking Texas or Florida because they've actually established
because of the taxes.
Not just taxes. They've actually established protection. If you have, I think, more than it originally was supposed to be, like if you had originally 100,000 subscribers, but now it's like 10,000 subscribers and you get deplatformed, you can sue them through the state and recoup whatever your monetary losses would be for however long your channel has been down.
Interesting.
Because they don't necessarily agree with that. They feel that it's wrong. And it's actually, that's why if you look, Donut Operator moved to Texas. There's a lot of the channels that have moved to Texas and Florida.
I'm fine with Texas. I'm just saying Florida, like the idea of Florida, the beach is boring. The ocean's scary. And everything else is swamps and crocodiles and hillbillies. Like
yeah, I'm good with that. Bro, like, look, that's my people. I would fit right in Florida. I could go to Florida. It's not even that much different of an accent. I just have to learn Spanish. Well, no, that's not true. Man. I live one exit from the fucking border and I still don't speak Spanish.
Hola, no habla español, señor.
So, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. It made me really happy when I fucking picked my phone up and I was like, oh, hey, what did fucking Cole send me? Oh, absolutely. I'll send you a fucking link.
I just wanted to show off the green screen. You inspired me.
Well, I mean, you kind of inspired me to up things up. So I like. I'm
still better looking, generally speaking.
Not
as far as lighting goes.
Not
I'm talking about lighting. I'm talking about lighting.
There we go. I look intelligent this evening.
Yes, very good, sir. Very good. What novel is on the agenda, sir?
I'm not like, so, like, remember we were talking about the fact I hadn't slept in like 3 days. I will tell you, I don't like Netflix, but they have a show on there that fucking kind of saved me that last night where I'm like, I can't sleep.
Is it like the sleep one? The sleep sounds?
No. This was a show that like I knew I wasn't gonna be able to sleep, and I'm like, what can I binge watch? It was the Pirates Lost Kingdom. It's their doc. No, it's a documentary.
Dude, I fall asleep to shit like that every single night. I can't sleep without it.
I fucking loved it. I watched like every episode of that. I was like, this is fucking good.
Don Miguel, I'm working on it, man. I have one ready for prototyping, matter of fact.
What is this? But we get to have guns and have castles. So do they actually, if you want to know the truth, are you guys ready for this? And this is a very
good night, Havoc. Take it easy, brother.
Who's leaving and going where? What?
Havoc, he says, bye, baby. He's going to crash.
Oh, because he's a puss.
I'm not high at all, Shane. Dude, I told you I put the wrong hot sauce on my sandwich. And that's why my eyes are red. It's fucking my eyes are all glistening and shit.
What was I talking about? Because I did happen to get into the devil lettuce in between while I was taking that massive shit. I'm like,
yeah, this ghost pepper shit's no joke, man. This stuff.
I don't like the taste of ghost pepper. Like I can.
This sauce is really good. It's really, really good, but it is way too hot to enjoy.
Which one is it?
It's Melinda's creamy style ghost pepper wing sauce.
So all the Melinda's stuff is really good.
I have like eight bottles in the fridge. I'm trying to get a sponsorship.
What is that? The habanero one?
I have the habanero wing sauce. I love it. This is the habanero honey mustard, and it's to die for. It's so good. That sounds
delightful.
It's so good. Big
Guys,
fan.
I'm not gonna lie. I was so nervous about having Pete on that I wore my lucky socks.
Look at you.
Hey, do you know what that is? Do you know what Everwell is? You're an insurance guy. Everwell was the online onboarding system that Aflac came up with for new employees. I don't know if it's still around, but I got a pair of socks. I won those in Aflac contest. I won a pair of Everwell socks. And I'm not gonna lie, every time I wore them, I had good days. I would wear them to go to like meetings with company owners and stuff. And every time I ever wore them, I always had good results. So I wanted to make sure tonight's live feed went well, and I wore my Everwell socks. And I had at one point like 100 people in the live feed. It stayed like the lowest.
I saw it.
The lowest it ever got was like 76. And I was like, good God.
Woo! Yeah, it was a great stream.
That was great.
You gotta love Pete, man. Great dude.
Yeah, I like Pete, and the fact is, I like Like I try to do the channel a little bit differently than a lot of other channels do it. Like I try to keep it like I have questions written down and shit, but I like to keep it as free flowing as possible.
Yeah.
Like I definitely did not ask him all the questions that are on that piece of paper. Yeah, Ed, Double D. I got lucky socks, bro. You ain't got lucky socks? I bet you do, but you got lucky with your socks and they're crunchy. That's a difference. It sounds like Cole's fucking snack. Big difference, bro. Big difference.
Freshly starched.
Why are these socks all crunchy? Yeah, don't ask questions, sweetie. Why is he got crunchy socks under his bed?
When you pick up a sock and it maintains its shape, you got a problem. You know what I mean? Fuck, I need water now. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ. I'm on fire, Ricky Bobby.
Guys, I have probably the dopest Fair & Forge design stinger done by WeNet Company. I'm starting to not enjoy lives that are purely getting numbers with giveaways. I do the giveaways live because I know I'm going to make. There's a much better chance. Okay, so I only do one giveaway a month, but I do 12 live feeds average a month. So I do one out of every 12 is a giveaway, and I do it live because there's more of a chance that the person that's going to win, because they're paying members, there's a better chance that they're going to be on the live. So that's the only reason I do giveaways live, is just because I get better participation from the potential winners. Like, I don't care how many are. One a month is plenty. Well, I only give away one knife. I only give away one item a month. And there's not always going to be a knife. I'm not going to lie. I saw the strings from your shirt there, Slim, and I thought you were drooling. I was like, is it that bad?
It's hot, dude. My nose is running. I got a handful of nuts now. You know what I mean? Huh? Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? I have never handled the stinger. It never interested me.
I'll send you this when I send you the. This is
It's boring. I won't review it.
It's not boring. It seems boring, but when you get it, it's so good. It is possibly one of the best all-around user knives out there. It really is. It's nice and thin. It cuts really well. It's got a nice profile. Mine is a prototype, and I actually refinished mine. Mine is two-tone. Mine is not your standard one.
Not your normal stinger, you know what I mean?
Not your normal stinger. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Holy fuck, that shit's hot. Damn, dude, it won't go away.
I had some jalapenos that a buddy of mine grew.
Jalapenos are violent bastards, dude. Fresh ones will fuck your day up.
It's hit or miss. You're like, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. I cut them up and I deveined them, and Nico and I were soaking them, and the whole plan was to like stuff them. Like I cut out the hole and I deveined them with my fingers and I soaked them in some water. And the whole plan was we were going to barbecue them. We were going to stuff them with cream cheese and wrap them with bacon. We were going to make atomic dog food. No joke. These peppers that this guy, like it made, like, as we were doing it, Nico was like, do your eyes burn? I was like, what the fuck happened? My hands burned for 2 days.
Yeah, dude. We grew a bunch in the backyard here a year ago, 2 years ago, 2 summers ago. So not last summer, but summer 2020. And these fucking things, dude, 3 inches long, little fat boys.
Yeah.
We tried to do a round of like 6 stuffed peppers first.
Yeah.
Couldn't finish one. They were too fucking hot. I was like, fuck it. We'll de-seed them, slice them up, and I'll pickle them. And I had big used pickle jar. Yeah. Vinegar, all that stuff, pickled them. Tasted great. Miserable. You put 2-3 little slices of these jalapenos in a chili, you won't be able to eat the fucking chili. It's miserable.
And here's the thing, like, everybody's like, oh, jalapenos are so. I was like, bro, I've eaten much, much spicier peppers that are supposed to be way higher. And I've had some jalapenos that I'm like, I had some.
They
I'm
will
not
ruin your day, dude. They will ruin your day.
I ate one of those peppers after Nico left because I had some left. And I was just gonna throw them away. I was like, it can't be that hot. And I ate one, and I swear to God, it was as bad, if not worse, than the ghost chili I ate. Like that. I mean, that's like I ate a ghost chili. I know what it's like, and I immediately regretted eating a ghost chili. It was up there. It was up there. It was beyond Serranos. It was beyond habanero. It was way hotter than any habanero I'd ever had. And I was like, this cannot be a fucking jalapeno, but it definitely was.
Me and my buddy, we grew them in the backyard here. Like I said, before we cooked them, we just took a chomp out of one, both of us. And we were like, cheers, man. Let's see how bad they are. Fresh off the thing, fresh off the vine. I was like, fuck that. Never again, dude.
Hey, Shane, so just to kind of like, so everybody can see it, like I don't do general giveaways. I do the giveaway live so everybody can see it. But I only do giveaways to the paying members because they kind of deserve that. I've got guys that pay, I have a lot of people that pay me upwards of like coming up on fucking $16, $16 a month as paying members. I just do it live because it gives me a better chance of having that individual there and I can recognize them and give them their gift. And it's a lot of fun. I don't do general giveaways just to get subscribers. I do the giveaways for my paying members. I just do it live so I can have a better shot at the member being there because it's been publicized and there's a better chance. So
yeah,
I 100% agree. I hate doing giveaways. I hate the idea of these channels that do giveaways just for viewers, like just to get views. I don't do that. I would much rather have like guys that like Cole will come and watch Cole. Guys that like Pete will come and watch Pete. Guys that like Jared will come and watch Jared. Guys that like you, well, I don't know where they'd be except maybe wearing some
Florida.
In Florida, wearing something rainbow colored. But you know, hey, everybody has their own choices. You know, for each his own. Just kidding, Sugar Shane. Call him Sugar Shane for a reason.
Sugar Shane, baby. Shane. I was going to say, if I ever hit 2,000 subs, Modelo, I see you out there, big pimpin'. Because I hit 2,000. I dropped way below 2,000. Then I went back up to 1,900. And then overnight, I dropped back down to 1,600. I went through the same thing you did with the Neves giveaway.
Well, let me look, because after I contacted him,
I reached out.
The downward slope stopped, and then I actually just now looking at it. Let me look at my actual analytics. I can't show you guys because it shows how much I made. I actually have gained today. What's 527 minus 486?
41.
So I've gained 41, but that all has happened because the last time I looked at it was before the live feed. That all has happened since before the live feed. So
so I mean, at the end of the day, where I ended, I gained 800 subs, right? Like overnight when it was first announced, but at the end of the day, I only gained 100.
That's about what I gained.
But then I look at it and I'm like, that's what I've been gaining month over month anyway. So
here's the thing. Like, I honestly don't care. Just the fact that they were willing to do that for smaller channels, that's awesome. Like,
it was amazing. And it did bring a lot of attention to smaller channels. And the irony of it all is my viewer count since then is like tripled. On everything.
So everything was good until Monday. Like my viewing number of views was way up, like almost 2 to 3 times what I normally would get after Jared and all that stuff. And I mean, I was hitting view counts every 48 hours like I hadn't ever seen on the channel. And then Monday, like in the fucking gutter. Like all of my videos have been number 10 out of 10 for the entire week. They've kind of picked up, but I think here's the thing. I think because Sunday was when I reached out to Google and was like, hey, what the fuck's up with my channel? Like this is getting
it's broken. Help.
I was like, I think maybe it kind of changed. Like it might have been under review, so it wasn't getting released. Like it wasn't getting pushed up the algorithm. But like today's video did really well. The five strange drops.
What'd you think about my reel on Instagram today?
Dude, I sent you a message.
Yeah, I saw it.
That is the most quintessential fucking backwoods Ohio thing I've ever seen.
Dude, it's that I snipped that out of it's an 8-minute long video. It's on my channel right now. Yeah. It's 8 minutes of that back and forth. He starts out the guy shopping starts out looking. He just wants a full size folder. That's all he comes in and says. And then
I want something. Maybe if we're all around the barbecue, like I need like
and the poor salesman
got like a 12-inch folding blade.
Yeah, the point of it all was to be like, when did we as a community become impossible to please? Do you know what I mean? We are so hard to please sometimes.
I'm not.
I know, but a large majority is. I
want a good knife and a decent steel with a non-shit poppet clip. And if you could do it, make a fucking fixed blade, and I'll fucking carry it.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like visually what. You know what I mean? Like, so he comes in and he just wants a full-size folder, but then it becomes more and more specific as the video goes on, right? Yeah. And then he's like, well, maybe something with better action. Okay, I really like button locks. Well, maybe something big enough that's a button lock and I could chop down a tree. You know what I mean? Like that progression. Yeah. Like I feel like over the past 3 years, that's what we're so spoiled that we just have all these crazy, ridiculous options.
You know what?
That was the point of the video.
You know what it just comes down to? People fucking suck. I mean, not you guys. Like, I like all y'all. Like, y'all are cool.
You all suck. We hate you all. But it's right now only channel members are allowed to watch it. And I said,
this. If you're from Ohio, y'all is singular. Y'all's is plural. Did I send you that video? The fucking things that people don't understand about Ohio.
Oh, there's a great one about Cincinnati. Did you ever see that one? What people from Cincinnati say or how people from Cincinnati talk? It is spot on.
I mean, I know that Cincinnati's so bad that they had to put the Cincinnati fucking airport in Kentucky, which is across the border.
Like, it's only because there's no room. There was no room for it in Cincinnati.
There was room, but no one wanted to get robbed as they were leaving the airport. But back in the day,
there was no room, and
there were now.
It's not bad at all. It's really not. There are pockets of like. Don't leave your car, you know what I mean? But every city with over 100,000 people has that.
There's areas in Cincinnati that are like, don't leave your house. Like, just stay in your
that
house.
Was in the 90s, that was most of Cincinnati.
Well, and don't forget, like, so I was in high school in the 90s. I joined the Navy and left to go to Japan in 1990. I joined the Navy in 92, went to school in Chicago in 92, and then left and went to Japan in 93. So you got to remember, like, that's, like the whole thing, the weird thing about the Navy and the military in general is like you wind up like everything you know in the world stops because you're in such a closed loop community. Like you don't watch TV that's pertinent. You don't watch anything. You don't do anything. You basically are locked in your own little world. And then they release you back into society. It's like prison. It's a lot like prison. So everything I know, it's fucking horrible. So everything I know about Cincinnati is based on what it was when I left when I left high school in 1992, which was like you didn't drive to if you drove into Cincinnati, it was like driving into Detroit. It was a war zone. It really was back then. It's not like
it was as bad back then as Chicago is now.
But Detroit, it was bad. It was as bad back then as Detroit. Like it's bad. It was bad. Like the only reason you drove into Cincinnati was to drive into Kentucky because you were going to drive out the other side. That was the only reason.
Get out of there.
Just fucking don't lock your doors, roll up your windows. Don't stop at the stop signs or stoplights. Just keep rolling, motherfucker. Bro,
don't stop.
I have to tell you, I fucking really...
Yeah, you were crushing on that yesterday, I think.
I really dig this fucking knife. It cuts so well now that I laid the edge back.
You're going to be a fan of this. I might have to have you put an Ember edge on that Magna Cut.
Oh, I'd do that. I haven't got the sharpened Magna Cut. I'm interested.
I have 2 pieces of Magna Cut, 2 knives.
I sharpened some Maximet today that somebody had completely.
I saw that. I saw your reel. Yeah.
Oh God, I'm not gonna lie. So everybody's like, I thought you weren't gonna do it. I was like, I made an exception. This guy told me that he was gonna pay me whatever was left at the end. that took me for fucking ever. Because like everybody's like, oh, why won't you sharpen fucking Maximet? I was like, because the fact is that
I have to charge a higher hourly rate, for fuck's sake.
It destroys shit. Like even my diamond stones, it was eating up like when you're on a diamond stone and it's just slipping, you're like, this is gonna
right.
This
That's the issue. Steels like that, they just eat the diamonds right out of the stone, right? And
well,
then
mine are diamond mate, like the centered stones or the diamond matrix. So they're either
got it,
or they're in the epoxy.
Yeah, but it'll chew those right out, and then it'll fill in the gaps. The steel will fill in the holes it makes. So then you're just left with just basically grinding blade steel on blade steel, and it does nothing. It does nothing.
I'd say that knife took me twice as long. So you remember I did that that one that I did in a
K390?
No, that CPM 10V. The one that I posted up right, like where it had the chip and the tip removed.
Yep.
That
PM2.
That PM2. So I did the PM2 and Maximet today. It took me longer just to sharpen that Maximet blade than it did to put a new tip and remove that massive chip out of 10V, which is also a very, very wear resistant steel. So I want you to put that in perspective. So I based my sharpening on how many knives can I do in an hour? Average, I can do a knife for $25.
Right.
That's why I set it at 25 all the way up through any of the grits, because once you set the edge, those additional grits from like 5,000 up to 12,000 really aren't going to take you that much longer. Like it doesn't add that
not
much.
At all. We're talking 5 minutes of grit. Yeah.
For Maximet, it takes me literally twice, if not 3 times as long.
That's all I've heard. I've heard once you get it to apex, it takes a stupid edge.
Oh,
the
it's
issue
ridiculous.
The issue is it takes you so long to get there. It takes you so long to get there.
Well, and this guy tried to do it on traditional. He tried to do it on a
guided system.
No, he tried to do it on a Lansky, and I'm like, oh, did it have? I just like, did you use the Lansky diamonds? He's like, no. And then when I got
just the Arkansas stones. Oh God!
I was like rubbing my thumb on it. I was like, good God, because
that Lansky system, those diamond stones are pretty nice. That little guided system for the money is a sweet little kit.
Yeah, he wasn't using the diamonds. He was absolutely using the Arkansas stones, and it was.
That's what I did my S110V on. Man, was the Lansky diamond stones?
You can do it. It just takes a while.
It took me like 30 minutes.
I actually, you know what? S90V, S110V, they're not that bad.
They're not. They're not.
I've told people this. I think that S90V is actually easier to sharpen than S30V. And you get more benefit out of it. Like I hate S30V.
It lasts longer.
S30V is more difficult to sharpen. And it's a pain in the ass and all these other things. And then you get it down to a really crisp edge. And the first time you use it on anything, you get all these little microchips, which was my problem with the original blade on this. This is S90V. And it literally takes me half the time to sharpen. And it takes a better edge.
Winston, it was a PM2, right?
Yeah, it was PM2. It was PM2 in S. I'm sorry, it's right over here. Hang on. I got it right here. So you guys can see it. So, like, literally, this dude tried to sharpen it because the factory edge on Maximet is never good. So he sent it to me. You can see he had kind of recurved it a little.
Oh, yeah. I can see it. Yeah, oh, God, yeah, I can see it.
He was just tearing it. So that took a little bit of work. But I've done Maximet a few times for people. I definitely have said that I wasn't going to do it. But the fact is, I've got right now in Diamond Stones 16 different diamond stones sitting on my workbench.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not like I'm at a loss to be able to sharpen it to whatever grit I want to take it to. This is at 2000 grit. I did it on the Veneb stones because I didn't want to have to flatten my Edge Pro matrix stones. But you can see that's a nice clean edge. I would be hesitant to hand this knife to someone with that edge on it.
That's surprising, and it took the higher grit pretty well.
Oh yeah. Well, the Veneb stones do a really good job. I actually I go back and forth between liking the Edge Pro stones. The Edge Pro stones go all the way to 4,000 grit. The Venev stones that I only go to 2,000. The problem I've had with the Edge Pro Diamond Matrix stones is everything above 1,000 grit. Like you literally have to put them on a glass plate with the 240 grit red aluminum oxide to clean them out like every 45 seconds. Because what happens is they get like a little flake of the steel in it and you've going good and it's got a nice mirror polish. And then you hear this click, 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 click. And you look and you've got all these little scratches on your edge. Yep. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I've stopped taking anything above 1,000 grit on the Edge Pro Matrix stones. They cut really well, but the problem is those stones have to be flattened. It's reached a point where it's just, it gets in my way.
Yeah.
And now that I have that little Nagura stone, it does a really good job cleaning out the Venev stones. It does not, however, work very well on the Diamond Matrix stones. So I kind of like push those to the side again. So I do like a combination between the two. Like I do the 80 grit Diamond Matrix, then I switch to the 100 all the way up to 2,000 on the Diamond, the Venev stones. And there's some steels that just don't do well on the Diamond Matrix. The softer stones do not do well on those Diamond Matrix stones. They load the stone up so fast. And I don't have that problem. Yeah, I don't have that problem with the Venev stones. The Venev stones seem to work really well with all of them. And I think that's the difference between being an epoxy matrix and being sintered diamond.
Yeah. I have a 280 800 two-sided Venev that I use on my precision adjust, right? I have the attachment that lets me use Venev stones.
Yeah.
And I love them. Like, they're so low maintenance. I don't ever have an issue with them, man.
And it,
just clean them out, rinse them out every once in a while. That's about it, man.
And if you, like I said, if you get one of those Nagura stones, like I did the video about like how you prep your water stones, it does work really good for cleaning those stones up. Or you can just use an eraser.
Yeah.
So Winston, you can ask Colt. It wouldn't.
You should, if you're on Instagram, Winston, he posted a video. It would just like rip. It wouldn't cut anything.
It wouldn't cut anything. It was ripping paper and sliding across paper. And when I got done, it 100% was like, oh, fuck yeah. I apparently have a short spot on my beard now because I got a little aggressive with how I touched it to my beard. There's beard hair on my lap. Yeah, it's that Lee Trevino, like.
Yeah, whoops. Of course, Lansky. I've heard that, Shane, that you can just use the cheap Lansky stones.
You can, but those if you use those the Nagura stones, you've got a stone that like it cleans it out and it doesn't change surface finish. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Like I was talking about, like the softer, like the I got a new one. Here, I'll show you. I got a new stone. You want to see my new stone? I'm proud of it. I like this.
New stone?
I got a new stone. So
a hot, steamy, fresh stone.
So I was complaining. I had bought Chaucera used to mount all of their stones to these frames. And so they had feet and everything. And then they stopped doing it. And you got these thinner stones. Well, all of my stones that I ever had that were mounted to this plate, like this base, they cracked because they kind of bow a little bit as you use them as they dry. And so my 8,000 grit that I recently bought, that I went out of my way to find one that was on a base, it cracked and I can't use it with straight razors. So I was like, all right.
Damn.
So I got an 8,000 grit. Oh, that is weird.
Yeah. I was about to say, what the fuck? It's invisible.
I got an 8,000 grit Shapton.
God, how much did that cost?
$62.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all, considering
Shaptons are pricey, man. Usually.
Well, when they first started making them, I bought a 12,000 grit that cost me like fucking $300.
They used to be so expensive, man.
I actually have two 12,000 grit Shaptons now because Aiden Aiden sent me one because he didn't like it. And so now I have a 12,000 grit for knives and a 12,000.
I think you mean Adon, Miguel. Adon.
Whatever. I'm from Ohio. That's not how we pronounce it. So I have two. Oh, that is fucking weird.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone. What happens if I do this?
Oh, we could just do this all night. Like,
why are we so easily entertained?
Because we're knife guys.
This is if you can't tell, this is a pack of Post-it notes that just so happen to be green.
I did the video the one day. Like I was filming. I was like, you ever have one of those days where you wore the wrong clothes and I accidentally put on a green shirt, didn't even think about it, and filmed the intro outro. And I was wearing a green shirt and didn't realize how bad it was going to go. No, I filmed the intro and then I looked down and I was like, oh shit, I'm wearing a green shirt. I was like, is it really going to matter? But I went and changed. And so I had the intro and I'm wearing a green shirt and all you could see was the background with the St. Louis logo or the word St. Louis on it. And I was like, that's pretty fucking funny. So I left it.
Look, I found his shoes. There they are.
I found a fireplace in case anybody's interested. There's
You're nice and toasty warm tonight. Why are we so easily fucking entertained?
I don't know, but I definitely am.
Woo. That's rich.
I had a 37-year-old case double X skate diamonds for 4 hours today.
Sounds sexy.
I'm not gonna lie. One of the hardest knives I ever had to sharpen came to me from a Marine, and he bought one of those. He didn't carry a full-size K-bar. What he had was, oh, Jesus Christ.
What did he have? I don't know why you're laughing. What did he have?
Look, he had one of the K-bar. He had one of the K-bar Tontos, the little short Tonto dagger with the plastic.
Yeah.
And the steel on that was so fucking hard that as I was sharpening, all it did was squeak. Like it hit my stone.
Oh.
I'm like,
yep.
I'm like, this is gonna be a long fucking day. And it was pretty bad. Did I tell you the story about what happened when we were at the hotel at Blade Show West with David Horseman from Hiking with a Viking and Sam Smith from Bushcraft Bodybuilder? So it was me. So it's me, Nico, in our hotel room, and two other YouTubers, Hiking with a Viking and Bushcraft Bodybuilder. And we got into my little fucking battery powered flower vape, and we got into lettuce.
Oh yes.
And so Sam kept telling me, like, Sam's like, bro, I can smoke anyone out. Like, it's really hard for me to get like stupid up there. And I was like, okay. And I was like, and so we're hitting this flower vape, and all of a sudden I realized that my buddy David is just sitting on the couch, and he was like way gone, and just like eyes are all glossy. And I look over at him, and his beard is crooked. The way it grew, it was all crooked. So like it's all like sitting to the side, and he's got big ears like me, and his eyes are just like really big and glossy. And I look over at him, and I look at Sam, and Sam was like, bro, I wasn't expecting like this fucking vape to fucking
destroy me.
And I was like, bro, this is what I use all the time. And he was like, bro, I usually smoke everyone out. He's like, you are like fine. And he's like, I'm real hot.
Was it a dab pen?
No, it was. So you grind up the devil lettuce and you load it, and then it has a heating element, and then you go through it. And so like the first couple hits, there's nothing that comes out. There's no smoke. There's no nothing. You just taste it. It tastes like flowers smell. And he goes, wow, that tastes really, but what you're getting is just all THC. The whole first fucking couple. And so like those first few hits are the ones that really get you. And so I look over, and Sam is like, wow, he's like, I wasn't expecting that. And we keep hitting, and he goes, wow, I'm really like, he's like, you're going to let me keep hitting that, and you weren't going to say anything. I was like, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yes.
And I look over, and there's David, and he's just wrecked. And I look at him, and I was like, why do you look like that googly-eyed fucking Mogwai from Gremlins 2?
I have heard the story, the Mogwai story.
So Sam looks at me, and he goes, God damn it, I wish you hadn't said that. For the rest of the evening, every time that Sam would turn to look at David, like he could talk to me and he would have to do this to look at David. He's like, I can't look at you right now. Yeah,
Dude, I'm going through
good.
the images I have saved on my computer. What a wild ride.
See, I have to with this, like I can't just add one.
What? I can just add whatever I want.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. I don't have any photos loaded on my computer. They're all on my phone because this is my editing computer. So to have enough space to do the edits.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Left EDC. Let's get wasted. Fuck bitches, big titties. Let's go.
I fucking love Lefty. Like that, like what was he was talking about something like, oh, I get free stuff. I was like, yeah, we call that pothead karma or pothead charisma. Pothead charisma was what it was.
Stoner charisma for sure.
Oh shit! Still to this day, my favorite barbecue sauce ever. That is like the best barbecue sauce ever is open pit.
Open pit. I've been using this. It's called the Salt Lick Texas Honey Pecan Barbecue, and it's dynamite.
I will tell you that I did not realize why there's so many pecan flavored things in Texas until we went and drove through Southwest Texas and into like the area around Tombstone. Yep. There are so many fucking pecan like pecan. You can buy so many pecans down there, just everywhere.
There's just a fuckload of pecans over there, over here.
You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a pecan tree. That's an Ohio right there. That's an Ohio saying. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting. That's an Ohio thing. And just a word of advice: if you're ever anywhere in Appalachia, in the Appalachian Mountains, or Southeast Ohio, northern Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and you say something and someone from the Appalachian Mountains looks at you and go, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Could you lean a little closer? Come a little closer and say that. You shouldn't, and you should probably run because you shouldn't have said what you said in the first fucking place. You're about to get fucked up. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I avoid conflict. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Maybe now, but I didn't used to be. I used to actually.
I'm built like a fucking scarecrow, dude. What fight am I gonna win?
You're built like a fucking drain snake, is what you're built like. Like get his ankles, he'll get that football out of the drain. Look at a tool you get to use to get a
shit
storm drain. I lost my bottle opener. Oh, I was gonna mention this. I have a bottle cleaver.
Is that not the most adorable thing you've ever seen?
This was the first thing I ever purchased from Fair and Forged Knife Works. They got these made for Outland's Wasteland. What was it? Wasteland Oddities. These were done, and then Elliot had done a bunch of them. I bought this directly, and I'll open this, and I'll go grab the other one while I take a fucking piss. Can you entertain?
I'll try, but I'm dozing off, man. I gotta get to bed soon.
Say what? Just hold. Nah, you can't do this. Like you started this. Oh, Jesus. It's been an hour and 17 minutes.
Yeah, it's 2:30. It's 2:20 here, man.
45 minutes?
I'm a tired old man.
45 minutes.
45 minutes? I'll be asleep.
That'll give us 2 hours of after show.
So anyway, guys, Left EDC, I got a real guillotine here for you. In Alabama, we bless your heart. Bless your heart does not mean what you think. It means the person you're talking about's an idiot or a moron or special needs, right? It's like a put down, technically, right? Back me up, Shane. Back me up. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Back me up, Shane. Am I right? It's like a put down, right? Naff Sergeant, how you doing, man? I said hi to you earlier. I'm trying to find a funnier picture, but you know what? I got an idea. I have the perfect idea. Watch this. I'm a genius. Oh my God, I'm a fucking genius, dude. There it is. I got it. I got just what we need, guys. I got just what we need.
I swear to God, I thought I heard you say jism.
Jism.
Jism. Oh wait, no, that was a John Wayne movie. Chisholm.
I found it.
All mixed up. What is this?
You like that's my new backdrop.
I like it. I'm digging it. This is my other Fair & Forge bottle opener that I purchased from them. This is the Fair & Forge bottle sword.
It's a door. You use the hilt.
So so you hold it like this. Like
Yeah, you use the hilt. Yeah,
you use the hilt. So they did a Kickstarter on this, and so like Elliot was like, he's like, yeah, we did this Kickstarter and on all this stuff, and he had like a Zelda shirt on, and they had an actual sword in hand, and he was like, this doesn't work. And then he was like, they did this thing, and so they just Kickstarter, and no one fucking bought them. They had a bunch of these they were doing, and so like Elliot was like, I was like, bro, I gotta buy one of those from you, and he was like, just fucking take it. And I was like, I can't just take it, like I gotta buy it. So I put a $20 bill on the fucking desk and walked out with a fucking beverage sword. So I have
that's sick, actually.
They're both titanium. So you have the beverage cleaver and the beverage sword. I have both of them. They're in my drawer of like knick-knacky bottle.
Knick-knack paddywhacks?
I have, yeah, knick-knack paddywhack, give a dog a bone.
Get the dog stoned, you know what I mean?
I did that here not too long ago. I'll send you the video of it because the dog, all she did
I never seen a
dog like I never seen a dog is all teached out, like eyes like squinty and just smiling. I sent it to you know who has it? Brass Brigade. I sent him a video. I was like, dude, I got the dog so stoned. She's just sitting here laughing and smiling. And he goes, my God, you did. And she's like smiling and just like eyes closed, just looking.
You've done it. We used to get my old roommate's dog Odie just blasted on dabs, just absolutely out of his fucking mind, dude. Like once a week, we would just get Odie stoned because he was such a wild dog.
Yeah,
we just couldn't fucking deal with it, so we just got him just absolutely out of his fucking mind, and he would just lay down and look at us.
I lived with a guy in high school. Like I got kicked out of my parents' house for a while. Picture that. And so I was living with a friend of mine that was actually graduated from high school, and I was staying with him, and I was going to school from his place. But he had a Dalmatian that would get into shit all the time. And we'd be smoking out, and we would save the roaches so we could like put them in with, we were trying to be smart and save. At any rate, so I was working at the time, he was working at the time, and we came home and we were like, he's like, bro, did you get into the ashtray and pull all that stuff out? And I was like, you mean the roaches? He goes, yeah. And I was like, no. And we couldn't figure it out. And then we got to looking. And so everything, like all the cigarette butts that were in the ashtray were like all over the table. The ashtray was completely empty. And you can see these little nose prints. The dog had stuck its face in the ashtray, blown everything out of the ashtray, and then went around. And you can see nose and tongue prints. The dog was going around and it would hit every roach and be like, and picked them all up and ate them. The dog also ate a bunch of speaker wires for his stereo system. He kept having to buy speaker wires. He'd just chew them up. So he ran an extension cord along where the fucking speaker wires were. And he's like, the dog got into it one time, never chewed speaker wires again, ever. Because he fucking shot the shit out of himself with an extension cord.
It's an edible shock collar. Try it out.
Jesus, what the fuck was that?
God,
that tasted tingly.
Something's wrong with this speaker cable.
Fuck. So yeah, this has been fun. Like I said, so we're at an hour and 23 minutes. If you can hold out for another like 40 minutes, we'll be at 2 hours. That'd be 4 hours of content on my channel tonight.
40, dude. What's funny? If you Google Mike Emler CrazySharp, guess what comes up?
I don't know what.
First thing, Tri-State EDC.
What the fuck?
It's me. It's our most recent podcast together.
But why the fuck did you come up? Like,
I don't know what it is, dude. The Google wizards that be the algorithm on like the Google search. If I have reviewed a knife and you Google that knife, I am in the top 5 videos every time.
Oh no. Okay. Google skews the results based on your account. I guarantee if I Google it, it's not going to come up the same. Same thing. Like I Googled the Emler Edge and it showed all this stuff was me first. But this was back in the day when Elliot had first like coined that phrase, the Emler Edge. if you Googled it, like I was the first thing that popped up, but if you Googled it from someone else's account, it was Fair and Forge Knife Works because they offered it on their website. It was actually
it just changed. It just changed. Now the first video that comes up for you is the Bastinelli La Sanction.
That's such a good knife.
It's a good looking knife.
It really is. I don't see why that video did so poorly because that thumbnail is so fucking good. That's a good looking thumbnail, right?
You've been hitting what's the service called? That people use to make pretty pictures. Help. Starts with a C?
Yeah, I bought Canva. That's
Canva.
I built that through Canva Pro. And that's a good, I mean, like I was able to take that picture, remove the background, add all of the stuff I wanted to add. It came out great.
I mean, even the free version of Canva is great. It's a great tool.
It's not
bad. Comrade. Sukablet. Enjoy taking over Ukraine.
Enjoy internet hell because I block you. I'll block you.
What if he's actually just like a really nice guy and he just likes your stuff?
Fuck him. He shouldn't have put a link in my videos. And you know he's not.
Wow. Rude.
I mean, let's think about where I'm from.
Look how weird that looks without the thing. Bizarre. I'm at that point where I'm so I've been up since 7 a.m. my time. I'm at that point where I'm like,
How was your meeting in Kentucky after we did that live feed the other night? Was that interesting?
Dude, as soon as I got there, so there are no shared restrooms at my office, right? They have a shared restroom. So there's 4 women, 2 of which are my age and pretty good looking, right? And the first thing I do, because I did Ray's podcast before yours, and then I did a bunch of drinking when I hopped on yours.
Yeah.
So I had a hell of a right after that first coffee. I literally.
Oh, I gotta poop.
I literally looked at the girls in the office and I said, if you need in that restroom in the next 45 minutes, this is your last call. It's like, last call, dude. This train's leaving the station. And you are not going to go in there when I come out. You're not going to. You
don't want to be in there after. You would be to go before.
I destroyed that fucker, dude. It was like a 3
hot sauce.
It was a 3 flush ordeal. Very painful.
It burns. It burns.
Yeah, there were noises, and like I'm sure from outside the bathroom they could hear my shoes like shuffling and squeaking on the tile floor, just like trying to get it all out, you know.
I'm picturing fucking International Man of Mystery. Who does number 2 work for?
Exactly.
That's right. You give him hell.
Number 2 work for.
That's right. You give it hell. You fucking.
Get him, yeah, give him hell, man. Hey, good for you, buddy. Hey, we're in this together, okay? We're in this together. Shane, to answer your question, my wife is still watching her parents' dog. I drove up there to my in-laws' house and hung out with her this evening.
So why didn't you?
That dog's a shit, dude.
Why didn't you bring the? Oh, because the dog's an asshole. Is that why it's not at your house?
I don't want that dog in my fucking house. No way. No fucking way, dude.
It could come upon a fucking unfortunate accident. I'm not suggesting, YouTube, that anything violent should happen to said dog, but I got news for you. If my neighbor doesn't figure out what the fuck's up with all these fucking 6 German Shepherds that he has, a couple of them may fall into an unfortunate turn of events.
Fun story, since we're already demonetized. My grandpapa, let me tell you.
Oh God, it's okay. We're talking about an Ohio grandfather. So
yes.
It's going to be interesting. Okay.
Who grew up rural, but later in life had to move to town because it was more affordable, right? So he's angry already, right?
You don't like that. That was that's not good.
Yeah, he's angry already. He missed his country life. He had these neighbors that had these shitty dogs, right? And he always had a dog. He's a dog lover, right? Always had dogs. But his neighbors' dogs were fuckers. And the neighbors would just let him out late at night and then leave and go out drinking.
Oh, and
the dogs the dogs would go apeshit the whole time. The whole time. So over the course of, 12, 16 months, they would let the dogs out and leave. And Grandpa would reach over the fence, and he would. God, dude, I don't know why I'm telling this fucking story. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm into it. Keep going.
He would reach over the fence, and he got to the point where the dogs trusted him, and he would give them treats, and then he started to lace the treats with things that dogs aren't supposed to eat, things that no living thing is supposed to eat. Let's just say that. Things that if living things eat this, they may or may not survive.
They become unliving things.
They become not so living, yeah. So this went on, but it was never like enough for it to happen overnight, right?
Yeah.
It was like little by little by little. You know, every day they did it. Every day.
The way our wives are doing. Like we haven't figured out like why do I feel so weird?
Yeah. Why am I so tired? Why is my back hurt? Yeah. Yeah. Like, they're poisoning us.
What are these little lines on my fingernails? Why does it look like? Isn't that a sign of arsenic poisoning? He's like, no. You just it's fine.
So about 6 months into all this, I remember he came over to the house and he's like, "Man, those dogs have been awful quiet. I wonder if they're okay." And kind of just tongue in cheek said that, and we were like, "Whatever, I don't know." I was 8 years old at the time, probably. And then like another 6 months went by, and he's like, "I haven't heard from those dogs in weeks. I wonder what's going on." Sure enough, his plan worked.
Them dogs were.
What's funny is like they weren't like old dogs dying of old age. Those dogs were murdered.
He used the N word
by an angry old man.
So my grandfather hated cats, and he didn't take like the slow approach.
Shane, I cannot confirm nor deny.
So he didn't take the slow approach. This is not the grandfather on a farm, my dad's dad. So the neighbors had a bunch of cats that would wind up on the property and they were shitting in my grandfather's yard. It was, it was still far away. It was like a quarter of a mile, but these cats started coming all the way down and they were like shitting around the wood pile and stuff. And my grandfather,
you never shit in your own yard if you don't have to,
So my grandfather was like, I know how to fix this. This is my dad's dad, long haul truck driver. And I'm like, what are you going to do? Well, he had injectable medicines he took. He kept a couple syringes. And he goes, this is what you do. He took a pack of hot dogs and he fucking took a bottle of Drano and a syringe. And there were
That'll do it.
There were no cats. There was no more cat shit around the woodpile. Like ever. Ever again.
That's the thing about cats, though. They'll just run off, and the owners will be like, "Oh, they ran away."
That's what. I think the cats ran off, and then the next thing you know, like my grandfather's like, "Well, there's no cat shit around a wood pile, but there's some dead cats around a wood pile because they didn't make it real far. It's not like they like ate it and then took off. Like they ate it and was like, yeah. It was pretty instantaneous."
Yeah, Shane, I agree. Like I'm a dog lover too. Their dog sucks, but not enough for me to choke it out and put it down. You know what I mean? But
my neighbor he had 3 German Shepherds when we moved in, and they just had a litter of like 6 more. And like it's kind of quiet right now because I'm pretty sure he heard me. Like he definitely took my meaning when I was like, look, like I'm like, like the night before last when I was like, I'm going to bed. I'm going to sleep. I smoked a joint. I fucking drank 6 beers while we were live. I took a half a dose of NyQuil. I'm like, I'm sleeping tonight. And I went over and I told him, I was like, look, like you can take this however you want, but if those dogs make noise tonight and I can't sleep, I'm calling the fucking cops.
I'm calling animal control, fella.
San Diego doesn't
shut down that zoo over there, pal.
San Diego does not have an animal control you can call. You have to call the sheriff's department or the police. There is no like calling animal control after hours. Like at 10 o'clock at night, I have to make a noise complaint.
It's funny because I live in a very urban area. I live in a city, right?
Yeah.
And thankfully, I mean, we used to have some neighbors that the dogs would bark later, but I mean, it's 2:36, and people in Norwood don't give a fuck. People in Norwood are like my grandpa. They will fucking put your dog down. They will have your dog forcibly removed from the world of the living. Yikes!
Oh my God, Polly!
Roasted.
I had to put it up. That is one of Polly's better ones.
Boom, roasted.
Like that's so. I mean, Jesus Christ, Polly, what are we running on? So I retired. I retired in 2009. I already worked for Lockheed Martin before I retired. So I've known Polly since probably January 2009. That's one of his better ones. That's one of his better ones. Like, and it's been a like, oh, your sister or your mom since day one. And then he found out that I wore a kimono at my wedding. And
game over.
Oh, he calls me kimono cowboy and shit. It's fucking great. I love the dude. And he's like, no one cares, Mike. But obviously he does, or he wouldn't be here. Like, he's my friend. He's my buddy. I love the dude. I love the dude to death. It's one of those perfect friendships where you can be as abusive.
That's all of my friendships that have survived 30 years. It's every single one. Every single one.
Fucking great. Like, I can say shit to Polly that I can't say to another fucking human being.
Yep. I got about 10 good friends that I grew up with that I know I could literally tell them, you're a horrendous piece of shit and I want you to kill yourself. And they'll look at me, drink their beer, laugh, and move on.
It is so liberating to have a friendship like that. It's so great. Like, I say shit to you. Like, we haven't reached that point yet, but I'm gonna start saying shit to you. You'd be like,
we're getting there pretty close. It's getting to the point where if either of us want to make any money on YouTube, we have to like avoid each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the point we're getting to.
Right? I guarantee I can still monetize this because my channel's still small enough that YouTube just doesn't fucking know. They're like, hey, fucking let him have some money. Like, what's he gonna make? Like, what's he gonna make on his live feed? Like, fucking
throw these peons a few dollars.
These plebeians, these motherfuckers. Like, let the serfs have their fucking day.
Let these migrant workers.
It's like Boxing Day. Like Boxing Day, like everybody's like, oh, Boxing Day, it's like a holiday in Canada. I was like, no, you know what Boxing Day is? It's the most condescending fucking thing ever. The servants were allowed to have the day off after Christmas so that they could go and unbox things with their families. And everybody's like, oh, Boxing Day, it's a big holiday. No, it's because Canada used to be a fucking British colony, and they went back to the days of like, oh, your servants don't get to have Christmas off. They can have the next day though, and we'll let them have a Boxing Day.
Christmas Day, we need you in the servant quarters.
You must serve us and feed us the food, you fucking serfs.
Servants!
Oh, Jeeves!
Where's my figgy pudding?
Actually, figgy pudding's actually really fucking good.
Dude, you want to hear some shit that's not actually pretty good? It's
I was hoping you weren't just gonna throw something because I don't want to have to buy a new fucking editing computer when I spray beer all over the keyboard. But,
it's 11 degrees here at the moment.
Oh, it's 60.
Oh, sorry, 12.
It's 66.6 degrees in my garage.
Satan!
That's Satan!
It's supposed to start shit snowing on Sunday again.
Oh. Yeah, no, that's like why everybody's like, why don't you ever go home for the holidays? I'm like, because it's fucking cold.
Honestly, Ohio in December these days, it's like 60 every day.
It's hit or miss because like we came home that last time I came home for Christmas before my dad got sick.
Yeah, and you got all that. Yeah,
it was 56 degrees, and then it got almost up to 70. And my wife was like, "What is this shit? You told us we needed to be prepared for cold weather." I was like, "Just wait." And we woke up the next day; it was like 8. And she was like, my wife woke up. She was like, what the fuck happened? And I was like, Ohio. That's what happened.
You know it's cold. So my house is old. It leaks. You know what I mean? Like it's got gaps. See, there's nothing I can do. It's a 100-year-old house.
Like your mom. Some gaps in there.
Anyway, what was I saying before I was so rudely interrupted by your crude and unnecessary jokes?
I don't know, but it's 52 degrees.
Fuck off. Put it away. I don't give a shit. Anyway, you know it's bad when I got to set the thermostat to hold a temperature. Usually, I'll kick it up to like 65 just to knock the chill off. That's an Ohio thing. Just to knock the chill off. You know what I mean? But when I have to set it to hold overnight, I know I'll freeze to death in my sleep. I don't know what that means. I saw it earlier.
So NAMBLA was that's that thing from that was that thing from South Park. That was the National Association of Man Boy It was the national, I can't remember. It was like National Man Boy Love Association thing from South Korea.
Oh.
And then like I saw that and it made me laugh so hard because the mustache, that's what does it. Is that mustache allowed near a school?
Oh yeah. For sure. NAMBLA is the North American Man Boy Love Association.
That's what it was. That was the South Park thing.
Cartman joins it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Season
that's
4.
what it was. Yeah. And it was like, what was it like? You can say what you want about NAMBLA members, but at least they drive slow through school zones.
Oh, dude. I'm pulling up a clip. I want to watch it.
Oh yeah, we can't. Okay, so we can't. So Polly had an incident. We aren't supposed to talk about Polly's ex-wife anymore. I don't want to get into it, but I just kind of want to keep that off limits. I love you, Shane, but I'm gonna have to like one of my moderators take that down just so it's not like so it gets deleted. I don't want to put Shane in fucking timeout.
Oh my God. I'm afraid to ask. I'm not going to ask.
We're going to try and just like, if somebody could take that one down, like, so I don't have to put Shane in pause and timeout just fucking. I don't want to get into it, but okay. So he says it's fine. He says it's fine. Let's not. Okay. But let's get off of Polly's ex-wife, because
let's get off of Polly's ex-wife.
His neighbor did. What are we adding here? What is this? Oh, if I wasn't demonetized, I fucking am now with a DCMA claim.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I play clips all the time.
Is there no audio?
Can you not hear it? Oh, what?
Yeah, because you're using your microphone.
What is it?
It's because you're using your microphone.
What do you mean?
So if I have my headphones on, the audio doesn't go out to everyone. It just only goes to my headphones. It's weird on StreamYard. It's weird. Like you can't. That's one of those things. Yeah, it's
lame.
lame.
All right, whatever. Not worth it. It's too much work.
Yeah, it's too much work.
I'm too tired. I've been off of Polly's ex-wife. Okay.
I don't want to bring up anything else, buddy.
Let's not bring it up. What were you just holding up? What is that? What is that?
Jesus Christ, it's the same one I've been showing all night. That's that fucking Migron fucking Bologna.
What'd you call me?
Yeah. Twice.
Twice now.
This is that one that I talked about in the video that I said this is a full 9-inch knife, but when you get it in here, you're like, all right, it's not that. It doesn't.
Dude, I love. Nothing's better than a giant knife that doesn't feel.
It doesn't. And like you see
doesn't feel giant.
And it doesn't look like it, but when you get it in here, you're like, good God, this thing's fucking massive.
Like the Tucson Vandal looks, feels, and quite literally is fucking immense. It's like 9 1/4, dude. It's giant.
Yeah, but it doesn't really look like it though. Well, in your hand, yeah, because
I mean,
Jesus Christ, I can imagine what my penis would look like in your hands. You got some girly fucking hands, dude. It's a good thing you're an insurance agent. I'm sorry. Did I cross a line or something?
Look, Drunken's full size. It's not that bad. This thing's just fucking huge, dude. That's giant. You are on one, dude. Holy shit. I'm too tired to defend myself.
Okay, so that's a 9-inch knife. I want you to put that in perspective, like the size difference in our hands. That's a 9-inch knife.
You have fucking bear claws, though.
I do. I'm not.
What the fuck? Like, you can't be more than 5'10", 5'11".
Dude, I'm 6'3", dude.
What? I just assumed you were like 5'10", kind of stocky with big ass hands.
No, I'm like 6'3", 235, 240.
You're a big fucker, Mike. Holy shit.
Weird. That's what I was like. Fucking. That's what I was talking about. Like. People wanting to try and piss me off in a live feed and shit. Like that's why I was like talking with. I had this
mental image of just like a kind of shortish, stocky, kind of. You could tell he used to be kind of big, kind of built. You know what I mean?
I'm like 6'3", 2, probably 240 right now.
Fuck me, dude. You're literally 2 of me, and you got about 6 inches on me, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a little dude. Not at all. Like
I'm 5'10", 125.
125 soaking wet with a rock in each pocket, maybe.
135 soaking wet.
Fuck,
I'm a little guy.
Not at all just like trying to be a dick, but I used to curl that much.
My wife could probably curl this much.
She's.
You want to hear a fun
You
story?
know what? I like your wife.
She's 5.
I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. I don't need it out there.
Yeah, don't make. You can say whatever you want about me. Carol will find this. She'll watch it and she'll be like, "Fuck that guy."
No, that's why. That's what I meant. Like, you know what? I'm not scared of you, but your wife's a little. Your wife.
She's scary, dude. She
Like,
used to be a teacher. She used to be a grade school teacher, man.
Oh, did I set myself up for future goodness?
Dude,
did.
my wife's 5'3".
Yeah.
102.
This is how you use the beverage sword. It's actually one of the better. I say that it's one of the better.
Tink. It's one of the better. Shit.
It's the foil on this one. It's one of the better bottle openers out there. It's actually a really good one. I think you can still buy these. But I anodized because both of these are titanium. I just think this one looks cooler.
I like that one better too. You know what the best bottle opener one? You know what the best bottle opener in the world is?
What?
Whatever one's closest to you.
I have one that was a 50 cal round that did not go off when I was downrange. My buddy took the thing apart, and he's like, "Dude, there was no powder in it. Like the primer went." Nothing happened. And when you actually need a 50 cal machine gun to go off and it doesn't, it's one of those butthole puckering moments. You're like, oh shit.
If that one didn't go off, what happens to the next one?
I needed that to go boom, 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 boom right now. I didn't want to have to deal with shunk.
What's the biggest bore gun you ever shot?
Well, so like
that you actually press the button to fire it or whatever. I'm imagining like a 30 mil, 50 mil,
no, 5
120 mil.
5-inch. I actually out in my yard, I have the base of a 5-inch powder charge because they're separate. So you're looking at a 3-foot tall powder charge with a 72-pound
that tucks in behind a bullet this long.
Well, okay, so the projectile for a 5-inch gun system is average about 70 pounds. So they're about like this big, and they're 5 inches
nonsense.
Around. And then it sits on a powder charge that is about 3 feet tall, and that has about 32 pounds of gunpowder in it. And so, like, that's the.
And how much does that cost us taxpayers?
I don't know, because I'm not
around.
Somebody asked me, like fucking, do you ever feel bad when you fire? Because I've actually fired that in actual scenarios where I might have ended someone or deleted them from the planet. And
I bet you was badass too. I bet you was badass.
I was like, hey, you know what? I'm not the end user of the ordinance I'm delivering. I'm just going to tell you that I delivered.
I'm the postman, baby. I'm the postman.
I'm just going to tell you I delivered 72 pounds of unhappiness at twice the speed of sound, whose impact was associated with a bright light, a loud noise, and a rapid going away of things.
And the projectiles are explosive charges as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have here. Let me see if I can pull up while we're talking. I mean, I can talk while we're doing it, but so that's the largest, but technically we didn't really fire it. There was a fire control system involved. The largest I ever fired was a 25 millimeter, and it does have explosive rounds. But here, let me pull up a 5-inch.
I mean, it's a 70-pound piece of metal either way. It's going to hurt.
5-inch 54 caliber firing. Here we go. Let me see if I can pull up a YouTube video. Oh, yeah, here we go. Let me see. I want to.
Oh, you have audio. Your audio works.
Well, yeah, because I'm not connected to my. Let me pull this up here. That's not doing what I want. I want to share this first. Hear me. I have to come back.
Shane, are you the last one left? Are you and Purple Heart the only two left?
No, there's 27 people here, bro.
Oh, holy crap! They're the only ones commenting.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. I'm trying to pull up the video here. Here we go. Share screen, Chrome tab.
Show me big boom booms.
share this, and
I'm not talking about Paulie's ex-wife's tits.
Let me see here. I want to.
NAF Sergeant still in the building. What's up, dog?
Here we go. So that's a powder charge. You kick it in. So this is live fire training. This is like the actual shit we did, and then that's the projectile.
Yeah, big fucker.
So that's powder. Hoorah, guns! God, I miss this shit. Like, this is shit that I would like literally give up my right nut to do again. That is 15 feet tall from the base up. So when you look at that ring on the base, woo! Fuck yeah! Just delivering unhappiness on people that just ain't expecting it.
And those shells that are kicked out, that's what's left over the explosive charge?
That's the powder debate. That's like when you shoot like a 9mm, the piece that comes out, it's the same thing with this. So I have one of those that's been cut off, and I use it as an axe.
Big fucker.
No, it's fucking big. It's bad, and it is so much fun. Let's see, like if they do a full salvo, it'll fire 20 rounds a minute. And yeah, there you go. That is a hate dispensary right there. That is that thing you see right behind it. That's a vertical launch missile system.
It just spits those fuckers out. I'd like to buy one of those, put it in my backyard. What do you think?
Watch, it's just so angry. Woo!
I like the little door opens up and just poops out the.
Yeah. It is, and that round will fire 13 nautical miles.
I believe it.
Like you don't have. Look at that.
Skadoosh.
Skadoo. God, it was, so, and you can elevate, hyper elevate. It's just so much fun. This, boom.
The little cat door cracks me up every time.
Well, you have to have that because it's a gasket. Because there's a lot of times that part of the ship in foul weather is underwater. I've seen the entire gun underwater. God, and the smell, like that smell.
I love that smell. That sulfur.
I can smell it right now. I can smell. No, it doesn't smell like. It doesn't smell like. It smells way different. It's a different composition of gunpowder. Like the grains in it are like the size of my thumb. It's a completely different. Oh, it's so much fun.
Nuts! I love big boomers.
Huh?
I love big boom booms. Crack me up.
This was my job, man. And like I told my wife, it's like I don't care how old I am. If they ever make this job available to civilians, I'll stop smoking weed and I will fucking sign up with no fucking hesitation. She's like, well, what if you're gone on the ship for like 8 months? I'll see you after.
In 8 months?
What the fuck? Like, I just won't be home. I have
so modern battle cruisers, like, you know, back in the day, there were like 3 dozen guns on a ship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like 40s, 50s. That's gone. That's a thing of the past, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I have never been as happy in my life. Like, I love my wife. I love my family. And I get immense joy and pleasure from them. I have never been as happy in my life as when I was in that gun making it do that. Never in my life have I ever been that happy. I'm saying I've done a lot of shit in my life.
Who needs therapy? Who needs it? Just put anybody with mental health issues, put them in a 5-inch, 15-foot tall gun. Problem solved.
Like I'm not going to joke. That door that you saw on the side of that gun, if you open that up, and you can look in because there's a lot of equipment on that side. But if you were to open that door and like stick your head in and look, I could be standing up inside that gun house.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've never been as happy in my life as I was in a 5-inch gun system.
So here's my question to you, my follow-up, because that's badass.
I I got paid to fucking do that. Like
I
I would have
know.
done it for free. Like I was like, no, you don't have to pay me. I do it for free.
We collectively paid for you to do that.
You didn't have to. I'd have done it if you just bought me meals. Like just bring me a burger every couple of days.
So this kind of stuff. Look. This is a thing in the past, right? Is what I'm asking you.
Are you talking about battleships like the old BBs? Let me see here.
This kind of shit.
Yeah, that
triples, fucking all this shit up here, all this shit.
So those triples. So I worked in a 5-inch gun system. So you saw how big that was. You saw the size of those projectiles that young man was horsing into that gun.
Yeah.
Anywhere between
hoisting in,
about 70 pounds each. Those big triples you see on there, those are 15-pound guns. Those are 15-inch guns, and they fired a projectile that weighed as much as a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Full of explosive.
And look how many there are.
There's 6 on the front. There are 6 on the back. There are fucking how many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 10 on both sides total.
No,
and these are smaller guns. These are probably 5-inch guns.
So those guns you see on the side, the one you just saw that I had the video of, that's what those are. That's how big. So to come in comparison, the forward and aft guns, the 12 on the front and the 12 on the back, in comparison, how big they were, those guns you see on the side are all, they're 5-inch 42s, so they were a little bit smaller, but still, it's a 5-inch projectile. It's the same projectile.
Dude, there's this little tiny set of triples down here. Jesus.
Those are the old 20 millimeter Sea Snake chain guns.
Yeah, so this kind of naval warfare is done. This is over.
It doesn't exist anymore, but except in my dreams.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, how badass is this, dude? Can you imagine being the fucking kid shooting that fucker off?
Look, dude, that's the thing.
That's like a city block. Go away.
That's the thing. Those are the things that my wet dreams are made of. Like, I was like, look at that. That could cause an erection really easily.
Look at they look like fishing poles. They look like fishing poles.
I've been on a battleship. They're fucking massive. Like, it's so big.
So you were on like little cruisers then compared to this.
Oh no, I was on several different platforms. I was on several different amphibs, and I was on I was on a CG and so I was on a guided missile cruiser and a destroyer. I was on both. God,
this
shit.
This gets me going. This gets me going, dude.
Bro, you and I are on the same fucking page, because that shit gives me a fucking goosebumps and a hard on.
Just like the water, like there's so much force coming out of that fucker.
It actually pushed the ship. Like, you could actually see the ship moving when they would fire all broadside. When they would fire all fucking 24 guns broadside, or all 12 guns broadside, I'm sorry, it would actually move the ship back. Oh wow, hey,
it's us. No, I just wanted to pull up fucking Iwo Jima naval assault is what I wanted to see. This video, to me, this shit.
I know exactly what video this is. I watched this.
Well, this is from Flags of Our Fathers, but still, this shit, dude.
Yeah.
Just them melting that island gets me going. I don't know why, dude. It riles me up. That shit.
So like I said, Stacy, it's based on the range of based on the range of the weapon. So a 5-inch 54, you're looking at about you're looking
it's
at
so sick.
You're looking for 5-inch 54, you're looking at about 13 nautical miles. The old 5-inch 42, because so basically what it is 5-inch. You're looking at 5-inch and then the length of the barrel. So 5-inch 54 is a little bit longer. 5-inch 42, which actually had a bubble operator. The guy sat in a little bubble, like in a little dome, and actually sighted it in and was getting coordinates. And he would actually dial it in and fire it. The 5-inch 54, the system I worked on, used the Spook 9 radar system that would actually was used with the fire control system, and you would pick out your targets, and they fired it from up there. And now they have a 5-inch 62. So each time the barrel gets a little bit longer, your range goes a little bit further. And they were trying to use what they call ergum rounds, which was the extended. So ergum was extended range guided munitions, which were actually cheaper than missiles. but they realized real quick they didn't work. And everybody was like, well, why would you want why would you want round like an actual gun as opposed to missiles? Because everybody thinks you can do everything with a missile, but what you can do with a gun is you can do the deflagrating fire, which is you use a reduced charge. You get to project that. We're now into a realm of things that I studied and know really well. Deflagrating fire is like, so you use a reduced charge and a hyper elevated barrel length or barrel setting. So you fire up at an angle and it reaches a point because you have a lower powder charge where it basically drops off. And so you can fire onto the backside of mountains and fire onto the backside of bulkheads and borders and things like that. So if you have like a compound and you need to fire into it, you can actually manipulate the elevation of the gun and the powder charge. And you had multiple different powder charges you could use and use deflagrating fire and fire up and drop those like lobbing a, you know how when you do the same thing playing fucking tennis, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You lob that into a spot where you're not expecting to be able to do it. So you get like a spin on the backside with a tennis ball, but you can do this same thing and basically drop a round in, drop it right back in on the backside of a wall or a mountain, where a missile would have to make an entire roundabout and then come back. And so you've already had the missile pass your target. So they've been, they already know this missile's coming. So deflagrating fire is more precise.
Yeah.
Because they don't see it coming. Because they're not
going
to go.
Here you go, Mike. It's the USS Wisconsin firing its 16-inch guns the last time.
BD-64, baby.
Look at that big fucking thing, dude.
God, Jesus Christ.
It's literally, they're loading me into that barrel. It's literally me.
I wish you could see the goosebumps I fucking have right now. This is what every person.
Is that the charge?
Yeah, that's the powder.
Holy fucking shit,
dude.
Oh,
that's not all of it. It's separated by 3. It's
yeah,
like
I know.
several. So you can add more or less depending on how far your target is away. So
oh my God, dude, they're putting 6 in behind that fucking thing?
They're probably going to put 12 in and charge it. Oh, no, they're doing 6, so it's a short range. You can put up to 12.
Jesus, fuck.
Those are all full of
God bless America.
Yeah. Yeah, and so like,
I wish you could hear the music playing. It's really funny.
What's that? Yeah, so roughly 22 mics, you think? 13 miles and there's fucking explosives just raining out of the sky at it. Because you figure there's a forward and aft gun on my ship. There's a forward and aft gun on this other ship. We're doing a consolidated fire on, and like, it's all going to drop at once. We're all going to consolidate our fire. And then you have, oh God, never mind. I'm sorry. I have to do this.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh my God, look at it go.
I love that the barrels jump.
No, the barrels are not jumping. They're staying on target. So the ship is what you're seeing with those barrels moving, Cole, it's not like the barrels are jumping. Those barrels are staying on target as the ship moves. So if they have multiple targets, the barrels might be firing at different targets.
God, Jesus, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoa!
Brutal.
So you can see how there's different elevation on each one of those barrels. Each one of those, so those turrets have 3, each turret has 3 guns separate.
Right.
The fire control system can target, for each turret, can target up to, it has 1 target per barrel. So just because you're firing all at once doesn't mean those rounds are all going to land in the same place. He might be targeting 3 separate, those barrels are at different elevations because they might be firing on different targets all at once.
It's a thing of beauty.
It is.
It's mesmerizing to me.
And here's the thing. It's 1940s technology. So it never
I know.
broke down. Like it was all on fucking tubes, vacuum tubes, and there was no transistors. There were no fucking solid state. It was all done old school and it never broke down. Going back to like we were talking about the 1911 versus the M9. The M9 breaks down all the time. The 1911 never breaks. It always goes bang. These guns never went bang unless someone did something wrong.
Right.
The technology.
Look at the big. That's what I wanted to see. The big plume.
That's cancer right there.
Yeah. Yes. That is a big thing I was going to bring up. All of this. Like a lot of veterans are coming down with cancer because of all the shit they were put in contact with on these ships.
You know what? When it comes down to it, like, okay, so going back to like everybody that's like, oh, thank you for your service. You don't ever once have to ever thank me for my service. And if I get cancer because of it, so fucking be it. Like I said,
because it was badass.
I have never enjoyed any moment of my life any more than I did when I was doing that shit. Like never. Like there's nothing in my life. There's like I've jumped out of airplanes and shit. Nothing in my life will ever compare to some of the shit that I got to do when I was in the military. It never will. Like there's just like the rest of your life is just always. That's what you know. What it's military. Like
so these ships were retired in like the 80s and the 90s, I guess.
Late 90s after the so like
Gulf
when I was
War?
in high school, Gulf War. The Gulf War was the last time I saw active service.
God bless, dude. They're doing all three turrets at once.
Like I said, I never ever enjoyed anything in my life as much as I did that. And if I fucking wind up getting cancer and that's the end of my life because of it, oh fucking well, dude. Like that was so fucking badass.
God, they did all of them at once. They're doing all of them at once, dude.
All 12 broadside, that's a fucking sight to be seen.
God, dude. God bless America. Fucking cool. So cool.
Oh yeah. Okay, so here you go. Like Shane was a CB. Like fucking CBs are fucking like if you absolutely positively have to have something built overnight, you call a CBs. Caveat to that is, does it have to be built right? Because
it only has to last a few days.
It probably isn't. No, I'm not gonna lie. The CBs have built some like CBs built our guard shacks at 32nd Street, and I gave them a quote as to what the I told them like, okay, since you guys are building it, it costs us so much. We're only building it at cost. So the guard shacks have to have like a direct fire weapons requirement. And I gave them the requirements, and these guys came back and are like, well, the doors showed up, and I was like, okay, like you want to come check the bullet resistant doors? And I'm like, why are these doors so fucking thick? And they're like, well, we built it to this standard. And I got to looking at it, and the CBs made a mistake. They managed to get the doors way cheaper than they should have been. They got these doors. They basically built this. It was supposed to be direct fire weapons up to 50 cal machine gun. That's the requirement. Actually, no, it was 240 machine gun, which is 7.62. And they went ahead, and I was like, but you know, the standard is like the 50. So let's just go ahead and do it in case anything changes. So they went ahead and did it to what they were going to do, which was 50 cal machine gun. They misread the fucking tech document I sent them, the fucking thing, and they did direct fire weapons for anti-tank weapons. The fucking bulletproof glass on these doors, Cole, was fucking that thick. Like they built this guard shack, and I was
It'll take an RPG. Fuck it.
It literally would take an RPG. The forward-facing glass was fucking 4 inches thick.
God.
And so not just that, but the brick, instead of just being rebar straight up and down, it was rebar cross every other layer filled with concrete. And then on the inside, before I ever got a chance to stop them, I show up and they're putting half-inch the fucking the shit that fucking Demolition Ranch shoots all the time, the AR 500 armor.
Yeah.
They put a half an inch of AR 500 steel on every forward-facing area of the bricks that they had also done rebar up and down, across and up, and then filled with concrete with fucking 4-inch thick bulletproof glass. Then they put a half an inch of AR fucking 500 armor and then put drywall on it. And so when the guys came out to install the electrical stuff for like the scanners for the card readers,
they couldn't get through.
They're trying to fucking drill holes and shit. They're like, dude, what the fuck's up with the wall here? It's like,
you got to use a 50 cal to get through that stuff. Sorry.
He's like, I'm trying to mount this fucking power box on the wall next to this outlet. And he goes, I've burned up 3 drill bits trying to do. I was like, bro, you're not gonna be
Good luck.
I was like,
You
good
need a
fucking
torch.
luck.
God.
What's
All
this-
right.
The airfield.
Stacia. Yeah. I did not know
Airfield-
Shane was even in the military. I had no idea.
I knew Shane. I knew Shane was one, so I wasn't on a 50 crowd crew. Just watched. I did. Everybody's like, why are you so loud when you fucking talk and shit? I worked inside the gun that you saw.
Yeah. Right. I'm loud because I played drums and worked in a machine shop from a very early age and fired large weapons with no ear protection like a dipshit.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, 25 millimeter, you didn't get to see the 25 millimeter. That is the largest that I shot. Well, we can do it real quick before you go. I'll pull up a 25 millimeter Bushmaster.
Wait, what's the biggest you can buy legally as a civilian? It's is it 25?
No, it's 20.
20.
You can get a 20 millimeter. There's a Swedish anti-tank bolt action. You can actually get it.
Well, what's his face? FPS Russia bought a full auto 20 millimeter.
Yeah.
Like anti-aircraft weapon.
Featuring.
You can mute that. And then
But Shane played, not played. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying,
This
Shane? I
is-
see you.
let me see here. I gotta unmute this, and then I have to. God damn it! I did it again. I have to share it with you.
It's
Share
3:13. Jesus Christ.
No, it's not. It's fucking just a little after midnight.
God, I wish.
It feels so much better if you go by my time.
Yeah, well, not for me. It's the same.
No, it's not. Like, what are you gonna do tomorrow anyway? Like, you can honestly, do you have plans? Like, come on, look at
I
you.
gotta get up and make YouTube videos.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
This fires a 1 pound, 25 millimeter high explosive incendiary tracer round, which means that not only does it explode on impact, it
It
sets
lights
shit
you on fire.
Fucking fire! Fire! God, these ones are fun. Like, hey, you're strapped into that thing.
Look at that buttery smooth ball bearing action.
Actually, it runs on a layer of grease on a bushing.
God bless America. Look at that rust.
That's not rust. That's the red grease that we used on those. It's coming out of the Zerk fitting. It's actually a red. It's a red type of grease. Ooh, there it goes. Pick a prep, and it's ready, and it's electrically fired. That's the second one. So now it's the chamber. Boom! 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 He's not supposed to fire. You're not supposed to fire it single action. He's fucking up. You're supposed to fire 3-round bursts. 3 to 5 round bursts, which is typically die motherfucker, die motherfucker, die motherfucker, die. So 3 round, 5 round.
15 rounds a minute, no
Ooh, they're firing all kinds of shit at it.
What is it?
That sounds like they're firing a 240 machine gun.
No. What are they shooting at?
It's just it's a water drone.
Little target. Little
Yeah, we used to
target.
use these. We called them killer tomatoes. They were big, inflatable fucking things. They looked like they were like a great big balloon that you threw out on the water. I actually went to the depot level maintenance school to build one of these guns. Like I know how to like come out those shit with the parts and cut the hole in the deck, run the power, build the gun, build the power commands, set up the charging unit and the control unit for it. These are a lot of fun. This is a devastating gun. It has a mile range.
Oh, I believe it. It's a big round.
1 mile for accurate like point fire, and for harassment fire, 4.1 miles. You can get them out to 4 miles for harassing fire. That's how you're supposed to shoot it. Die, motherfucker! Die, motherfucker! Die, motherfucker! Die!
You see that thing just bouncing up and down?
Bro, you're strapped into it. That thing still walks. Like he's fighting the recoil of that. He's strapped into it. It's mounted to the deck, and he's still trying to come up. I mean, you're firing the projectile on that is like this big. It's like one pound. God, I missed my job.
If we ever hit it big, I'll buy you one. I'll buy you one secondhand Army Circle.
You got about fucking $400,000 to throw into one?
I'm saying so. if I ever hit it big on YouTube.
God damn. Ooh. This is what I did every fucking day. Like I lived like this. This is what we did all the time. God,
did you ever get to shoot at like actual boats?
Yeah. Yeah. There's pirates all over the fucking Middle East. Yeah, we fucking shot at all kinds of shit.
Get them!
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, go to town with
that boy shot it before, you can tell.
That boy know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's leaned into it. He's at like a 45-degree angle.
God. You know the dumbest thing about this gun? It has a car battery in it that runs the electrical.
So Bespoke Post, they just send you a cool box every month.
Shut the fuck up. We don't care about Bespoke Post.
I'm trying to see if this is cool. Oh, that's the end of it. So no, the fucked up thing about that gun, and they kind of changed it in some of the new iterations. The problem with it was
if the battery died, it's done for.
But I was like, when I went to the depot school for it, they were like, "Oh, this is how you build the gun." And I'm like, "Okay, but why does the gun run directly off the battery?" Because it's only good for like 200. To tell you the truth, no joke, that the first iterations of that were only good for like 200 rounds. That's all the battery had juice for. And
did you have to keep extra batteries laying around?
But they only charged when they were in the gun. We kept extra batteries in case the battery went bad because it always was charging constantly. It was always on ship's power. The gun did not run off of ship's power. I was like, why isn't there a fucking switch?
Yeah. To swap it over, let the battery charge running off the ship.
The battery's on a slow trickle charge. And if the ship loses power, then you flip a switch and kick to the battery. But it wasn't like that. So if that battery died, you were fucked. I was like,
you pull out your handgun. I don't know what you fucking do.
I'm like, but that doesn't make any goddamn sense. That's like wiping.
It's the U.S. military. It doesn't have to make sense. Do what you're told. Shut up.
That's like that meme where it says, fucking civilians when it says military grade, and they're like, woo, and then everybody else is
everybody in the military is like,
and it says veterans, and they're like, no.
Well, shit, Mike. It's 3:20. Well, an hour shy of 4:20.
Well, you know what happens at 4:20? You should stick around, and maybe it'd be a very fun live stream.
Me and my cat will be cuddled up, asleep in each other's paws.
Are you sleeping in your studio tonight?
No, hold on. No, I'll show you why.
Is there someone sleeping in your studio tonight?
No, because there's this. There's this fucking big ass thing, dude.
Jesus Christ! Like I put mine up 5 minutes before the fucking video started. It's not that goddamn hard, Cole.
It's I'm not 6'3". I can't reach the ceiling mounts, man.
I'm like,
I gotta get the ladder out and shit. It's a whole process.
Like I've got one too.
I didn't even iron mine. Look.
Neither did I, but at least I can reach up. Mine's so mine is 7. I think mine's 7 feet tall.
Mine's 7 by 10.
Yeah, mine's 7 by 10 too. So like that puts it. Does that put it in perspective for you, Cole? When you thought I was a little guy?
I literally put little hooks in the ceiling. Works great.
Mine's on a a frame.
Well, all right, Mr. Fancy. Look.
I wanted to be able to not have to leave it up all the time.
No, I literally took a pocket knife, stabbed holes in mine, and hung it on little hooks on the ceiling. I'm not even joking.
The frame for mine was like 12 or 13 bucks. Like
the cheapest frame I could find on Amazon was like 50. I bought it and it didn't even, and then they said undeliverable. There was something wrong with it where you're getting a refund.
Really? No, mine is like, you can see mine's like, mine's actually pretty cool. I'll send you, you know what? I'll send you a link to the one I have.
Please do.
I think I got mine on sale, and I may have used my own affiliate link to fucking get paid back for it.
Sure.
So, but I think it wound up being maybe $20 delivered. So
yeah.
Right, bro, look, you can go if you want. I'll fucking hang
It's
out.
always a joy. It's always a joy and a pleasure.
I honestly have to say that you Polly are my favorite reoccurring guests. I really do enjoy having you guys on the channel.
I love talking about big fucking guns. It's badass.
Oh, I used to do it for a fucking living. You can see why.
It's great.
I walked around, like, I'm not gonna lie, I walked for about 6 years. I walked around with a constant smile and heart on. Like, I was like, nothing can put me. Like, people.
Is it time to shoot something again? Let's go.
Like, I'm fucking nice dickhead. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. Say whatever you want. I get to work in a 3-story gun, and I fucking have access. I have a bulletproof room full of machine guns with my name on the door. Fuck off. Like, suck a cock.
De Quoi and Delem has come in. It's good to see everybody. Mike, thank you again.
Who is
De Quoi? De Quoi? Delem. He's a good dude.
Du Curry and Des Lamas.
I'm pretty sure he's actually in France. If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Well, I mean, I took French in high school, but I fucking forgot. I forgot it all. But I forgot it all when I learned Japanese. Apparently, there's only room in my head for 2 languages.
Japanese is a good one to have. All right, I love you all. Thanks for having me, Mike. Take it easy.
Hey, thanks
Peace out.
Well, you stuck around for 2 hours and 21 minutes. You stuck around for fucking 40 minutes than you wanted to. 40 minutes.
I know. God damn you.
So
see you guys. Have a good night.
I'm gonna stick around for a little bit because I still have beard. Oh, I could turn that back on. So out of curiosity, are you in France? I don't know where this is. Yes, our French brother. I don't know who this is. Allow me to. No, I'm not gonna do that. I had a goofy. Well, it's not on here, so I can't actually do it. So let me set up my camera here. Let's do a virtual background here. Oh, no, it's not Christmas. I like this one. I still like this one about the best. I think that's my favorite background. Call me Paul. All right, Paul. As no one commented on the fact that I put a brand new fucking hat on to have Pete on the channel. Mainly because I wasn't gonna put a brand new hat on. This is literally a brand new hat. Took it. I do believe that the packaging for it is still on my workbench. Put on a brand new hat to have Cole on because the one that I washed wasn't clean yet. Ooh, pardon me. Look at that shit right there. Look who showed up. Manganus Steel done showed up. So, yeah. If any one of you guys ever wants to thank me for my service, you really don't have to because you all paid me to have, like, I swear to God, when I was in the military, I had the best goddamn job on the planet. And you don't have to thank me for it because y'all paid me to do it. I swear to God, I'm not even close to joking. I would have done that job for free. Sometimes it felt like I did. That's not God damn it, Bob. It's not a chick. It's a ficus. That's a ficus plant. And if you can't figure that out, you need to go somewhere else. I did tear into people about the whole fucking picking on me about the California thing earlier. We may just have a completely demonetized fucking live feed where I just tell everybody what I think while I'm wearing my lucky socks. Oh, you paid for it. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I got paid. I joke about it. I got paid quite well while I was active duty military. I looked at the conversion, and if I was making, with inflation and everything, if I was making now what I made the last year I was active duty, I'd be making about 96,000. That's taking into consideration housing, benefits. Like I had benefits. I had what was called cost of living allowance for expensive areas. I had, my base housing allowance where they paid for my housing. We had some other stuff, which was, like I said, COLA, but then there was like MIHA and all these other things. And we got paid. I'm not gonna lie, we got paid well. The wife and I lived in a really nice house in really nice areas. Even out here in San Diego, we lived in a really nice house that y'all paid for. And if you add all that in with housing and all that shit, you're looking probably about 93, 94,000 a year. I was an E6 when I got medically retired. I was on the fast track to make E7, which is chief. And in the Navy, there's a whole selection process. And I had a chief that I worked for that was a complete and utter dickhole. And I one day he pushed my buttons a little too far and I punched him. And they were like, "Yeah, you're not getting promoted anytime soon." So I retired I stayed as an E6. I was given an opportunity to stay. 9:30 a.m. I always get I always used to, when I was a kid, I used to get the AM PM confused. And my father, the brilliant man he was, he's like, "All right, here you go. AM after midnight." And I was like, "What about PM?" He's like, "Before midnight." He's like, "There you go." It's like noon from there is like before midnight. And then AM would be like anytime after midnight. I was like, well, that fucking works right there. Hey, AM, PM, after and before midnight. I hope this is not the live feed that takes my entire channel down. You guys want to see something else that's cool? Let me see if I can. Oh no, that video. I don't know. It might not be classified anymore. Let me see if they've unclassified this video so we can watch it, and then I can put it up while we take a piss. Well, I take a piss, I should say. Let's see. How do I do this? What was it that? I don't want to say it out loud. Okay, I'm trying to find a video that was very specific, and I'm trying to think of how this specific prototype round was listed. I think this is how it was listed. Let me see here. Is this... Guys, I'm trying to find you something very cool, and I'm hoping it's been declassified, because if it hasn't, I can't even talk about it. Let's see here. I remember specifically this was, ooh, there it is. Let me see if there's a video of it. So, no, there's not. Okay, so there was a specific round that came out for the 5-inch gun system. It's not classified anymore. There's actually a thing about it. It was it's called the Kinetic Energy Electronically Timed Round. Let me see. Is it on here? No, that's the 1 kill 1 shot. Let's go back to this. So, Kinetic Energy Projectile Shotgun Round. I can pull it up here, but it's... No, thanks. Take me to this. Let's see. Do they have a video on here? No, but I can pull this up and show it to you. So this was still classified when I retired. This was a round that they designed for the 5-inch gun system. It was called the Kinetic Energy Electronically Timed Round. They switched the fuse setter on the rounds, so it was electronic. It could set an electronically timed round, and what it was a very, oh god, it was nasty. It was nasty. So let me share this with you, and share the screen. And so this was the company that did it. So this was the projectile design. This was done by NAVC. So what it was a very, there was no explosives per se in this round. So what you're seeing is a shell body with a splitter charge at the back and front that would split the housing. And so the cargo body was filled with tungsten beads. And you would fire this out of the gun at Mach 2. Like the gun fired, so a 5-inch projectile breaks the sound barrier. It breaks the sound barrier inside the barrel, and then once again within the first few feet of travel outside of the 5-inch gun. So it's basically coming out of the gun at Mach 2. So you have a 72-pound projectile traveling twice the speed of sound for 13 nautical miles. But this round was lighter and would go faster, closer to Mach 2.5. And inside it had an electrically timed clock that you'd range your distance to the target. When you fire it, it was for surface vessels, for like small ships. And what would happen was this would go out and it would reach a distance in front of like a small ship that was coming inbound inside your like perimeter. And the timer would go off, and the charge in it would split this casing open, and you had like 1,000 fucking tungsten shotgun BBs that were going at twice the speed of sound that turned out, and we called it the cone of death, and it just would fire out and just destroy anything on the surface. So you had this cone because it was going in 360 degrees. You could fire it against aircraft, you could fire it against surface vessels. And it was this was a classified item when I first joined. That's why I wanted to make sure that it was online before. So this was nuts when it came out. So the existing parts. So like I said, you had a transfer cup, you had a fuse, you had a nylon, and this was your cargo body. And in here were the 13 grain tungsten alloy shot pedals, up to 9,000 per round. Let's see if they don't have a video of it though. Let me see if I can find a video. This was an impressive thing. Is there a video? No. So let's see here. Video. Nah, there's nothing about it. Oh well. Poop occurs. Yeah, the molten copper shot ones, the anti-tank ones that we had. We had point det delay and stuff like that. It was like I have a simulation. I have like a full size replica of a 5. Like I loved my job so much. I have a replica 5-inch round on my headboard. It's made in plastic, but I'll go get it. I have to pee and grab another beer. Do you guys want to hang out for a minute while there's still 38 here? You want to hang out for a second while I take a quick leak and grab that and grab another beer? I'll be right back. I promise. Tell anybody that shows up that I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I should have invited somebody in. That's what I should do. Hey, Sharif, when I come back, you can come in if you want. I'll send you a link if you send me your email address. I'll be right back. It's a goofy evening. I'll be right back. Just talk to my friend for a second. So this, honestly, is probably about the closest that anyone's going to see. I should next time I have Cole in video, I'm just going to bring this out. So this is a replica of what they look like. So this is actually, I mean, even to the point where it has a removable fuse. It even has a removable fuse that is very, very accurate, like point det delay. So, I suppose. Oh, custom EDC knives. Ska Hatu. God, I had a Ska Hatu. Brant, text me. You still got my address. Text me the email address. I'll let you come on. I miss my job. I'm not gonna lie. There's times like I honestly can tell you this is not a joke. And since this is one of those live feeds where I've had more than I typically drink, and I'm being extra sharing, there are times where I sit and just cry about the fact that I am no longer able to do this. Like literally, I had a job I loved. I didn't work. I didn't have a job. I didn't. Like, you know, they say you find a job you love, you never work a day in your life. I didn't work. I didn't work for several years when I was in the military. I didn't have a job. I don't know, Ethan. I don't know how many people I want on. I mean, Sharif too. I bring everybody on. Fuck it. Why not? So, but this is hollow plastic. Like you can put a fucking mini bar in this and things like that. But the real ones ain't that easy to disassemble. I can tell you that for sure. Oh, shit. Now I've done it. Oh, God. Fucking, we're going to have a handful of people in. You guys ready? It's fucking, this can be interesting. All right, let me get my phone ready. I got to start adding some shit. I'm pretty sure you can't take this to like an average high school. Like you take this as your lunchbox to school, most people are going to flip out. All right, let me open this. Oh, good God. I don't have my reading glasses. All right, well, let me do this one first. I'm going to bring, it's going to be, this is a bad idea. But fuck it, why not? But fuck it. That sounds horrible. Jesus Christ, this is a bad idea. It's what I'm known best for. Let's see here, too. All right. I see that one, so I've obviously already. All right, Sharif, there went yours. Good God, this fuck, what am I doing here? Let me see, and then, no, that's not what I want. Bad idea, Mike. I'm fucking famous for it. PDM's in charge tonight. Let's see here. What else I got? Brant. Oh, yeah, that's right. Brant's had like 8 different names for his channel, and none of them correspond to his actual fucking email. Not a single fucking one of them corresponds to what his channel's named. So that actually makes plenty of sense because I'm a knife guy and my email is Gun Monkey. But actually, most of us. All right, who was the last one? Ethan, you need to, Ethan, send me. I sent Sharif one, I sent Brant one, and I'm waiting on Ethan. I need your email address again because I don't fucking remember what it is. Did you call me sugar? Oh, ain't that sweet? Oh, you were talking Shane. Oh, I know this guy. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on?
Oh, I don't know. Probably had more to drink than I should have. And
That's a good night, man. Nothing wrong with that.
went ahead and tore into everybody about the whole California thing because I got fed up with it because I was trying to have an actual fucking enjoyable live feed. People fucking, I blocked the dude. He's like, oh, fucking Mike with the California thing. I was like, motherfucker, where I live does not fucking, just because I live in a state doesn't mean I agree with everything that happens there. I just can't right now, one, afford to leave, and two, well, that's not good. My cup holder was full. So many empty
Hey,
bottles.
man, I'm with you. I'm a California boy, too. You know?
I ain't. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate it out here. Oh, fuck. Here's the thing. Like Brant's right there. And all I have to do is just not push the button.
Hey, come on.
What's going on?
I can't believe that Cole was like, dude, I didn't know you were like that tall. He's like, what the fuck? I was like, bro, I'm like 6'3", dude.
Shit, I didn't know you were that tall.
Yeah, I'm 6'3", like barefoot. Like if you give me you give me a good thick set of work boots, I'm like 6'4"
Oh shit.
Yeah,
you're gonna be looking down on me next time we meet.
Here's the thing: like people see Elliot and me, and they just think we're normal sized people. Elliot's like 6'6", 6'7".
Oh shit!
Yeah, so like I'm well. Do you want to hear something funny? I'm the shortest adult male on my mother's side of the family, and I'm 6'3".
Wow.
I got cousins that are 7 foot. Like I go to like family reunions. Or oh look, the little guy showed up. I'm like, guys, I'm fucking well above average. My wife is Japanese. She went to a family reunion with me on my mother's side of the family. She's like, what the fuck?
Man, I got gypped. My dad's like 5'3". Everybody on my mom's side is over 6 foot, and I picked up his genes for height. So I'm 5'8", 5'9".
I think that's what my dad was. Like my dad was like, I don't fucking get it. Like, how did my genetic, like I look just like my grandfather.
Oh.
On my mom's side. Like he's like, my genetics had nothing to do. Oh.
Let me join the party.
This is a lefty. This is a lefty.
Nice.
Oh,
you're carrying that crazy thing.
Alan Fultz.
Wow! Swashbuckling.
I held that knife. I'm not a big fan of it.
I'm gonna go kill a cyclops like I'm in a fucking movie.
Hey, look, it's knife life. Knife life. Come on now.
I have a knife life. No, I don't. I was like, I got a knife life shirt on. I'm like, nope, I took a shower. Oopsie.
No, man.
Mike, did you see the hat?
World. I saw that, Sharif, I saw that you were putting up a bunch of stuff, some of your older designs, the Kubi stuff.
Yeah, dude, they're coming out with finally a bunch of stuff in 2019. I got like 4 of those coming and 2 from last year coming out real soon.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have a design that I've been holding on to for a while, and I just don't think I want to hold on to it anymore.
Yeah.
The whole thing with the, like, remember, ooh, there's that 8 here that I finished starting on 9. So I had a design, and I was like, oh, I want to hold out, and I want this to be American made design. And the fact is, I just can't get a company that's willing to work with me the way I want. Like, yeah. I have companies who are like, oh, well, we can do your OEM. And I was like, here's the thing. Like, I don't want to sell 300 units out of my garage, especially with all the other shit I got going on in my life. I don't want to have to do marketing. I don't want to have to do sales. As much as I want, it's like everybody's just like, oh, Mike's a fucking a Chinese apologist. I'm like, no, I just don't want to have to do all that fucking footwork. I have so many other things going on in my life. I'm doing the construction, I'm doing the sharpening, I'm doing the videos. I very rarely work less than about 10 hours a day. It's fucking, people don't see it because like one video goes out and it's like 15 minutes long, but what they don't see is I'm working on contracts for construction companies, trying to get bids. I'm fucking working on it. In all honesty, I'm working now. I told my wife, I was like, I will do whatever it takes to be that dude's apprentice in Japan. And there's so much other things that go on in my life that aren't on camera.
Exactly.
And then everybody just kind of like, oh, you could do this. I'm like, fucking win.
Right. Thank you.
I mean,
Dude,
10 hours, I'm devoting 10 hours a day between looking at contracts, bidding on things, doing YouTube videos, fucking in the Premiere, talking to people, doing live feeds and editing. Right there's 10 hours. Not to mention the fact that right now, while the wife is gone, I'm taking care of laundry, the dog, grocery shopping, cleaning, all those other things. I'm maybe getting like 4 hours, maybe 3-4 hours sleep a night.
Yeah, when you sleep.
I'm supposed to also market, package, and sell 300 knives. No, it ain't gonna fucking happen.
No, I did that shit. I ran my own business for years in the drone industry. People have no idea. Like, it becomes your entire life. You have nothing else to do. You got to do customer service. You got to do returns. You got to manage a website. You got to package and take all of those things to the post office and ship all of it. Print labels. Deal with angry people nowadays who are super entitled, right? Like, and dude, even if you sold those 300 knives, there's no way that the money you take away from that will compensate you for the amount of time.
Not for the amount of time. No, absolutely not. And that's why. So then you have that. Like, companies are, oh, you could do OEM, but the flip side is, like, people bitch about it. And Sharif knows this. Brant, you have not. Have you ever tried to get a knife design out?
I'm working. I might be working on one, but I haven't found the right company yet to put it out.
That's what I'm saying. So so you have all these companies. If you so I'm going to tell you right now, like, people are like, well, you could have got American made, and I'm like, really? Because I don't have $3,700. Like, how many companies have you reached out to, Sharif, and are like, yeah, we know you want to license the design, but we still have to charge you anywhere between $2,500 and $3,700 prototyping fees?
None. That's the beauty of it.
Well, no, because overseas, I'm talking American companies.
Oh, American companies.
They always want you to upfront like between $2,500 and $3,700 for prototyping fees.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't have. It's not like I got like $3,700 just laying around. Like, oh yeah, sure, why not? For a night, I'm not even sure that they're gonna fucking release or be able to market.
And even if you do that with them, there goes all your profit margin you're gonna make on freaking selling the knife. So, like, I hate to say it, but like, all these people who are, Chinese apologists, they don't know shit about the business side of it. Like, absolutely zero. There's a reason I license my designs.
And there's some companies that are actually willing to work. I'm gonna reach out to Hogue. Oh,
nice.
Hogue is making American-made knives at a decent price, because, like I said, some of these knives, I'm not gonna lie, my knife designs, I honestly could give a fuck if I make a penny on some of these designs. I just know that they're viable designs, and I would like to see them in the hands of people. I've made customs, and I'm like, I don't fucking care if I really would it be nice to make some money on it? Yeah, but do I think I'm going to be the next Ken Onion? No, I really don't. Like, you could, I got news for you. For what I've made on the Sea Snake design for the last, let's see, 6 quarters, would not have made one mortgage payment.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
I made that design. I wanted to get it licensed. If I make some money on it, that's fine. But the fact is, I thought it was a viable design. I wanted to see more people get it. The same thing with this other design I'm working on, but I think it's a lot better. I think it's a better design. Ethan, did you send me a link?
Snake.
Oh, Snake. Got one. Oh, Blades and Fades is here. What's up, Sean? I didn't even see you pop in.
Yo.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Blades and Fade, dude. Awesome video on your Hinder knife.
Let me invite.
I think it was him. I don't remember.
It is this late, and there's like 4 people going to be alive. Here's the thing. Like, I slept like 10 hours last night, which means I'm good for like a fucking week. I'm not even close to joking. I went like, I don't know if you guys saw it, you or Brant.
I did.
I literally have these things where I'll go like 4 days, 3 to 4 days without sleeping occasionally. I'm just upset
which is
happened twice in this month.
that's rough, dude. That's crazy.
It's a genetic thing, and usually it doesn't bother me, but it just got to the point where I just didn't feel safe doing things. Like I was supposed to go up to Bob Truzola's on Wednesday, and I'm like Bob, I just don't. I called him. I was like, Bob, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. I told him, I was like, look, I left the stove on last night, all night, walked in the kitchen. It was real hot. And I was like, I put my kids, I'm taking care of my kid's plant that's in a coffee cup, and I put it in the microwave and stopped myself before I turned it on. But I was like, oh God, that's not coffee.
Oh man. You're welcome, Blades.
So what's it, Blades? It's 3:15 a.m. and I just happened to see you were live. Yeah, so you're on the East Coast then. So I had Cole on for the after show, and I told her, I was like, you know what, if you're trying to say shit about me for living in California, fuck a dick. Suck a dick. I don't care because I'm not here because I want to be. Like, do I look like the typical Californian? Absolutely fucking
No, you look like an Ohioan.
West Virginia and Ohio and Pennsylvania. We all kind of fall into that same category.
Yeah.
So,
well, now here's the test, Mike. Where do you think I'm originally from? Because I'm not originally from California.
I would say that you appear to me to be someone from maybe Michigan area.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know. I can pick them out of a line.
Detroit. Yep.
That's what I figured. Like Michigan, kind of, and that it's not like I knew. I'm just looking at you, going, he looks like Michigan.
Yeah.
Us Midwesterners, we can pick each other out of lineup in a heartbeat. Bro.
That's why that's why I asked. I totally knew you could.
It's like that dude. Like, did you hit? Like, oh, you farted? Oh, you had peanut butter and jelly yesterday. That's how we are. It's Midwestern, Ohio. At least you're not from the UP.
Oh, fuck that. Those people are weird. Holy crap, dude.
So weird. I was stationed with a kid from the UP. God, he was weird. Fuck, but I'll tell you what. No joke. Okay, so we had these things that we would throw out. There's this cylindrical thing. It was like a V8 can. It had this little seal on it. Remember the old plastic?
Oh yeah.
Tabs are on the small V8 cans, right?
Yeah.
They were called smoke floats, and we would use them during man overboard. So if a man went overboard, you'd pop that off, you'd throw it in the water, and hey, Ethan's here. And so when you would throw it in the water, it had a little squib in it that would be actuated by the salt water. It was a saltwater squib, and it would light this thing off, and it would float, and you would have a fire and smoke. So during the day, you'd see the smoke. It was nighttime. So you had a reference point to bring the ship back around. So we do man overboard. We do these man overboard drills. We do these man overboard drills, and you throw one out. Well, when you do a man overboard drill, the diver has to go into water. The SAR swimmer has to go into water, which means you have to have a guy up there with a rifle as shark watch to not shoot the shark, but shoot around the shark to scare it off away from the diver and the guy who was recovering. So we had this dude, and he was from the UP. Like he was the weirdest fucking dude you'd ever want to see. And this dude with a M14 rifle, no scope, just iron sights. The captain would be like, well, you got it last time, Palmer. Bet you. He said, well, how much did I bet you last time? And he was like, well, it was 50, sir. And he goes, I bet you 100 this time. And it kept going like this kid on a moving platform. I want you to keep in mind, this is like this size. It was about this big. In the water, like 150, 200 yards away.
What?
In the ocean that's doing this, from a ship that is doing this, and this kid, every time I ever saw it, by the time he transferred off, they had gotten to $600 a shot. The captain was like, you hit it on the first shot. I'll give he's like, last time it was 50. What's it this time, Palmer? They started at $25, like shortly before I transferred onto the ship.
Damn.
By the time that Palmer left, they were at $500 or $600. Oh. That kid hit that fucking thing every time. First shot, iron sights, moving platform, like this big. It's this fucking big, 200 yards, and it's moving in the ocean
fuck?
from a platform, and that kid hit it every fucking time. So I reached
That's
out to Palmer.
nuts.
He works for the DC SWAT as a sharpshooter. That's his job now. Like, he is a sniper for DC SWAT. And I was like, good God, like that kid, every time the captain was like, I keep betting him and I never win. It's like, I'm thinking eventually this boy's gonna miss, but he never fucking misses. He was always Shark Watch. We always had him as Shark Watch because, like,
That's
who else?
sick.
What do you got there, Ethan? What is that?
Ethan, I appreciate your taste too, man.
Is that
It's a Benzo 31.
Is it a 31?
Yes.
How do you like that new ceramic ball detent / lock interface?
That's interesting. It's I mean, on the back of the knife. Let's see. I don't know if you can see it, but you can kind of see like the indentation of the. I can't see my camera.
Hey, there we go.
Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
we can
Oh,
see
okay,
a
yeah,
little bit.
it's
Yeah.
that's not bad. So I mean, but do you have any? My question is, are you having like, okay, so when you push on the blade, are you having any lock bar like up, like the other way, like from like, I don't know if you can see my screen, but like this way. So if you put your hand on the spine and you push toward your fingers, are you having any like lock bar deflection at all? Because I heard people complain.
No.
I heard people complain that, like, when they first
on the earlier ones.
Yeah, on the early ones. So I have an old 21. So mine is
Yeah.
just an old original.
This
titanium
one came.
steel.
Let me see.
But
I have
people
a
were
box.
complaining that when they would push on the spine and go this way, it had like not detent lash, I wouldn't say, or blade lash, but like
Mhm.
some like flex, some lock bar flex.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the one I have.
Oh, it's a small. Oh, okay.
And as 45 yen. Only issue is I can't sharpen convex grinds with my fixed angle thing, so I've been just stopping this, and that's about it.
Hey, I don't know if you know this, but I know a guy. He did one on this one here at this house like the other day. I'm not gonna lie, I used I had not done S35VN on the Neb Diamond Stones in a long time. I took it to 2000 grit, and I'm not gonna lie, the S35VN on this at 2000 grit on the Vinev Diamond Stones is terrifyingly aggressive. You're like, that's nasty. Like, I don't want to touch that at all. Period. Like, I just need to
the one I have is S45VN double log, and it's somewhat new, I guess. And
Yeah.
I heard there's only like 10 of this made, like 10 small ones and 10 large ones. The Thunderbird on it. I don't know. And then people are like complaining about the glass beading. I don't know anything about Chris Reeves.
Most people when they get it, Chris Reeves, they're expecting just the bead blast, and it's aggressive. But the glass blast is a lot finer. It's a lot more like what this is going to be hard to see because I have the green screen set up, so it's going to just look gray. But it actually is green. But I did a tumble, like a stone wash tumble on it, and it doesn't feel like, most people are probably complaining because it doesn't feel sticky or grippy like what they're typically associating with Reeves. Because the bead blast is a lot smaller. What do you got there?
Old school.
Oh man.
Ooh. You have an old school with the original cases that were so copied. You remember when that was the most copied fucking, yeah.
Wait, so Brent, I have a question, okay? Because
Yeah.
some people are saying if you want skiff bearings, the ceramic ones, it voids the warranty on the hinges. Is that correct?
No.
Or is that
No, it won't void the warranty at all. If you get the skid bearings or the toggle bearings, it won't matter.
Bro, I got
Okay,
news for you. Rick is so fucking confident in how he builds knives. There's not much you can do that's going to void that warranty. Like,
Yeah.
The only thing the only thing that would void the warranty if you modify the blade or anything is on it. That's the only thing
Oh,
that
so
he
like
hates.
the
Like if you make
like
that
the
into a choil, like literally if you
Yeah.
make that into a choil, he
Oh,
would
like a
literally
choil?
say, yeah, that's just void the warranty.
or like a
and
like
that's on
the
a case
blade
by
recline?
case thing. That's a case by case thing too, because Rick has told me that if you can prove that I did it, same thing with like Grimsmo and Farron Forge. If you can prove that I'm the one that added the choil and did it in, you know, the way I've always done, like Rick has specifically said, if you can prove that I'm the one that did it, he's not going to void the warranty. There's a handful of guys out there like, yeah, I with these guys too. Like he's like,
Mike,
yeah,
Mike,
if
For
Mike did it,
me,
we're probably not going to void your warranty.
I'm on carriers for like 6 months, so I'm going to see. I'm not going to carry any other knives except for this one for like 6 months.
I'm going to carry that for
So
6 months. That's it? It's the only thing you're going to carry?
Well, this and my max and this fixed blade over here.
See,
Man, I gotta join the Chris Reeves party. I'm
Brand,
jealous right now.
those were nice, but I never liked them as much as some of the other knives. And then how is the harpoon tip on yours? Is it super, super fucking sharp?
yeah.
Yeah, like Nico's actually was sharp enough. I cut myself with the harpoon. No joke. It was like, I was like, good
What?
God.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Nico's the harpoon was so sharp that just fucking around with it. I was like, I just cut myself with the back grind harpoon, like the swedge.
See, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for Chris Reeves to come out with their Magna Cut line, and then I'll pick up a Chris Reeves.
Here's an Inkosi. This is a large Inkosi.
But
I love
that's
the
not a large
Inkosi.
Inkosi. That's just a regular 25.
Well, no, it's an Inkosi.
No, it's 25. It's the
The
same.
25s have a double screw on both sides. The Inkosis have one. I know my knives,
It's
Mike.
the same fucking thing.
I
It's
know
just
that, but still,
goddamn screw.
they called it the Inkosi.
Man, I
Well,
love
the
that.
Inkosi. Yeah, it doesn't matter that. Like,
Y'all
I've
want to see?
got a
Here's
syphilis. I've got a syphilis sore on my nose. That doesn't mean if I call it Harold, it's no longer a syphilis sore.
the one knife I hate. Sorry,
is that one?
I'm not a big
Yeah.
Medford fan anymore.
I've never really been a big Medford fan.
Yeah.
Greg's
The only
I
reason
would
why I
never buy
hate it.
Greg's kind of a
Medford.
douche nozzle, if you want my opinion. Oh, I'm sorry. De Curie des Lames. So, guys and girls, it's time for me to get some vegetables to the marketplace. Have a good night, day. See you later. Thanks, Mike. Always funny
Here you go,
moment.
Mike.
I appreciate it.
You want to see a classic here?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
The Menundi.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me bring
Ooh.
it back up. Bring it back
What?
up because I accidentally put you. Okay, so I
That's
had
nice.
one. I had one. Did not know how rare they were.
Oh yeah, this is an older one. This is probably I
Yeah.
don't even know. But this
So
has
was the
box
one-
elder.
So was the one I had, and I fucking sold it. for
What?
for next to nothing. Didn't realize what I had and sold it.
Oh,
This one's been.
Thanks. Reed. Yeah, I didn't need you to go. Oh, yeah. I didn't. I know. How to yeah,
Here's
man,
an
I love
oldie.
that.
comments from a peanut gallery there. I know. It was I know it was a bonehead move. Now I didn't realize what it was worth. I'm not gonna lie. I sold it for $100.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Oh, what?
oh,
Yeah,
oh.
yeah. I did. I was a bonehead. Yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. I was a bonehead.
Anyone have one of these? Spartan
No.
field grade. This
Been
is
thinking about one of those.
it's great. It is super awesome.
What is it?
It's a field grade. It's Telos. Field grade Telos. It's basically just
Yeah.
small version of the Harsey folder. It's basically a William Harsey.
That's a good looking knife.
Yeah, it is.
Only it's very small little
That's
blade.
my only problem with it because I got extra
Well, look,
large hand.
Well, Steel, look, see, this is how it looks in hand. It's literally you get a full hand of it.
Well,
Okay.
you get a full hand. But like my question
I
is,
was gonna say, like, this is me
like,
with
here's
a
the thing.
full-size Chavez. Like,
I mean, well,
This is
here's
mine.
a southern grind, and this is a full
like,
big one.
yeah,
like I
This
mean,
is mine on my small.
yeah, exactly.
like-
I'm like you, Mike. Like, Chavez
Here's
disappears in my hand.
here's a Browse Blades import line.
Wait, so
Vision.
Mike,
yeah.
you haven't
Ooh.
had anything in America, right?
I haven't had anything come in for sharpening and Magna Cut. I have not. I'm curious about it. I want to see how, like, that would be one of those ones, like, so I've had so many steels that have come in that, like, everybody else has done shit with. Where'd I fucking put? I had something. There was a
Oh
thing.
man, we're doing a
It's-
nice show.
oh!
Hold on.
So actually, so like, this is that, this is in DC, this is in DC 53. And so you guys, so you know, when I get something in I haven't ever done before, I sharpened this like 6 different times
A steel.
because I've never gotten to do anything with it. This is that DC 53, and I'm not gonna lie, I like that. God, that's dangerous.
Let's
That's my knife right
show
there.
off
Steel.
some weird stuff.
This
Ooh,
is
what is-
pretty thin.
Wait,
This is
wait,
great.
what's that?
This is Gustavo Cecchini
Oh,
with
that's one of those-
Wingman
That's one of the Wingman EDC knives.
with
I was
the Lee Williams kickstop.
I was really stoked on the idea of the Wingman EDC stuff, but everything I saw from them, I was kind of disappointed in, like price point versus
Dude.
what you got, and
This, I mean, all of this is straight Zerk, man.
yeah,
Like, but that's the thing. I'm a sucker for Gustavo Cecchini. I collect
Yeah.
everything he produced, like mass production stuff.
Well, I like the Lee Williams kickstop. I always have. I liked it when I first saw it. I liked it when I saw some of the stuff that he had done for like custom stuff. But the problem is, like, it doesn't. I've seen it done on some larger knives, and it just. I mean, I just don't think it translates to larger knives real well.
Well, dude, especially that the tab gets like super huge on them.
That's
I
what
like
I'm
it
saying.
on something like this size.
There was a
you
couple.
know?
There was a couple knives that they did that were closer to the 3.5, almost 4-inch size, and
Yeah.
it's just, I saw them and I didn't do videos about them because I just didn't think. And then I haven't seen him do it on anything large lately. All I've seen it on is smaller stuff, like that little Wingman EDC, the little one that Nico had that was like
The Mach 1, I think it is.
yeah, like the 2.5-inch blade or some shit.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's, I mean, that's a good, what do you got there? So ZT, what one is that?
0640, man.
640, the one that I messed up on, and I had to put a dual edge on it.
Oh, is that the one that I have to sharpen?
Yeah.
Well,
But-
I got shit for that. What is that? Is that the same knife, Sharif?
Yeah, just with OD micarta scales.
Okay, so that
I have
right
that
there gives you a good comparison in hand size. So Ethan,
Yeah.
down a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
Oh wow! Yeah,
Ethan, you got little itty bitty hands.
look at the little hand.
So to give you guys a little perspective, that's a 9-inch knife.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here.
Oh wow!
That's my small.
knife.
That's how
This
big.
is my Barbudo Miguel,
That's
like
what is that?
almost
What is
a
that?
9-incher.
I would say that's like 8.5, right? Those are like
Yeah.
8.5. This is a full 9, and like people are like, "Oh, it's not that big a knife." I'm like, "Bro, that's a full 9-inch knife." They're like, "But it looks so
Yeah.
small in your hands." I'm like, "That's because I'm not normal." Like my buddy Tino, like, okay, so the guy that called me today about the whole prospective construction thing was he was one of the bosses at the construction company I worked for. And he said a couple things. He's like, "You are the only person we've ever had to order an entire case. You can't order like just a couple pairs of XXL gloves. You have to order."
yeah.
You're the only person has ever needed XXL gloves. And he's like, "You're also the only person that has ever broke a shovel in a way that I never thought was possible, because I didn't break the handle out of it. I broke the blade. Like I got
Oh,
out of the
nice.
box and I broke the metal. Like it snapped. And they were like, "What the fuck did you do?" So I go back with like a shovel that's got like half a blade, and they're like, "What the fuck happened?" So when the company superintendent showed up at the job site, like I know what that is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the company superintendent showed up to do a fucking tool inventory of the job site so that they could like reorder tools and stuff. And then he pulls out a shovel and so the guy that was in charge, the actual supervisor was like, well, there was a guy that was here and he goes, oh, I think I know exactly what guy we're talking about. The only 6'3", 240-pound white boy that could break a shovel, and so the site supervisor was like, "Yeah, you have the right guy." It's like you know.
Dude, did you ever see the action on these?
Which one is it?
These Barbudo, like Miguel Barbudos. They're like they're a guillotine, man.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, they're that's what I was saying. Those are dangerous. There's a handful of those. Like, yeah, they're hazardous. I'm not gonna lie. I tightened the pivot on this to where it wouldn't just like try to take your finger off.
Yeah.
Because that DC 53 steel is just it's you know how 14C takes that ugly, nasty, aggressive edge?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is worse. It's
really
worse. You're like, I don't want to touch that. That's scary.
No, I figured out a technique for like closing this thing that's, really reliable. Just make sure you have it flipped this way and then you can snap it,
What you got there you're comparing my sea snake to? That one. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who designed that little Warncliffe right there. That's a good looking little knife right there. I don't know who to thump that one up.
I don't know. It looks somebody. I don't know who
I don't
did.
know. That's a good looking knife right there.
I have to resharpen this again. I tried to freehand on it again and ruin the edge. So I have to resharpen this.
It's okay. So my question is like, it's so thin. Freehand shouldn't be a problem with that. That was part of the reason I made the edge, the behind the edge.
I can't freehand. I can't freehand. That's a fact of me. I can't freehand.
You could if you don't use your good shit to practice. Go to the swap meet and buy a bunch. Have you guys like what's the most common? I'm just curious. What's the most common knives at your swap meet? Like I'm in California. If you're in California,
yeah.
Duck is the most common brand. Like if you go to the tables at a swap meet, like Duck knives seems to be the one. Huh?
I see a lot of like gas station knives, like a lot of times.
I'm not talking about like the gas station. I'm not gonna like this like cheap. They're not horrible, but cheap knives. I'm not gonna like better. Oh yeah, that's a keeper piece right there.
I'll say for me, Frost Cutlery, and I live in Texas, and that's all you see.
Frost.
You want to sharpen this, Mike? The edge is like really like.
Do I want to or will I? There's a big between those questions. That's
not even sharp.
That's like when the guy asked me if I wanted to sharpen his Maximet PM2, and I was like, "Do I want to, or will I let you pay me?" Because those are two drastically different questions. Like, do I want to? Absolutely fucking not. Will I do it if you pay me? Yeah, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you do it for free or for fun, you're a slut. If you do it for money, you're a whore. And I'm a whore.
Mike, you want to see
Mike to sharpen too?
Jesus Christ, that's hideous.
That's the brand. I see a lot of M-Tech actually. Wow.
Yeah, everybody sees a lot of M-Tech.
Yeah, tons of M-Tech. Oh
so
my God.
that whole statement where I was talking about if you do it for fun or so Elliot Williamson, when I first started doing the sharpening service, he's like, okay, I want you to sharpen certain knives, man. I did all of his like maker's choice knives. So all the knives that he did, the high end stuff, like the $1,000 knives, he's like, I want every one of those sharpened. I'll pay you for it. He's like, I will pay your full price because I'm going to roll it right into the price of the knife. He's like, but I also want to offer your sharpening service. He's like, so what do you usually charge? And I'm like, for 1,000 grits, like 25. And he goes, okay, I will do it on my website for 30. You take 20. And I was like, but that's like a lot less than I make. And he goes, well, here's the deal. If you do it for free or you do it for fun, you're a slut. If you do it for money, you're a whore. And he goes, and every whore has a fucking pimp. And I was like, I was like, fair enough. Fair enough. And
But I think you might enjoy this one, this mega cut. It's very thin behind the edge, like a 10, I think, behind the edge. Maybe?
I have differing opinions. Like, so when something comes in and I want to test it for sharpening, Ethan, I have two different thought processes. I want something that's nice and thin so I can see exactly what it's going to do when I put a clean.
Yeah, it's
fucking
this
good.
is like a 9. This is like a 19.
Yeah.
This is a 19.
But then I also have that part of my brain that is like self-destructive. Like, no, I want something that's all fucked up and chowdered and really thick so I can see how hard it is to actually, it's, I have that one part of my brain that's really good to myself. Like, yeah, do the nice thin one and put a really clean, crisp edge on it. And then I got that other side of my brain is like, no, motherfucker, you want that nasty, thick one. It's all fucked up with a crisp. Like, you have to reattach the edge and all that shit. You want the bad one. I want them both. So I don't know. I don't know what company is going to make a knife with a really fucked up Magna Cut blade that I'm going to have to readdress the edge on. So.
No, so it's actually a funny story because I think it's Big Brown Bear or someone like that.
Oh, Sean, Big Brown Bear.
So I think he has like 2 murals in Mega Cut, two different HRC. One's at 62, one's at 62.3 or something. And he was saying that, they perform differently.
It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't take much of a difference. It doesn't take much of a difference in heat treat. And it also doesn't take much of a difference in composition.
So I think
this
is like 64.
Yeah, AR RPM 9 is so chemically similar to the powdered 9CR that they use in like the powdered Damascus and things like that. But it has like what you would not think, like a nominal amount of cobalt in it. It really shouldn't change it that much, but it changes it so drastically. And it can't just be the powder, because I've had powdered 9CR before, and I don't see like anybody that has an IC snake, if you stop it on newspaper, like how nuts it is that it comes back so easily. It has to be the cobalt that's in it. It just has to be. There's no other explanation for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna carry both of this mostly.
What is? Oh wait, hey, wait, Dave, that's crazy. That's a CrazySharp sea snake. Oh, okay.
Yes, it is.
I fucking love this.
I took stamp paper to mine though.
This is if I had a knife that I say that I would have compete for a place in my heart for a little Warrenclyffe fixed blade. Like, I love the sea snake. It's my design. I have to say that that's number one, but I'm not going to lie. This is a real close call for number 2.
That's a nice little knife.
So
this is a blast of a little knife, dude.
How about a hollow grind sea snake?
But it's already so thin. If you hollow grind it, there'll be like a hole in the middle, like a little, like a line. There's not enough metal on it to be a hollow grind. I'm trying. I have a knife, and if I can't, so I have a knife design. I'm going to reach out to a specific individual. If I can't get them to take it on, I'm going to reach out to another company to get it done, and it's going to be overseas production, but I really want the dagger version of the Stonefish to be an American-made knife. I really want it to be so badly, but I just don't know if it's going to be something that's in a price point where I can actually get it sold. That was the problem with the original.
That's the balance, man.
That was the problem with the original Stonefish. I told We Knife Shop, they're like, "Oh, we want to do this, and it'll get us in the graces of like we've got a military person that is designing a knife for us. It gives us a little bit of fucking it gives us a little bit into that community, like the military guys, and it's a combat-based knife, and like, okay, but we want to do it in this steel and this material. I was like, but yeah, that's a $300 knife. Everybody loves a fixed blade, but no one wants a $300 fixed blade. And
yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Like everybody loves it, but no one wants to buy it. And the fact is that the entire stock of that knife pretty much is still sitting on shelves. Because no one wants to buy a fucking like 8.5-inch fixed blade 20 CV $300 knife.
I messed up.
Did they do a really good job with my design? Oh, yeah, absolutely. They translated it incredibly well. They didn't listen to me where I wanted it at about like $95 to $100. What is that fucking hideous thing? It looks like a. You know what that looks like? That looks okay. You know what it looks like? It looks like that.
That's the mongoose.
Yes, it is.
But it looks like the snake that I would associate with that fucking the green tree snake that the fucking
the mamba.
Yeah, no, not the mamba. It's
Oh, the green one.
The fertilance. The fertilance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Look up the fertilance snake and tell me that.
No, I'm a snake guy. I know.
Tell me that doesn't look like a fertilance snake. It does. It absolutely
Dude,
does. Fucking pointy.
I fucking love this thing. The guy, Jerry Moen, you would not expect him to come out with a knife like this.
No,
I think he's from Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is, and I met him.
You know,
I know Jerry, and you're right. That was that. I did not know that was a Jerry Moen design, and I wouldn't have expected that.
Dude, and the ergos, like
that's
everything.
That's a nasty, slicey looking motherfucker right there.
It is, man. I love it. This is one of my favorite little knives.
Ethan, what was that Bradford you just showed?
Guardian, yes.
Oh, look, 4.5. I actually reached the point where I've had enough beer.
So yeah, I can probably fit that. I can fit like two, like almost both my hands on this. Almost.
That's what she said. Never mind.
Look,
you had to see that coming. You had to see that coming.
It's like I could if I wanted to.
Actually, speaking of
wait, what is that? Brant, what is that one?
It's called a cedar.
Oh.
It's made by Rick Hinder. It's
of course.
a Hinder design.
Oh, like I didn't expect it to be a Hinder. Like I was just asking what knife was. I knew I had a sneaking suspicion I knew who made it.
Yeah, it's a tiny little bottle
Kershaw?
opener. Yeah, it's Kershaw.
Yeah.
That's I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking hideous.
It's a tiny little thing.
That's is that what your girlfriend said last night?
Oh yeah, haha.
Who are you gonna please with that thing? Fucking me, bitch.
I gotta show two of my small fixies.
Wait. Oh, keep holding them up. I'm trying to see. Oh, I like those.
Yeah,
nice.
and dude.
That's fucking dope, dude. I like the fucking handle material. Those are dope. Pocket clips.
Yeah.
I love pocket clips on. So if you have a small EDC fixed blade and you have a leather sheath with a pocket clip.
Yeah.
We tried real hard with the Sea Snake to find a way to have a pocket clip with it, but there just wasn't anything available. Even the soft loops, like soft loops aren't available in Japan. Like you have to, or in China, I mean, like if you get soft loops, you got to order them from the States and they're expensive. So you're looking at an additional $8 to $10 per knife.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Without question. These were made by,
I know for a fact it's $8 to $10 per knife, depending on what vendor.
These were made by a guy by the name of Double X Knives, and the fit and finish is amazing. The detail, like, I love this guy's work, man. These are customs. These are all handmade, and some of the only little fixed blades that I carry. You know?
I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I've been carrying in my watch pocket? Because I'm a big guy. I'm a big enough guy that you guys are gonna be surprised what's been in my watch pocket.
No way that fits in your watch pocket.
Fuck, it doesn't.
I
Fuck, it doesn't, bro. When you're 6'3", watch pockets get bigger. I don't know if you know this. Like, it's not like your watch pocket's the same size on every pair of jeans.
Yeah.
Pockets get bigger the bigger your pants are. It's like sweatpants. I would say it's like swimming trunks. Like that inner lining. It's not on all fucking swimming trunks. Your pockets ain't the same on all fucking jeans. I can fit this. There's only like that much of that sticks out of my watch pocket. I can carry this in my watch pocket easily in the slip.
Dude, have you seen the new Tanto versions of that?
Bro, I talk with Crane's Cutlery like every week trying to get him to send me.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I've seen the Tanto version.
I've been super tempted, and I have too many knots. Like, I kind of want one. I'm not gonna lie.
That's another good fucking metric of how big my
Yeah, dude.
Because that's not a little guy. Like I forget who it was. I forget who it was that I've talked to through the channel and all that shit for years. And they're like, we met up at a show and they're like, good God, you've got big hands. I was like, what? You've seen my videos? It's like, yeah, but it's like they don't translate. Like I shook hands, like you shake hands with somebody and they're like, good God.
Man, that's something I think every knife reviewer needs to like make a statement. This is the size glove I wear. Because I remember when I got started,
Jim
I was watching Nick the Bad.
If you watch Jim Skelton's old videos, he's like, I wear an XL glove. And I'm like,
yeah.
Like depending on gloves, typically like double XL is good for me, but like construction gloves, like with the rubber, they're triple XL because I blow the tips.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean from pinky to thumb, I think on my hands is like 11 inches.
Ooh, damn. Actually, I got a tape measure right here. I'm gonna see.
10.5 or 11 inches, something like that, from pinky to thumb. I got some big old mitts, bro.
Damn.
I can't do this. I can't do it.
You can't do it with that. It's not gonna.
I'm
about
9.5.
Yeah, about 9.5, 10. That's like
yeah.
When you start getting like Elliot was like, "There's no way your hands are that big." Like Elliot Williamson, like, yeah, Brant's got some fucking mitts. You can tell, like.
Both
Elliot and I were at the shop the one day. He's like, "There's no." He's like, "How far is it?" Like, I was like, "Pinky tip to thumb tip is like 11 inches." He's like, "There's no way your hands are bigger than mine." And so we do the whole thing, and he was like, "Good God, you're a fucking mutant." Your poor wife.
Oh my gosh.
Because don't forget, like I'm 6'3". Elliot's like 6'6", 6'7". Easy. He's like 4 inches taller than me. And like my hands are that much bigger than his. And he was like, "Good God."
Man, dude, you know that classified round you were talking about? I need one of those for my pump, man.
God. Okay, so like that, I apparently, because I was looking at it on my phone. Apparently, not everything about them is declassified, but so you got to figure. So that round was basically tungsten BBs, like 9,000 tungsten BBs.
I was doing this like the whole time you were talking about it.
So like 17 gauge BBs traveling at twice the speed of sound, probably actually closer to 2.5 because you figure that's a much lighter round because it's not as dense. I mean, that's a lot of tungsten's heavy, but it's not packed.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of aluminum spacer in there that will be usually filled with like RDX, which is the tip. No, I'm sorry, not RDX. PBXN.
Yeah.
RDX, PBXN is basically like a plasticized RDX. RDX is the most powerful explosive U.S. military has, and then it's cut down. You have composition A, composition B, composition C, like C4. which is and so that's RDX and then a bunch of other. So PBNX is basically a stabilized version of RDX that's not going to blow up if you drop it, which you don't want that. So it's really, really, but it's dense, and so it's packed in there, and the whole fucking thing basically is full. So there's a lot of wasted space in one of those rounds. So you've got to figure that thing is cooking when it comes out of it because it's light and it's screaming at like Mach 2.5. And then when the timer goes off on that fuse, it just splits open and all those BBs just 360 degrees just turn into, like I said, just a meat grinding cone of death.
I mean,
And
Mike
there's
did.
nothing in that cone that's gonna make it. Nothing. Not a fucking thing.
Man,
I thought back
military has
in
all the
the-
fun stuff.
What'd you say, Ethan? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I thought back in like the Vietnam era war thing, the U.S. made like a missile or something, like a rocket that shot like really small arrows, and then we had to ban them since it was too deadly to use because it was so silent.
Yeah, you're talking about the anti-personnel flechette missile, and it basically,
Something like that, I think.
like you said,
Yeah,
well, the flechette, you can still buy flechette rounds. So that was, I think that was 1971 that they decided that wasn't such a good idea because it basically was like a missile casing that would fire out, and it was filled with basically little crossbow bolts. And like, you know what? And I'm not sure that everyone's gonna be cool with that. There's only one person watching now. We went from like 27 people to one person. Who's
I think
the
it's
one
me.
person that's watching?
It's probably me.
Me. I
Which
had
one
it
of us
pulled
is
up
it
on my laptop.
counting? I don't know what happened. There was like 27 people a few minutes ago, and then it just went to one. Like everyone's like, "Fuck it, I'm done. I can't take it anymore."
But I should
Like,
have
literally
maximum.
tried to room.
I have maximum and Rec 121 coming in on Monday.
Oh no, there's 20.
Manix 2. Yeah, Manix 2 in maximum and a custom fixed blade in Rex 121.
So
So-
basically, you have two Maximet knives coming. Like you can say whatever you want, but it's like trying to compare 204p,
I'm gonna see
20
so
CB.
someone's loaning me them. I'm going to ask it so much the Maximum, the Manix 2 one, but
I mean, it's. Whew, sorry, it's so. At that point, it is so similar. Okay, so it says there's 22 people here now, and I was like, what the fuck? I look up.
yeah,
I look up at the thing. So you guys absolutely can't see what I'm fucking pointing at, can you? Like,
No.
that's what a waste of my goddamn time. I'm such an idiot. I'm like, I'm pointing at this. I'm like, so this thing up here, and everybody's like, what the fuck is he talking about? On my screen, there's a
Stop
little
fingering
thing.
your screen.
Can you see it? You can't see it. Can you?
No.
So right there right here on my screen, there's a little eyeball that tells me how many people are watching. And it went from 22 to 1. And I was like, wow, apparently I offended someone. Now it's back to 23. And I was like, but I'm doing it. I'm like, you all can't see a fucking thing that I'm talking about, can you?
This is the only two knives that I have, and that's two steel M4 and then cool wheel from Spyco. That's it.
I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna lie. I like the CPM 10V.
Oh yeah,
And
we were
I-
talking about that the other day.
I hate the fact that the only knife I've gotten to have it in is from
It's a
Spyder.
PM2.
Man,
I'm
why
not
does all the cool steels only come out on sprint runs from Spyderco, and they're all PM2s?
I'm not gonna lie. I like the PM2. If I was going,
I hate the PM2.
if I was going to buy a Spyderco, because I still have that fucked up Endura in fucking ZDP 189 that will not finish cutting a single fucking retail package down because the fucking heat treat on it's so bad. But the only reason I've had it because I always have had a Endura in my collection, and I just don't want to spend the money on another fucked up Endura. If I was going to buy a Spyderco right now, it would. Oh God, I hate
a PM2.
I hate to say this out loud because there's two things. Because now that I sharpened this one, and I feel the edge on a
This.
on Maximet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this out loud, and I know I'm gonna get some backlash on it. It would either be a PM2 in Maximet or a PM2 or in 10B.
I'll tell you, man, for me, I have a PM2. If my hands are a little swollen, they don't fit well on like the handle. That little last hump gets me on the pinky, you
What
know?
handle? There is no handle. I have no handle.
Mike,
No handle left. There is no handle.
Yeah. So for me, I gotta say either the Manic 2 or the one that I really want nowadays, the Yojimbo. The second I got that in my hands, ooh.
Fucking hate the Yojimbo. It is too.
Have you held it?
Yeah, I've held the Yojimbo and the Yojumbo. I just think that the blade is too thin. It's not a good EDC. It's
That I get.
It is too thin, and a guy like me that does the things that I do with fucking tools and equipment is going to knock the tip right off of that.
I get.
I actually had so I had something come in from my buddy Steve. I haven't unboxed it yet. It's in for sharpening. So let's go ahead. So Steve is local, and Steve was like, "Hey man, I carry knives for self-defense." He's like, "I got this knife. I was really excited, but it doesn't." We're gonna do it with the PM2 and Maximet. God, that edge is so
Right, so
it is nasty. Like it just tore that. So he's like, so I got this, and it's a Spyderco. He's like, I got this Spyderco Canis, and I was like, oh, you got a Spyderco Anus, and he goes, no, Canis. I'm like, cool. All right, well, send me your Spyderco Rectum, and I'll fix it. I haven't got to look at it yet. But what he said is it's really thick behind the edge, and he was expecting it to be. Oh, he did do what I thought he said he'd do. He hated the pocket clip, so he replaced it with a Benchmade pocket clip.
I mean,
Oh God, is he right? That edge is fucking blunt.
Oh geez.
Oh, it is thick. It's
Yeah.
so thick. It's so thick. It's all like he's so sweaty and thick. Oh my God. That's terrifying how thick it is. It's gonna make me vomit. That is hideous. Look, okay,
Yeah.
so that's a good looking blade, right? But look at how that grind comes down, and then look how thick that edge is. Oh, you can't
Oh
see.
geez, yeah.
Can you see how blunt that? Like that
I
is.
can see, yeah.
It is really bad. I'm gonna have to do a lot of. Hell, hey, you know what? He's gonna pay me, so he's gonna have to pay me more. Wait, oh no! Did he pay me cash? I like local customers. Good God, he paid me. All right, he's not gonna have to pay me any extra. Jesus Christ! Thanks, Steve. We're not gonna get into what's in
like
that.
shocking this. He's
There's
not gonna
a
like
lot
shocking
more money in there than I asked for. I mean, I'm not going to complain. What was that? What'd you show there, Ethan? I was interested in that, and I
He's not gonna like shocking this. I don't think. I put a 13-degree edge, I think 13 or 14, and then a 24 bevel on it. So you're gonna have a fun time shocking.
Hell, I got news for you. As I said, the $20 per paying member only counts to the actual sharpening. If I have to reprofile and shit, it's more than that.
Yeah, you're gonna probably have to reprofile this.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to. Don't worry, I got tools for that shit. There's a whole bunch of them sitting on fucking work.
This is why we don't use electric sharpeners after not using them for a year or so.
You shouldn't use them at all. ever. Period. That's just like, okay, this is what I want you to do, Ethan. This is going to save you. I'm going to save you some money and heartache. I want you to take that electric sharpener and I want you to get a good pair of snips. And I want you to cut the fucking cord off of it and throw it in the trash. Because that's where it
No, I
use
use it now. I use it now to crown my spines. I use it now to crown my spines.
I wouldn't even do that. You know what I have? I have a tool for that. It's called a grinder with a Scotch Brite wheel.
And crowned spine. All my spikes have crowned spines.
Well, I mean, yeah, they need it because Spyderco, I don't know what Spyderco does, but like every one of their knives have the sharpest fucking spine on the planet. You're like, good God, I could fucking cut paper with that. They're
But this one has a 400 grit finish. This one I might have to be sharpened. This one
Was that a River Edge Cutlery exclusive?
Yeah,
This
I
one?
don't know if it was River Edge, but
Or Knife Joy? I mean, maybe it was Knife
one of
Joy.
them, yeah.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I remember. That was the one with the larger hole and the fucking.
The 4V.
4V with the orange handle. That was fucking.
This
No,
one was
red.
the blade.
It looks orange in the camera, but it's red. But that, for me, got the
Okay.
Sriracha hot sauce beat.
So the worst knife I ever had in XHP. So I've had some bad knives in XHP because XHP is one of those steels that you can kind of screw up pretty easily. I don't know what it is. It's got to be a heat treat or something. So it's either good or it's shit. And a lot of times it was shit. And that's like the thing that people got pissed off with me was one time when I was like, oh, because I quoted someone, it was like XHP. And it wasn't Elliot. Elliot told me this, but he was quoting someone else. And I can't remember who it was. It's like, this is what everybody says about XHP as knife makers. XHP fucking takes a shit edge and it'll hold it forever. And you're like, I was like, you're kind of right. But if you get the heat treat right, it's actually not bad. I've had a few. I had a Chavez, like a Chavez custom.
Yeah.
That was in XHP, and it was great. I was like, good, get like that. I'm like, that's XHP. This is how XHP should be. The only other time I got XHP and I was like, good God, this is great, was cold steel.
Really?
Like, yep, like it was cold steel. And as much as I might bitch about cold steel and some other shit about the stuff that they do, their XHP and their USA or their OS 8 and their what was the other one that they used?
I've heard their OS 8. Like,
Their OS 8 was great. Like I would put their OS 8 against a lot of other like really, really premium steels because of heat treat. Their XHP was the same. What was the other one that they had used? I'm trying to remember. One of their older. The Carbon V. The Carbon V steel, the original Carbon V steel that was in their American-made knives.
Yeah.
I swear to God, that was the third hardest substance on the face of the earth. You had diamonds, then you had sapphires, then you had Carbon V steel.
Damn.
Like that's how it had to be. You had a 10 on the Mohs rock on hardness. You had a 9 on the Mohs.
80-20.5.
It was so fucking good. What was that, Ethan?
I hate the 80-20.5. Thank God I got rid of that knife out of my collection.
Dude, I've heard a lot of people complaining about those Demcos, man. Like, all sorts of issues.
Yesterday they just released, I think it's Knife Joy or Knife Center. Someone just released them in K110, technically D2.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I'm not buying another 80-20.5.
See, here's the thing. Like, I've heard people say that theirs is great, and then I've heard people say that theirs is shit. Like my buddy Tino said his came misground. I've got to sharpen it for him because he doesn't do any of his own sharpening. I do all of his sharpening, but then again, he also provides me with content and fucking shit for free for videos. But I'm like, how does it go? It's the same design. It's being made to the same standard.
Well,
how does it go
no
from
one knows who's making them
as the 2 as the 80-20 and then the 80-20.5 is just like people are having so many problems with it.
Yeah.
Well, no one like, as far as I know, no one knows where they're being made. If it's Cold Steel who's making them,
I guarantee
or
it.
if it's
Not making them. There was some
or if it's someone
serious
else
fucking
who's making
fallout.
them.
There was some serious fallout with the whole change from fucking Cold Steel to the new company, and basically like, but it was ugly. It was fucking ugly, and I can't really get into it because I know somebody on the inside, but I can tell you, I know it was fucking ugly because I was talking with somebody at Blacher West who worked for.
But you know what's weird is that I believe it's SOG. They got also bought out by the same company that bought Cold Steel, and no one noticed it.
Oh, I
yes.
noticed it because
Which makes sense because
affiliate link
it's SOG.
changed. My SOG affiliate link changed. By the way, guys, I have a SOG affiliate link. If you need a SOG knife, please use my affiliate link. I have affiliate links for all kinds of shit down below. If you're not using my affiliate links, you're just being.
But people are saying that that SOG is going forward while Cold Steel is like going backwards. I don't know. I don't know.
I've seen some of the new Cold Steels, and I have
the
not
drifter is weird.
What is that? What do you got there?
Oh, it's just my lefty. I'm just telling everybody to get a lefty.
Okay. You were talking about Cold Steel. So I'm gonna put your time out because you're being a fucking distracting little dickhead.
Wait, hey Mike, did you?
I was just planning on getting on timeout by flashing this guy.
His timeout is going to last significant longer because he fucking showed an Emerson. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Did you
What were the
saw
intelligent people in the room saying? I'm sorry.
Did you saw the new like Axis? No, not the Axis. And the Cold Steel's new lock. I forgot what it's called.
I know it's. I haven't seen it in person, but I've heard about it. It's supposed to be stronger. I don't.
It's a shock lock. It's a shock lock. It's a shock lock. That's just.
It's a what?
Different position. It's basically a shock lock. It's so it's back heel basically, and then you just have to push back down on it. That's like the shock lock.
I mean,
but
to be honest, though, as much as I like the shark lock, the axis lock, I mean. Back to it. Just as much as I like the shark lock, and it is great, it's a lot of fun. It's just basically, it's basically a take on the axis lock. It's just So you had axis lock on this, the sliding bar lock, what everybody calls it, because now that the patent's worn out or is gone. The shark lock is just a basically upgraded version of the axis lock. That's all it is. Yeah. I mean, the shark lock is great. It's a great design. If you don't mind your lock, your lock
so
sitting up there.
By the way, the compression lock patent also went out too. So you might be seeing some other companies.
Well, here's the thing: like basically,
the compression lock.
You're not. So the sliding bar lock, which is the axis lock, you could, I mean, easily other companies could have marketed that with a different name and a little bit of take. I mean, fucking, I'm not gonna lie, Artisan did it before the patents ever ran out, and they called it the recoil lock, which basically put, instead of this, it was a crossbar that went across and you push across. It's
what about Gonzo knives?
Thing. Huh?
Gonzo cutlery. They did it.
Gonzo before.
But Gonzo cutlery waited until the patents ran out. They really did. So like the patents ran out, but before that, if you made some small little modifications to the axis lock, you can still get by on it. I mean,
dude,
now since the compression lock patents, I think it's running out soon. I don't know when it's gonna be gone, but
I think it's next year. I think they have until next year, and they might be able to try to do so. The axis, the first thing that happened with the axis lock was not Artisan, but Benchmade tried to redo the axis lock, and they did it in that Anthem. If you remember, the Anthem axis lock was instead of being like this where the pin moved, it was basically a pin inside a housing with a spring. And I took a bunch of the Anthems apart. But the problem was they tried to remodel it so that they could renew the patent on the access lock. But the problem was that was a really, really expensive lock to design because you had a plunger and pin inside a housing with a spring, which this basically was just two springs, one on each side that maintained the tension on a sliding bar. And they just, it was too expensive to do. And so
it only worked because it was an integral.
Exactly. And then they were like, oh yeah, we redid it. And they were like, yeah, but we can't use it in any of our knives because it only works in an integral. And I got news for you. It wasn't that great. It was kind of an interesting take on the access lock.
Yeah.
But it was kind of a pain in the fucking ass because to take one of these knives apart, you would have to take the entire housing out, the two little screws, and then you'd have to have a spring, and then you'd have to have an end and a plunger and all the other pieces.
Dude, screw integrals, man. They're a pain to work on, period.
I hate, the only integrals I ever want to own are fixed blades.
Yeah, there you go.
Because okay, I'm going to take a knife that is simple and easy to maintain and clean, and I'm going to take all the parts of it being a folding knife away and just have one piece. They're difficult to clean. They're heavier.
Yep.
They're fucking. It's ridiculous.
They're a pain to reassemble once you get them apart.
I mean, if it's a frame lock integral, that's not such a big deal. But if it's like one of the Anthems, like the
Anthem, forget about it.
I'm surprised that Benchmade is not doing like a version 2 or like a, how we say it, a Anthem, but like a updated version of it.
Wait for it. They're going to do it because they're going to keep going back to.
It'll be like Spyderco. Like they'll come up with some way to offer it in like 8 different colors and 2 different steels. And collect them all. It's like Pokemon cards. I fucking. Okay. So I'm at that. Like I said, the whole beginning of the video, I kind of just went off, and I'm like, I don't care what other people think. I fucking hate Spyderco, and I didn't used to. And you know why? Because Sal babied that piece of shit kid he has, and he's letting them run the business into the fucking ground.
Yeah, you were talking about that the other day.
Knock that fucking bitch in the mouth and tell him, like, look, you're fucking up my business. Look how good it was going, and you're fucking it up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had
they just keep vomiting the same food over and over and over and over. There's like barely anything new or meaningful.
They haven't made anything new. Like they used to integrate, like they used to be the ones that you look to, like, what's Spyderco doing? We need to kind of look at that and see. Spyderco has not made anything new in fucking 5 years. Sal walked away from the company a little bit. He let that kid have the business. And I mean, I've talked to Eric. He's an okay person, but he's not looking at it from the passion that his father started that company with. He's looking at it from what can I fucking make from this? How much money can I make from it before I sell it to somebody and walk away?
That's why we have 30 versions of the PM2.
It makes me sick. It's like when this used to be Pacific Cutlery and they were the pinnacle of what you could get. Like if you were in the military and you had Pacific Cutlery, or you had the first few years of Benchmade, you had the best goddamn knife you could ever hope to have. It was the same with Spyderco. Spyderco was like the best knives on the fucking market, and now they're a fucking joke. And you either you're a spider. I relate it back to being a country boy. As being a country boy, either you're a green tractor or you're everyone else. Yeah. So either you like John Deere, and that's the only thing you'll ever fucking look at, or you're everyone else that realizes there's a lot better fucking things out there. That's the way I look at the knife world right now. Either you're a Spyderco fanboy and you're going to suck up every goddamn piece of shit they're going to offer and have every fucking, I'm going to have all 8 different colors and 4 different steels and I'm going to have them all. I got like 12 of the same fucking knives. Yeah, you know what? Get the fuck away from me. I want to punch you in the mouth.
Serious.
Go back to making good shit and making new shit. The Spyderco Police, fucking inventive. The Civilian, then modifying it into the Matriarch, to sell to South Africa because they were having problems with attacks on trains and public transit, and allow a more affordable version of that knife to get into people's hands. The Endura, the Delica, the fucking little Firefight series. What do they do now? They make the same goddamn knife.
Well, did you hear, Mike? Did you hear they're making an XXL stretch too?
Ooh,
Yeah.
because that's what the fuck.
That's the big version.
Shove it up your ass.
Oh no! Oh yeah,
Eric, that faced fucking bitch needs to step the fuck away and get some fucking perspective on what that company used to be and bring it back. Same thing with Benchmade.
Yeah.
God, I would love to be able to say, hey man, I got a new fucking Benchmade and I love it. But it's not going to fucking happen. I'd love to be able to say, hey, I got the newest Spyderco and it's fucking great, but it's not going to happen because they're more interested in making profit than they are of making what made those companies great. And the next thing you know, they're going to be the next company that sell themselves to GSM and they bail out and they take their golden parachute and they fuck off and fuck another company that could have been great.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely going to happen. It's definitely going to happen.
Fucking happening now.
Yeah.
You know, to be honest, like Spyderco and Benchmade are doing, somewhat, but like all the other companies, like Rick Kinder Knives, they're doing good, and also all the other ones, like Top Knives.
Here's the thing: like I joke, like I love the fact that Rick is still making a quality American-made product, but I'm not gonna fucking say it while you're here, Brant, because then you'll show up.
I get it, Mike. You're a hater. You're a hater. I get it.
No, I just wish. Here's what I want. I want Rick to look at what he's doing and go, I don't need a knife that I can knock a fucking door down with. I need a knife that I can cut a fucking box open with. I have an XM18 up here that I'm just dreading sharpening because it is fucking so goddamn thick behind the edge. I'm like, I have a customer that wants this to cut. And I'm like, how the fuck am I going to do this?
Well, have you seen their new edges lately? I mean, they're small as can be now.
The edge is small, but the blade is still thick. That's what I'm saying. I don't need to be able to take it to a batting cage.
Well, that's true.
I need to be able to cut something with it because I'm not a firefighter. I'm not like trying to pry open a door with my knife and then maybe cut a seatbelt. I need to be able to do day-to-day tasks.
Well,
and I think
one of those with a hollow, like a compound.
That's
grind.
exactly what I was getting ready to say. If Rick,
well, then how about this? Have you tried a skinny, Mike? Have you tried a skinny?
The skinnies are still thicker than any of the other fucking knives I own.
Okay.
Now tell me I'm wrong though.
No, that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Okay, so what I would love to see is have Rick make a separate line of knives. This would be what Rick should do. Rick should make a line of
a budget knife.
Not even budget knife. I'm not even talking budget. That's not even what I'm talking about. Like I don't give a fuck if he sells them for any less because his knives are built to the point where, for fuck's sake, yes, you should be paying what you're paying for them. His knives are like, talk about build quality. Never going to hear me say anything bad about Rick's build quality.
Yeah.
My problem is Rick needs to make a line of knives he needs to make his first responder line, which is the shit that like you own, like, I don't know, like 700-800 of, Brant. And then a line of EDC friendly, can I actually goddamn cut something with knives?
And
maybe some hollow grinds, maybe some thinner blade stock kind of, and then you flip that around the right goddamn way.
Well, you know what? I'll do this for you, Mike. Whenever I go see Rick again, I'll say, hey, if you know this guy named Mike Emler, he's a guy that really is into your knives, but he really wants one without a flipper.
It's not even that. It's not even that I don't want it with that. I want it.
Give me this grind.
I want it to be something I can.
You want it like this.
Exactly. I want something that's not the overbuilt bash your way through a fucking door knife. I want something. At this point in my life, I'm not in the military anymore. And at this point in Rick's life, he's not a firefighter anymore. So he should be able to look at it and go, I should make a knife that I can open a fucking package with, because
Like
right
this.
now the Fire Tack is the only one of the Hinderer knives I've ever had, and I don't like it because it's not a design for me. But it's the only one I've ever had come in that actually cuts shit.
Dude, this thing, the Chavez with this compound and the reinforced tip, this thing just lasers through packages, man. Love it.
I need to
Damn
get one.
straight. This if you want an overbuilt EDC capable knife,
I wish this was a little thinner at the tip. It is thick at the tip, but that hollow, like, I'm not gonna lie, it cuts really well down in that hollow. But mine
Yes,
is
it does.
is yours a full size?
Yes, it is. The 229.
So this is the Ultramar Street. So this is the smaller one.
Oh, okay.
I actually like this better than the full size.
Really?
Yeah. I always wanted a 228, and then he stopped making them and he started making these. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll hold out and I'll get a 229 because I knew they were coming, because Ramon had already told me. He's like, if you like the 228, hold out. I'm going to get one from Riat's 229, same size, same knife. It's just the production version. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And then I got a Jake Hoback, and I'm not pulling any punches. I fucking hate Jake. He's a piece of shit. So
Hoshimo is not great.
he's not a good person.
That's what I've heard.
And his knives aren't that great. And so the knife is right here. I can show you. So this knife came in, and it was a gift. And the guy told me, he's like, get whatever you want out of it. He's like, if you can sell it, you can sell it. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. He's like, but I would prefer you sell it. And so this knife actually was.
Oh, the Quaking.
It's a fucking. I'd like to shove this up his pee hole.
I'll have it. I'll take it.
So I traded this plus some cash for this and some cash. So I traded this for this and some cash. Much better knife. I fucking hate this.
I like it.
No, man. I was so jealous of the Chris Reeves finish.
Yeah.
I got this one blasted up to be like the Chris Reeves finish.
I could have done that for you. I would have fucking.
I didn't know you did. I had.
I know I can't now. I could have done it before. Okay, so you know what?
I had knife modders do it.
You want to know why I don't like Jake?
Why?
Because Jake fucking likes to hide his shittiness behind religion. So
there's
he puts like Psalms and stuff.
Yeah.
And then he turns around and he has a company make a bunch of parts for him and then refuse to pay him. Gets them delivered and then refuses to pay him. And he's, I'm not gonna lie, like, he's just like, when you talk to him, you're like, he just seems like that shitty kind of fucking person that would use his religion. I just, like, I'm drunk enough that I don't give a fuck and I don't like him. Like, here's the thing. Like, there's people in the knife world I don't like. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like right at the moment. As much as I used to like him, I don't like Dwayne Dwyer. He's fucked some people that I like. They have knives in with him that they sent in forever ago for repair, and he's just not doing anything about it. He's got guys that I know personally that have ordered knives at a specific configuration, and he took their money and then sold a knife exactly like they ordered as like a raffle. And I'm like, well, that's kind of a fucking dick move.
Yeah.
And all those things of these people that I don't like in the knife world, I still like all of those people better. Even Eric at Spyderco, I like all of those people more. As bad as I've been talking about them, I like all of them more than I like Jake Hoback.
Damn. All right.
Like, I wouldn't slow down if he was in a crosswalk, and if he was on fire. If he was on fire, there's a good chance I wouldn't piss on him.
Now, I'm going to open up
I should tell you, like, he's down at the bottom of the list of people I like.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to throw in a knife that nobody's shown or talked about. What does everybody think about this guy?
Why does that look so familiar?
Vero.
Oh, that's why it's a Vero. I don't like all of his. I don't like that Warrenclyffe he did, but that's a good looking knife.
I
For-
traded my my Axon. I showed my
Not-
Axon.
Not a bad knife. Few little weird like ergo things. Like I can't do the reverse flick if I have nails, like at all. And sometimes the flipper, you can like slip off of it because it's so low profile.
I can
My
flip-
biggest
flip
gripe
off.
with it. There you go. My biggest gripe that I had with this thing, 3-piece pivot with no Loctite,
Mm.
straight
Now,
from the factory.
Did it get all wobbly real quick? And you get some
Yes,
scratches
it
on the
did.
blade?
Yes, it did. I had to use some shit that I used to secure drone screws from all that vibration on a drone to keep this pivot in place.
What'd you do? There we go. I got it.
little bit of that man sauce.
Uh-oh, Josh Worth. All right, I have to take a piss. You guys hold down the fort. I'll be
Yeah.
right back. Josh said I need to check my Instagram. I gotta piss and get some coffee.
Dude, Josh Worth in the comments, man. Like I saw you were talking about snacks earlier with the lock that he did. That's kind of like the shark lock. I'm looking forward to his Wii collaboration too, man. Like I'm definitely interested in that.
I really
That's
like
it,
his
not
Wii
issue.
Buster.
Oh, the Wii Buster, man. I kind of want that, but like, dude,
House of Blades has them.
do they?
Yes.
Oh, I
Not
don't need to
online.
spend
Not
more money
online.
on
But you
knives.
got to call.
Oh, you know what? While Mike's away. Ah.
Yeah.
How about Striders? Show him a Strider and see what happens.
Oh, I got a Strider.
Yeah.
I can show a Strider.
Yeah, you were showing a nice one earlier.
That's actually a Lego, and it's a Gen 3, and it's a rare
Oh, nice.
Gen 3.
So
I
I
like,
sent
what's
that
the
in. I actually sent that
holy-
in to Mick Strider, and believe it or not, I had no way of contacting any of them, so I contacted Mick Strider himself and said, "Hey, can you help me fix this?" He's like, "Sure." It took
Dude,
about a
that's
month. It took about a month to get it back. To the point where I'm like, I don't want no more. I was gonna buy
I would
more
never buy a
Striders,
Strider.
but I
I
don't
would
want them
not buy
anymore.
a Strider. I would not buy
Man,
a
I
Strider
don't-
or a Method.
I don't have any problem with Striders, but like from what I've seen, the Strider people, I don't know that I want to deal with any of them. Like the Strider community.
Wait.
Like-
Somebody. Oh shit! God damn it! God damn! What the fuck? It's an earthquake! It's a fucking earthquake! Somebody's talking about. Striders. I'm back.
Yeah, we're talking about Striders.
What were we talking about? Striders?
We're saying like from what I've heard, man, I don't have any problems with Strider knives themselves, but the Strider community people.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting circus to be a clown in.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing. I love Mick, and everybody's like, oh, but what about the whole stolen valor shit? And I was like, you know what? Here's the thing. Everybody fucks up every once in a while and says shit they shouldn't have
Yeah.
said. If you've ever met Mick, you're like, this dude's a fucking nut, and he's a lot of fucking fun. And I can. Do I get upset about shit like that? Yeah, but I got news for you. The Strider community.
Yeah,
Good God, that's a fucking circus.
that's what I've
No,
heard.
Method is. Method is.
I'm in that. I'm
Method.
actually in that group, and yeah, they take their stuff very serious. You don't want to mess with Josh. Let's just say that.
Which one? Josh Worth or Josh
No.
Josh Lee?
Josh Lee. You
Yeah,
don't wanna
fucking
miss-
Josh is, that dude is. I love that dude.
He's good.
I
Let's
need
not
to get
forget
a-
the. Let's not forget the finger that he does every time when he points.
Yeah, Josh is good, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
is.
gonna
He's a
lie.
good guy. He's a good guy. I
So-
like. He's cool.
We were at the Friday Night Blade Affair 3 or 4 years ago, and I was number 2 on a table lottery for that Strider. You guys remember that Strider that I bought, the custom with the titanium scales with the fucking it had fucking like flowers on it that Mick's son had actually carved in and stuff like that. At any rate, so I was second in place, and the guy that was first place was wavering between whether he wanted it or not, and he was like, "Oh, I don't want it," and then he changed his mind, and I'm like, "Fuck, I really want that knife." And turns out that the guy was one of their vendors, and so Josh went and talked to me. He was like, "Hey, Mike's been one of the guys that he's talked with Mick a bunch of times. It's the first time he's ever won a lottery. He's like, you're a vendor. How about this? We will make you a knife almost identical to it and send it to you at the same price if you let Mike have this one."
Oh, that's cool.
Josh went and did that. So I was walking away from the table. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And so Josh comes up and grabs me. He's like, "Bro, do you still want that knife?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I would love that knife." And he goes, "I talked to the guy. He's willing to let us make him a different knife, almost identical to this, so that you can have it." I was like, no, I mean, he won it. And he goes, no. I was like, are you guys fucking sure? And I went over and I made sure, like, I went to talk to the guy. And Mick was like, "No, it's gonna be cool. I'm making one almost identical to it. Just be a little bit different." So that's the kind of shit you get from Mick, but his fans, they can be fucking horse shit.
Dude, this is why I'm not on Facebook and why I'm not in any of the groups or any of that stuff, man.
You can be in them, you just can't say anything. That's the key point. Like, if you like any of those fucking Strider forums or the Strider groups on Facebook, I'm probably in them. The fact is, there's a good chance you're never going to see me say anything.
So
I'm in it, but I'm in them.
I don't know if Brent saw my post in the Hindu Facebook page, but I mentioned this one. My dad's my best friend that said, "Oh, it has the skip bearings and the aftermarket scales." And then, like, not even like, I think like 2 hours later, I got a notification said that, "Oh, the post got removed. Go see what the admin."
Yeah, they
said that.
Rick.
And I was
Okay,
I was like, that makes no sense. Like, okay, my knife has an
the
aftermarket
reason-
scale and skips.
I'll tell you why. Because Rick made a post not too long. Well, actually, one of his workers put it out there. He does not want any aftermarket things, anything on it. Like, he will. It's basically you got to have all his real stuff on it.
Really?
And that's the one thing I was like, okay, well, I mean,
That's kind of dickish, if you ask my opinion.
I don't know.
Dude.
I saw it on there, and I'm just like, wow. Okay.
Hey, Ethan, you know what you should do? This is what I think you should do. Because I'm drunk. And
Oh no.
I'm full of good ideas. Problem is, a lot of them suck.
Yeah.
I think you should just do a bunch of Instagram posts of that knife and say skiff bearings, aftermarket scales. And
I do.
Tag Rick in them
That's great.
on Facebook, on Instagram. Just do like 40, 50 of them. Just tag them. That's what I think you should do.
I think
Then we'll
at that
see what
point,
happens.
I think Rick will. No, like I took a good picture and tagged them, and they didn't. He didn't care. I was like, okay, whatever.
Man.
Is it just me or is this
I
happening?
love me some skiff bearings, man. I put them in most of my knives.
Okay. So here's my thing. I've had a knife with and without skiff bearings. Like the guy said,
Yeah.
it was the first time it had skiff bearings, or it didn't have. Did not. They weren't in it. There we go.
Yeah.
And then he sent it to me like a little bit after because he fucked it up and I had to resharpen. He's like, "Oh yeah, I put skiff bearings in it." I didn't see a fucking difference.
The difference that I find is in the pivot
The
tension.
price, like you paid an
No,
extra
no.
$10. That's the only difference I've seen so far. Is that the knife that he sent me after was $10 or $12 more expensive.
No, for me, it's the pivot tension. Like I can run like less pivot tension, and
That's just because of the dimensions of the bearings. Like you're still running the same pivot tension. It's just that the bearings are a little bit bigger, and you don't have to crank it down as tight. It's not.
No, they're the same. If you put them up on if you scale them, they're the exact same 1/16, man. They're exactly the same.
More
But I don't
bearings,
need to
more
run.
stability. Here's the thing. You know, the last thing so I like to say that the last two items I look at on a knife,
Yeah.
The
the
pivot.
steel and the Rockwell. But truly, the absolute last thing I give a fuck are what goddamn bearings are in my fucking knife. I've never replaced bearing. I've never had a knife and I'm like, you know what I should do? I should put new bearings in it because you know what? If it's on bearings, it's already going to be pretty goddamn smooth.
No,
And
that's
adding
true.
different. Here's the thing: I don't fucking care that much. Like to
On
tell you,
mine-
I'm not looking at a knife like, oh, it has to be this, and I gotta have this. No, I want to be able to push a button, and it comes out, and I cut some shit. Now, if I run
Yep.
into a problem where those bearings aren't that great, like maybe something in like I don't know, a zombie hunter. Like the fucking ones that Nick Sebastian's out. You're like, oh yeah, you can push it and it goes like part way up, or like any of fucking Jake Hoback's knives where the fucking he screws up the pivot and it's not completely round, and if you don't get it in exactly straight, the knife like pinches at one point.
Oh shit.
Not something I'm making up. It's actually something I had to fuck around with this knife for about 45 minutes until I got the pivot just in the sweet spot where it would actually fucking work.
Oh
What
my!
the fuck?
I don't.
You
give
want
a
to hear
fuck
something
about
funny?
bearings.
So I heard.
If it deploys, I'm good with it. If the action's good, that's great. Not all knives have great action. They can still be a great knife without great action.
Rick, so the customer service of Hindus asks you to send you a video of what the issue is. Apparently, I don't know how true that is because I don't need to service this. But someone said, oh, how would you take a video of you sharpening this knife and send it out to them for them to basically resharpen it? I was like, I don't know.
I
I
would send them a video of you trying to cut pretty much anything that's not a brick with it. And say, hey, it doesn't cut shit. I mean, no, I'm fucking around. I'm not, like I said, I like to fuck with Brant, so a lot of this is just humor.
Oh yeah.
No,
I need to
it's
get a new stop pin
Like,
though.
like just so you wait, I'm gonna get a sea snake and I'm gonna go out and beat the heck out of it.
that's not what it's designed for, and it's not going to work real great. But you go right ahead and waste $35 fucking for all I care. I still,
I
Hey,
have
I'm
to-
scared.
I still get paid a percentage of you buying that knife and fucking it up. So
I have to get a new
Hey,
stop
I
pin
would
for my Ember,
literally, I would say, hey
I'm
guys,
perfectly
like, I'm
fine
gonna,
with it. I think you should do it with like 10 of them. I think you should buy 10 of them and go fuck them all up. But I still won't fucking care because I still get paid for it.
nah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that, Mike. I'm just joking.
No, I like to pick because, but they are really like, okay, Jesus Christ, let me show you this fucking night.
And pretty soon, Mike, I'll have the same hat as you. Pretty soon.
I'm gonna buy them all.
I'm
Buy 'em all.
getting a blue one, by the way. I'm getting a blue one.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna get.
They have blue ones?
Yes, they have blue.
What color? Well, those are
Do I
both-
need to send you the link? Do I need to send you a link? I will send you
I
it.
mean, but no, I was just looking because there's two more on the shelf. Over there. You guys think I'm joking? There's one there. There's one drying. I'm wearing a brand new one. And there's two more on the shelf and still in its original packaging. Tell me why, Brant, that needs to be that.
Holy crap!
Like to even get it to cut, this guy tried to do like it's. I mean, I'm gonna have to fix it.
Oh
Good, but it's not his
Brutalize
fault.
that shit.
It's
no,
not his fault.
no! It's not his fault. It's just XM24s are thicker than the XM18s.
Why?
I just don't get it.
Hang on. I
Okay.
don't want to. I don't want to guesstimate anything.
Okay.
Let me. Ooh, hey. I dropped something.
So like, how would I take a video of my stop pin rotating? Like it rotates like constantly, so it's not hitting the same spot on my.
Typically, I'd use.
I will tell you one thing, Ethan. Here's what you need to do. If you get some red Loctite, put a little dab inside the lock bar.
Don't use the
Log
red Loctite. Just
side.
get the blue Loctite stick. It's so much easier if you need to take it apart later.
Well, this has red Loctite on mine. That's what mine has, and it's like that. And it will not
because
come out.
mine's like it's like moving side to side too. So I don't.
Behind the
I
edge
think you just
thickness.
need a
Behind the edge
new
thickness.
stop pin.
Holy crap!
0.0540.
Wow. What is
I,
that?
no
Mine.
joke, have owned fucking slip joint folders that probably aren't that thick. That's
Oh, that's
behind
not
the
This
edge.
is mine.
That's not the spine thickness. That's
Yeah, what's the spine thickness?
spine thickness is 0.18.
Jesus Christ.
This
there
is a
goes-
breaching tool. This is
Yeah,
no,
I was about to say.
This is in case you have to jack your car up later and you lost the
Fucking
tool
hell.
for your tire jack.
Oh my gosh!
This is my tip. This is my tip of my knife.
Oh, that was
It's-
yeah. I haven't
Wow.
looked at the very tip because that's the tip on this one is behind the edge thickness on the tip on this one 0.69. Well, put 690 and then I lost it when I came off the thing.
Mine's like
No.
0.6. Mine's like 0.065.
0.0. Mine's point. This one is 0.060.
Then since mine's a Spencer grind, so if I
This is
measure
this.
at right here,
So is this one.
let's see.
Why? Like I don't get why.
Well, it looks like it's very. I'm sorry
Okay,
to say,
at the
but it's
Spanto. Are you ready
very-
with the Spanto? What was yours at the Spanto? Because this one is 0.7 or 0.07.
Mine's
Whoa.
0.47.
0.0725 behind the edge on this Spanto on this one.
That's insane.
And that's a Spanto. This one is.
You can't cut anything with that's what I'm saying. Like I get it. This is a fucking well-built fucking breaching tool if I need to pry a door open. But Rick, not everybody
Man.
needs that.
I'm happy with this guy. The 0393
And like I want to see you,
0.03 behind
I
the
want to
edge.
see you hollow grind one of
Plain to
these.
say.
You should hollow grind. You should hollow grind one of them and send them into Rick and say this is how it should be.
I'm not hollow grinding shit.
Okay.
I knew no, my fucking back and shoulder and shit. The last time I stood in the front of that grinder for more than about 20 minutes, I was like, you know what? There might not be a lot
Oh,
of
actually,
hollow grinds left in me.
Knife Models actually regrinded a blade. I think I don't know how much material they took off of the blade, but they regrinded one.
There's one.
That's
here's a
the
couple- there's
XM24,
one
right?
person. One person you should go to. Tom Crine.
Oh yeah, the Crine regrinds. I've heard good things.
I actually, you know, the only person I'd trust right now, because I've seen a lot of his regrinds, the only person I'd trust to regrind a knife for me right now is John over at BGM Knives.
Okay.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I've seen a lot of people regrind a lot of knives, and I know there's a lot of people that are buying. I know Knife Modders is trying to get into doing it, and they got a grinder.
Yep.
I know that Jared got, and I mean, I like all those people, but the only person that I've seen knives come from that like you can't tell that it didn't come from the factory is John. Like John is doing some fucking sick ass. Like I got a push button Mordax, the ProTech push button Mordax.
Oh yeah.
And I came in and it came in for sharpening, and I was like, why does this feel so much different? And I went and I looked and I took it to Elliot's shop and I was like, Elliot, what's like something's wrong? Like, what's different about this? And he goes, oh, that's reground. He goes, that's a really good hollow grind on that. It was so light and it was so perfect, and I could not tell that it had not come from the factory that way. So
So that
like,
was
I don't-
BGM Knives.
BGM, John over at BGM Knives.
right.
I don't care who else you think can do a good regrind. I know who can do a good regrind, and it's John.
I just threw him a follow on Instagram. I'm gonna keep on top of that dude.
Like I like if I was gonna have a knife regrind and do a hollow on it and thin it out, it's gonna go to John. I know a lot of other folks that have grinders and are doing regrinds, and
Yeah.
that's the only dude. Like that's the only dude that has. I've had a knife come in and I did not know what I was like. I was like, what the? Like I knew something was different, and I was like,
Yeah.
what? The fuck's up with this knife?
And I've heard those Mordaxes with the regrind are pretty sweet.
Yeah, and like his shit is like you can't tell that it's not factory.
Damn.
I make knives. I grind knives freehand. Like he does. I couldn't regrind a knife. Like I make knives.
Yeah.
And I couldn't regrind a knife as cleanly as he did. Like that's why I don't regrind knives. I don't want to take the risk of somebody sending me a knife and then I regrind it and then they're unhappy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like all these other people that like are in this like, oh, like knife modders, they do really good anno. I get it. But am I going to trust a couple people that have only reground like 6-7 knives? Or am I going to trust a professional knife maker that does regrinds to make a little bit of extra money? Yeah, that's who I'm going to go to.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
No doubt.
S45VN.
John reground my DPX gear and it got stolen on the way back to Australia. Was looking forward to having that. Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, this conversation's making me sad. That sucks. I'll take it. I had a the Skaha. I had a North Arm Skaha too. And I got it and it was a gift and I had it for like a month, if that. And I was like, this is like, if I was going to have a knife that would be a Rask, like a Rask comparable knife, but way cheaper, it would be that. And I had a YouTuber that reached out to me and said he wanted to see it. And I'm like, yeah, sure. No problem. I'll send it to you. And the dude was like, hey, like, how did this get packaged and shit? And then he sends me a picture, like, it's torn open package. And then he's like, the knife was missing. I'm like, oh shit. And then I tried to do like a claim on it. But it turns out like that was the last time he ever put up a video. And I was like, I'm pretty sure this dude stole my fucking knife.
Yep.
And you can't get a Skaha. Like the North Arm Skaha is hard to come by. And I was like, good guy. And it was a gift. That's what pissed me off. It was a gift from one of my YouTube subscribers.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, it was I was unhappy. And I still think
I am debating on resharpening this Sonat.
What is it?
The Sebenza.
Well, nice thing about a Sebenza is the steel is not that hard. They're pretty easy to sharpen.
This is S45VN. I think it's like 60, 62.
Yeah, that's
not But they put a convex grind on a hollow grind.
It's
like
not
convex edge, I meant.
It's not a convex edge. Like as much as a lot of people like to call it, it's actually just a compound edge, and they just kind of clean up the area in between. It's two separate angles. So it's not a true convex. It's a compound that just kind of had that little shoulder polished off. So if you were to try and pick which angle it is, you're going to hit that middle area. So it went from Melbourne to Texas, New Hampshire, then back to Melbourne and got stolen around the corner from my house. Well,
that's brutal.
Jesus Christ, Josh, that sounds like we need to go to your neighborhood and start knocking on doors and find your knife and then beat the fuck out of someone.
Yep.
With a stick.
It's like this one. It's the CT one. I played 13 and then like 24. So
that's the one you did on the electric sharpener, and you're gonna send to me that I have to fix it.
Well, I resharpened on my workshop position of Jaws, but there's two different angles and it's not that sharp, I guess. I don't know.
I should probably go to bed. It's fucking 2:30 in the goddamn morning here.
Well, Mike, while you're drunk, what do you think of Brad Souther?
Brad's a good knife maker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love his stuff.
Brad Southern's actually a really good knife maker, and I talked to him. I talked to him at TKI in Vegas one time. He's a nice dude, but I just like his designs are just not anything that like I really got into. Like that Spyderco he did, the Southern Spyderco.
Yeah, you mean the Southern?
Yeah, the Spyderco Southern. It was an okay design, but it's just not anything that I would have like went out of my way to buy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough. I got 2 of these little guys, actually, if somebody needs one.
What's that one?
This is the Hanan.
Yeah, that's not a bad looking knife. You should
I
send that
like
to me.
that.
You should send that to me for a video.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they're discontinued, but shit. I got 2. I'm happy to send you one.
Just send me one for a video. Don't do what Jared did and just fucking give it to me because I'm not going to argue with you and keep it. Like,
There you go. Even in a.
I like this, and Jared was like, "All right, just keep it." And I was like, "No, I'll send it back to you." He goes, "No, just keep it." And I was like, "All right, you got one shot at that. Like, I'm keeping it now." That's fine.
Jared's a good dude, man.
Yeah,
He's a real good dude.
Well,
I'm gonna send you one of these guys, my new budget dude.
Is that the Kubi?
Yeah,
The Kube? The Kube folder?
$50, dude.
I guarantee.
Not even $40.
Okay, I mean, I can get by $40. That's like, I'm not gonna like that pocket clip.
No, you know what?
How is this?
No,
like,
I'm telling you, I don't feel it.
Is there really only one person watching, or is there? No, there we go. Back to 21. I'm like, what the fuck? So live
Is it really
viewing.
21? Is it really 21 people watching? Like,
It's been 4.5 hours. Like, if you don't go home, I probably won't. Like, you should probably just fucking roll.
Like it's 4:30 in the morning here.
Same.
Sucks to be you. It's only turned 2:30 for me and Sharif. Like, we got a whole nother. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't even be thinking about leaving the bar right now when I was in my 20s. I'd be like I came to the States, and so bars in Japan stay open till like people stop breathing in the bar. And so like if there's like 5 people in the bar, they'll stay open till like fucking 6 a.m. They don't fucking care. As long as there's a live human in, like more than like 4 or 5 live humans in the bar, they'll stay open. And so I came out here to San Diego for a school, and another dude that I was stationed with in Japan was in the same school with me. And we were out here for like 4 months, and we started going out to the bars and shit. And out here in San Diego, like 2 a.m., they're like, nope, gotta go.
Yep.
I was like, how am I supposed to get blackout drunk? It's only 2 a.m. And they're like, what? And I was like, hell, I'm just getting started. I haven't even fucking hit my second wind yet. It was like, any after hours places? And they're like, yeah, Tijuana. we were going to TJ and drinking till 4 o'clock in the morning, coming back, get like 2 hours of sleep, shave, brush our teeth, go to school, fucking get out of school like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, start drinking at the pool hall outside of the base, or at the bowling alley on base, start drinking at like fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then drink till 4 a.m. and come in. And one of the instructors saw us coming back one morning. He was like, he's coming in the gate for duty. He goes, where are you guys coming back from? Like, are you like trying to get to the schoolhouse early? We're like, nah, man, just getting back from last night. And we're like, it's fucking 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. Where are you coming back from? I was like, some strip bar down at TJ. We've been drinking since 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And he was like, how often do you guys do this? And I'm like, every day. I was like, we're 7th Fleet sailors, man. We live like this. This is just our lifestyle. We fucking drink from from the time we get off work till like 2 hours before time for work. And he's like, there's no fucking way. And the guy that I was with named Banks, he was like, you're talking about, we've been at school for 2 months, been doing this every day for the last 2 months. He's like, we've been going to school with 2 hours of sleep. Fucking, he said, you haven't noticed that you smell like booze? And he's like, I thought it was the cleaning solution they were using in the room.
That's funny.
It's like, I thought that's what they were using to clean the classrooms. I didn't realize it was you fucking drunks. I was like, man, the bars don't close till like fucking 6 a.m. Like, I gotta be back here. I can be at the bar till 6 a.m., sleep for 2 hours, and be at work at 8. And he was like, how the fuck do you live like this?
It's called being in your 20s, man. Like,
Like,
it's
fuck,
easy.
what else? What else am I gonna do with all this money y'all pay me? Like, save it for my future? That's ridiculous. That dude was like, apparently he'd lived a sheltered life. And I'm like, you're a sailor, right? And he goes, yeah. And I was like, what time do you stop drinking on a Friday night? And he goes, oh, I don't know, about 9 or 10. I'm like,
What?
your wife left you have your testicles on Saturday? What the fuck is up with you, dude? And he was completely boggled by the idea that, like, because 7th Fleet sailors, like, it was always, so you had the Marines in Okinawa. That was the 31st Mew. That was the dirty worst. 31st, dirty worst. And then you had
Right.
7th Fleet sailors, and 7th Fleet sailors were the guys that you didn't invite to parties because they'd show up and there'd be 3 of them, and you go, you only got 2 kegs? Like, well, there's only like 14 people here. I'm like, don't worry, I got it. I'll fucking go take the truck and go get another one. Because you could have like 4 or 5 guys from the 7th Fleet float a keg. Like, you'd have like 4 or 5 guys who are like, we're floating this bitch by ourselves. You better have your own fucking beer. This is ours.
Nice.
So we would, like, 7th Fleet sailors from like Japan, because we were so undermanned, so overworked, and that's the only thing you had was like, we're gonna just go out and drink so we can't fucking think anymore, and then it'll take away all these bad memories of how bad work is. And so we would come stateside and go to a school and hang out with like normal people, and they were like, these guys are barely fucking human.
Just running on testosterone and booze, man.
These guys are running on coffee, testosterone, fucking alcohol, and poor decisions. I don't know fucking how to deal with them. What are we gonna do? Like, discipline. They're gonna kill us. They'll burn the schoolhouse down.
Dude, that's a t-shirt right there, Mike. Coffee, testosterone, booze, and poor decisions.
That's how I made it through my 20s.
That's your next t-shirt, dude. I'm telling you.
No, I have a better one. It's gonna just be, I'm a fucking ray of sunshine. That's what I want on it.
Nice.
I'm a fucking ray. I had it in one of the videos, the little fucking, like, the trailers I did. It was a coffee cup and it says, I'm a ray of fucking sunshine. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking need that. I need that on a shirt. I had another one that I was going to put on a shirt, but like, I don't think I'd be able to wear it in public.
Which one?
It said, that's not what your mom said last Tuesday. You know, that's not what your mom said last Tuesday, you know? That way, if anybody asks anything, it'd be like, well, your mom farts like this now.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. Winston, thank you again. Winston's still here. This is a weird little chode of a knife, but I fucking love it.
Yeah, that thing's sick, man. I've seen you posting it.
Well, like, if you were trying to like hold on to it like a full-size knife and like try to use it for like full-size knife things, it's not gonna work. But if you get a hold of it just right and realize that it's really good for like taking the insides of somebody and put them on the outside, because I'm pretty sure that's what it's designed for. You're like, oh no, that's pretty much perfect for what it's designed for. It's even the right angle.
I need one of those the next time I'm downtown LA, man.
Like, oh look, I made all your insides fall out. So, fuck downtown LA.
Dude, I still have an apartment down there.
On purpose?
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't move out with all the pandemic stuff, you know.
But you don't.
And
are you living there right now? Is that the apartment?
not at the moment. No, I'm in North Central California, but I still go down to LA for work and stuff every once in a while. And
must be nice to have enough money to fucking afford an apartment in a shithole like.
Oh no, it's fucking bleeding me dry.
I guarantee that your apartment costs what my fucking mortgage was on my old house.
Yeah.
I got a buddy that works for ICE, and he was like, bro, we had a 2-bedroom apartment in a shitty part of fucking LA. I was like, really? I was like, how much was it? Because he lives in Texas now. And he goes, oh, it's so much cheaper. I was like, how much was your like 2-bedroom apartment? Like it's 2 bedrooms with a living room and kitchen, like a studio living room kitchen thing together.
Yeah.
And I saw pictures of it, and it was fucking tiny. Like it wasn't even, it was like less than 1,800 square feet.
Okay.
That was him, his wife, and his 2 kids. And he goes, oh, bro, it was like fucking $3,200 a month. And I was like, fucking what?
Yeah, sounds close to about right.
Holy crap.
1,800 square feet in LA.
Holy
$3 grand.
moly.
I was like, Jesus Christ, I had a fucking 2,200 square foot house that I was only paying $2,800 a month for. And he goes, yeah, you can't do that in LA. I was like, yeah, obviously I'd rather fucking let a fucking circus clown shove peanuts up my ass than pay that much. Like, Jesus Christ.
No, my apartment in downtown is an 800 square foot loft, and without parking, $1,750.
Where do Ethan go? Oh, did we drop Ethan off?
Ethan, come back.
Ethan, sorry. I guess I'm sorry. Maybe I did I say something? It's my stapler. That's my stapler.
No, man, I hate LA. And the shit thing about it is I may need to be down there more for work in the future.
Well, hey, here's the thing. Like if I have to go to LA to do something, at least I know someone that has a place that can lend me some fucking area.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure.
I mean, I can't think of a fucking scenario where I'd go to LA and live unless it was, to fucking self-delete myself somewhere where my wife wouldn't have to see it. But you wouldn't have a problem with that, right? Somebody's going to come clean it.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't do that, guys. So that's a joke. I made a very bad joke one time, and then I doubled down on it. We were at a Chili's in Virginia, Virginia Beach. I was out in Virginia Beach for a school, and we got to talking about. I can't say it. This is one of those things you can't say on YouTube, but it was about someone that had decided to self-delete and no longer like take a perma-sleep, and they did it to themselves. So they self-deleted themselves into perma-sleep. And we were talking about it, and I was like, you know what? I just don't get it, because apparently if you do that, then you're a weak-minded, well, I can't even say the other word because it begins with same and ends with sexual.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about. I was like, well, if you can do that, you're a weak-minded same sexual. And the lady in the booth behind me was like, she's like, I'm so angry. Like, you said that my son committed suicide. And I was like, so you know what I'm talking about. He was a weak-minded same sexual. And then shortly thereafter, that's when we were asked by the manager to no longer be at said Chili's. So yeah, you know what I'm talking about then. He was a weak-minded sex. I am the least politically correct person. This is an insight that a lot of the people on the live feeds are like, oh, he moderates his channel so closely, and it's because I don't want to get demonetized, but I don't give a fuck about this 5-hour live that we just did. Good God, 5 hours, 4 hours and 43 minutes.
Hey, that's awesome, man. I'm impressed at all the people who have been sticking around.
19 people still here, and there is no beer left in my refrigerator. There was.
Oh, that's a crying shame. We may need to end on that.
This is the last one, and there are 11. There are 11 dead soldiers sitting here on the carpet, and I'm like, good God, did I drink? But then I think about it. I was like, I started this at 7:30, and I have not.
Wow.
I haven't done one where I got a little bit lubricated for a while. Like I haven't drank much. The wife's coming back soon, so I wasn't sharpening anything tonight, so I pretty much don't think that I'm going to wind up having to go to the emergency room. So I think I'm just going to go to sleep, and then Brant's like, I'm so fucking tired.
I'm not tired. I'm just like, I've stayed up all night before, so not new to me.
I'm like I said, I did. So I had that stretch where I didn't sleep for like 3 nights, and then I was like, I did the live feed with Cole, and I was like, if I don't sleep tonight, it's 4 nights, and then I'm absolutely unsafe to do anything. And so I broke the cycle with a joint and a 6-pack of beer while I was doing a live feed with Cole, and then a half a dose of NyQuil. And I woke up,
you go.
I woke up at 7 o'clock next morning. I was like, oh, I slept like a baby. So that was Wednesday. Thursday night, I was like, I'm sleepy. And I was like, it's like 8 o'clock. And I'm like, I'm really fucking sleepy. And so I put the dog out at like 8 o'clock at night. I forgot to put the cat out. Didn't think about it. I went to bed and I slept from like 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish, fucking till like 9 o'clock this morning. I slept for like 10, 12 hours. I was like, good God.
Oh, damn.
And I woke up, and that's when I realized how long I had slept, because the sun was up, first of all, which usually I'm up before the sun. And second of all, I walked outside. It was like, it must have been a long night because the cat shit in the hallway. The cat couldn't take it. The cat couldn't hold it anymore. That motherfucker just shit in the hallway. I was like,
well, there goes that.
I was like, I can't get upset. I slept for like 10 hours last night, and I didn't put the cat out before I went to bed. I forgot that the cat was on the love seat, and the cat came up and hopped up on the bed. I kind of remember that, and it didn't register, but I was like so like almost asleep. I couldn't really focus on it. Like, I'm so tired because, like I said, I've been up for like 72 hours. And I'm like, I went to sleep, and I woke up, and I walked outside. I'm like, and I looked, and like right outside the bedroom door, right there in the hallway, I'm like, yep, that's cat shit. Like, why does cat shit smell so much worse than anything else that any other animal puts out?
Fucking brutal.
It's really bad. You're like, oh God, my whole house smells like this right now. Kind of.
Give me 1 sec. I got to grab a new battery for my vape. I'll be right back.
Think we're gonna keep doing this for very long? What the fuck? Like, we're gonna do this for another 3 hours. I'm not doing a telethon, fucking Sharif. I'm gonna finish this beer and we're gonna end this. And there's like one or two drinks in that. What is this? Oh, Freedom Fox is up. Disinfected Red. Holy 5 hours. Holy crap. It's been fun. This is the after show. You should go back and watch the first. So, Disinfected Red, you should go back and watch the 2-hour actual show. The 5-hour after show is almost over. The fucking show was 2 hours long. So, technically, fucking Christ, I've been live for almost 7 hours. I could do a telethon. I think I could do it. What am I drinking? I am drinking Modelo Especial. It was
good stuff.
You say good stuff. It was the cheapest thing I could get delivered. So, also, I want to see you went with the sexy plant in the background. Okay, so what are you fucking doing? The fucking cat just jumped. What are you fucking doing? Hey, come here. Come here, dumbass. What are you? Oh, there's a moth. He's chasing a moth. I was like, what is the cat fucking doing?
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, I hope he jumped up on the shelf. And then was like, SWAT. I was like, what is he having a fucking seizure? Fuck, I don't need any more goddamn expenses with these pets. What do you got there? What do you got there, Sharif?
Some Hucker Shore.
That sounds hideous.
Hey, it's what I had in the fridge.
That sounds like a noise you make when you vomit.
Ooh.
That's not at all fucking appetizing. I don't know. Oh, so I can't. Hey, I can't pronounce that because I don't have my reading glasses on, so it just looks like a P and some squiggles and ends with an E. What is that? Plenipote. Hey, Plenipote. Yeah, I'm from San Diego, but I have completely outgrown the craft beer thing because I have come to the conclusion that like craft brewers are, well, they're fucking idiots because, hey, it's the fucking shittiest beer I've ever fucking tasted. Fucking send it. Like,
yeah. Call it an IPA.
it's so bitter and my tongue feels like the bottom of a fucking shoe right now. Okay, send it. Good sale. I'm more of a Coors Light, Miller Genuine Draft, fucking Miller Highlight.
Oh, give me a good MGD, man.
The champagne of beers.
Coolers.
A good Miller High Life.
I went to the
Oh,
Coolers. I actually went to their factory, and it's pretty cool.
Nice.
The Colorado one.
Oh, at the Coors. I'm a big fan of the banquet beer. I am a big fan of the banquet beer. I had a
beer.
I don't know if I guarantee I say I don't know if I've ever told this story, but I guarantee I have because I've probably told the same 8 stories like fucking 20 times. But I had a friend that I grew up with, and we used to make moonshine, and I still have my still. But
Ooh,
so
nice.
big time moonshiner, and he got a job at fucking Jack Daniels as one of their distillers, and he was like, "Well, hell, I'm gonna fucking get a job making fucking." And then I went home a couple years later, and I was like, "Hoss, why the fuck did you quit that job?" And he's like, "Man, it's like there ain't nothing worse than going to work and making some of the cleanest, purest, highest proof shine you ever made in your life, and then handing it over to somebody and letting them fuck it up and turn it into whiskey."
Well, there goes that.
I was like, there is no way you can get any more country than that. That is like the pinnacle. Like, I'm country, and that is our God. Like, that dude is our king. Like, I might be country, but that dude is the country king. Like,
That's fucking classic.
Ain't nothing worse than making the most beautiful, clearest shine you ever seen in your life and then hand it off some cocksucker and have him turn it into fuck it up and turn it up into whiskey. I was like, you can't argue that. I mean, you can't. I love some shine. Hey, Sharif, I have a buddy out here that makes shine.
Oh shit.
Okay, if you come to San Diego, I will cut it down and make apple pie for you.
I'm in.
Because I can make moonshine taste like you just bit into a fresh apple pie.
I'm fucking in, dude. You understand?
I had some before, and it's blueberry.
No,
dude.
Fuck, blueberry. What kind of fucking waterhead idiot fucking blueberry? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, I've been to Kentucky. I went.
I had to put him in timeout. I couldn't fucking listen to anything else. That was blueberry. First of all, they ain't blue, and I don't really think they're a berry. They're a piece of shit. Like, I hate them fucking things. Blueberries are horrible. The only blueberries I like are the fake blueberries they put in blueberry fucking pancakes. I'll let him. I'm telling you right now, Brant, I'll let you come back, but you can't say anything else dumb like that. Like that entire fucking segment of conversation happened. Just forget it happened.
My bad.
God in heaven, Jesus Christ, Mary and Joseph on the cross. What the fuck is that all about? Fuck. Blueberries.
I was joking. There's no blueberry one. There's no blueberry one.
Punch fuck you with a broken beer bottle right now. I don't know what
What I meant to say, it was blackberry.
They don't matter. You don't put berries in an apple pie. It's an apple pie. It's like, oh, hey, I made you some oatmeal raisin cookies. Oh, great. I put walnuts in it. Fucking keep them.
Well, I went to Kentucky, and that's how I.
Is,
That's
is
how I.
walnut in the fucking description of the cookie? No, then that doesn't fucking go in there. If it was oatmeal raisin walnut cookies, which I don't know why anyone would fucking do that shit in the first fucking place.
See, at least this guy had it.
I didn't say that it wasn't blueberry moonshine. I said I was gonna make apple pie, and you were like, "Oh, with blueberry." I'm like,
Sorry.
"You have a head trauma? What the fuck?"
I'm tired, man. Come on.
Hit in the head with a fucking mallet or some shit? What the fuck just happened? I don't mind Brad. He got hit in the head with a hammer. He drools every once in a while.
Man, I haven't had good moonshine since I left Michigan. You're tempting me right now, man.
This dude triple stills his shit. So I mean, basically, but if you want to know the truth, it's basically fucking Everclear. I can make it with Everclear, but the fact is that, well, I support the fact that I buy it from him. So
yeah.
And so he triple stills it, and the shit is coming out like 97, 98%. You gotta be real careful with it.
Dude, I am in, dude. I am so in.
It'll blow the top right out of your head. I'm not gonna lie, I fucked up one time, and he goes, "Ah, man, it's a good batch. I did it. I ran it through the still 3 times." And I'm like, "All right, cool." And he's like, "I ran it through with some dried out strawberry skins, so it's gonna taste a little bit of strawberry when you get it." And I was like, "All right, cool." And I poured some, and I was like, "Man, that's good." And I poured a little bit more, and 20 minutes later, I was like, "I didn't need the second one. I didn't need the second one at all. I was so sleepy and it's hot. Why am I sweating? I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my gosh.
You got them shine sweats, boy.
Oh, yeah, them shine. It's one of them ones like people like, is shine really that strong? I was like, man, next thing you know, like, I drink enough of it, I'll be fishing off the roof in my underwear. And like, you live that close to the ocean? Like, nope. Wife's out in the yard. Get off the roof. I'm like, shut up, bitch. Fish is biting.
Oh man, I am definitely in.
He makes some high octane shit. So like he made that batch, and it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was like a Coors bottle that he had he gave me a Coors bottle of like the small little stubbies.
Yeah.
With a cork in the top of it. And he goes, "Yeah, it's that strawberry one. I put that in strawberry. I dried out some strawberry skins and put it in it for you." And be like, he sounds a lot like Boom Hour. He really does.
Nice.
He's like, "I put them strawberry skins in for you. This is gonna be tasty. You're gonna like it. Just be careful because I ran it through like 3 times, so it's pretty strong." And I was like, well, how strong we take it? He's like, last time I run it through I did the test. It's like 96, 97%, something like that. I'm like, all right, cool. And I poured a glass of it and I drank it and I was like, good God, that's smooth. I was like, and in my head, I'm like, it can't be that smooth and be 97%.
Yeah.
Like strawberry vodka, which is exactly what happened with my buddy, Victor, but I'll tell you that story in a second. And so I poured, and I mean, we're talking like maybe 2-3 fingers in a glass, in a rock glass.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, that was good. And I drank the second one and I felt the first one hit. And I'm like, that was a bad idea. I'm definitely, I have chosen poorly. And I laid on the floor like, good God, I'm so fucking shit-faced. I had maybe 4 shots.
Wow.
And I'm like, there's so much more left in that bottle. And I was like, shit house. And I'm like, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. I'm laying on the floor drooling. I made a batch with lemon rind, or not, was it lemon? No, it was oranges. I used orange skins.
Okay.
These orange rinds, and I dried them. And so I had stilled it the first time and it tastes like corn. And I stilled it through the second time. So when you put stuff in with the mash,
yeah, like
the scent comes through. So it smells like it. But if you put stuff in the second time through, it carries the essence, the flavor.
Yeah.
And so I put some orange peels, like orange zest. I think it was orange. Yeah. It might have been strawberry. I might have got Victor the same way that Dale got me. But at any rate, so I'm going to go with orange because I really drank that evening away. And so I show up with a fucking water bottle of it that I had stilled. Yeah. The second time through it was like orange skins. And so you get that flavor that comes through. And so we're drinking, we're passing around. We all had every intention of like waking up around the campfire. And we're passing this like large water bottle out. Victor comes out. So, you know, I grew up in the backwoods. There were no people of color where I grew up.
Yeah.
And so my buddy Haas, the dude that worked at this distillery for a while, his daughter was like my age. And this the guy was like, hey, you can't like you fucking handing off the whiskey, the moonshine to somebody that's gonna fuck it up and turn it into whiskey.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, you brought some of your shine you made. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, I like tasting other people's brand. And he's like, oh, this is good. And we're drinking. And so he gets shitty. And Victor is walking around. And Victor's probably the only black dude within about 80 miles. And Haas is like, Michael John, have you met my son-in-law, Victor? I'm like, yeah, a lot of times. Like I met when him and Susie were dating. And he goes, I don't know if you've noticed, but he's a Negro. And I was like, it's pretty fucking obvious.
Holy crap.
It's pretty obvious, Haas. And I mean, I love Victor. He's a good dude. Like we've drank, we went fishing and shit.
Yeah.
And so he comes, he sits down in the porch swing next to me, and the bottle comes back around and goes, what's this? And I'm like, oh, and he takes a drink out and he goes, oh, he's like, is that? And like I said, I can't remember if it was strawberry or oranges. So I'm gonna go with oranges because that's what is in my head. And he goes, oh, I didn't know they made orange vodka. I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. It's orange vodka. Yeah, you pass that. It's like that citron fucking shit. And he was like, oh, that's good. And it passes around a couple times. He takes some pretty big fucking tugs on this shit, right? And all of a sudden he's like, I look at him and he's sitting, he's like sitting on a porch swing next to me. He's kind of slumped down. And he goes, man, it's hot. I'm sweating. I was like, Victor, I think you need to go to bed. And that's pretty much the last coherent thought I remember.
Yep.
And I wake up curled up inside this blanket on porch swing, and I look and the campfire's about out, and the sun is up, and there's all kinds of like what could be construed as or misconstrued as dead bodies around the campfire because we drank one of them big water bottles full, about half full of like what is probably at least 80% moonshine.
Oh.
And we were all jacked. And so we're laying around this campfire, and I wake up and I'm like, and Susie, Haas's daughter, is standing over me, and she's like, God damn it, Michael John, did you give Victor some of that fucking moonshine that you make? And I was like, oh yeah, I did. And she's like, he came in the goddamn camper and he was trying to get out of it. He was trying to go to bed. And he's trying to get undressed. He's laying on the floor trying to kick him. He was kicking himself in a circle trying to get out of his pants. She's like, I fucking hate you. You know he's a city boy and he wasn't ready for that. And I'm like, yeah. And so I sat up and I'm like, God, I don't feel good at all. I wish I'd died as a small child. And Victor comes out. He sits down next to me. He goes, what in the fuck did you give me last night? I'm like, oh, that's some of my homemade moonshine. He was like, I remember sitting here with you. He said, I remember having a couple drinks with you. He's like, the next thing I know, I'm in bed and Susie's yelling in my ear, Victor, don't you throw up in this bed. And he goes, that's when I realized I'm about to throw up. And I better not do it in this bed. And I was like, yeah, it'll happen. And he goes, you're not a good person. And I was like, I know. I sat around that campfire. My mother came out. My wife was like, you guys, like, how do you guys feel this morning? And I was like, I feel like a theater floor. Why is the sun so loud and my fucking teeth hurt?
Oh my god.
And then my mother came over. She's like, got a plate. She's like, I made you some bacon and eggs. And I'm like, yep, now I got to throw up. Now it's my turn, Victor.
Oh man.
I literally broke it. We drank like not a liter, it was probably like a half liter size. So you have like the small ones, then you have the half liter.
Yeah.
There was like 6 or 7 of us drinking that. We all were passed out around this campfire. Like there was dudes like sleeping in the dirt. Like just like I'm fucking out. I happen to have passed out. I just got lucky that I was on the love seat when my brain shut off.
Holy mackerel.
That's a moonshine night right there.
Yeah, the porch swing had a blanket like on it on the back of the porch swing. So I just lucked out that that's where I was when my brain turned off. Like, oh, hey, look. And somebody was kind enough to throw the fucking throw over me. That's Southeast. That's Appalachia for you right there. Fucking,
Oh yeah.
fucking mix that shit. Like get a good like triple still something. Like it's like 97%. Mix it with grape juice. Make purple passions, and then some city kids come around, and next thing you know, they're in the hospital. Like Brant, they look like Brant at the end of the night. They're like,
Yeah.
What?
I can't feel my face.
Like it's kind of like wait, where's my face?
Punch me, bro. I can't feel it. You're like, all right. Wow. Like, nothing.
Oh my god.
But that's like when people would be like, how the fuck does Emler out drink everyone? And they're like, have you ever heard the stories of where he's from?
Exactly.
That dude can drink like a 30 pack in a day and be fine. And everybody else is like, I need to go to the hospital. That's why I cut back. Like I got to looking at it and I was like, if you look at it from like all outward appearances, I got a fucking problem. But if you look at it like where I grew up, no, it's just that I fucking grew up drinking moonshine and you build a tolerance. It's fucking horrible. So, hey guys, it's been like 5 hours. I think I should end this considering I've been live for 7 hours total. Actually 7.5 because I was live with
Pete earlier. Shit, man.
Fucking 7.5 hours alive.
It's a good day of stream, man.
I wonder how much I made. I might have afforded the beer that I drank. I may be paid for the beer I drank. So, hey, if you guys are watching, hey, BW. Yes. The shine, like beer bottles, Pete was cool. Yeah. And then what was this? Winston said, shit, I had Polish vodka. It was 97% moonshine. Sounds I had a friend that was a Polish dude. And me and my buddy, my best friend Clint, this is the last story I'm going to tell tonight. My best friend Clint, because he brought that up. So my best friend Clint and I went to a race up above LA. I forget where we're at. We're up near
what kind of race?
Huh? It was a sprint car race, and it was up above the Grapevine. So it would have been. It was at the King's Fairgrounds. So it was up.
Not Barstow.
Not Barstow. It wasn't that far. It was.
Shit, I'm blanking on the name.
Yeah,
I know where you're talking about.
There's a military base up there.
Yeah.
It's like air base. So at any rate, it's like 4 hours from here. And so we go up there and he got to drink at the race. And then we got back and I'm like, well, it's my turn. And I had a 30 pack on ice. We drank that. And then we got into my whiskey and we drank that. And as the sun was coming up, he was like, bro, I don't want to sleep and I don't want to stop drinking. And I was like, I might know someone. And I called my Polish buddy, Jan. And he was like, there's no way. I was like, watch this. And he goes, like, there's no way you're going to be able to make this happen. I was like, I can get booze brought here to the house. And so I called Jan. I'm like, bro, I texted him. I was like, bro, it's an emergency. He's like, do we have to bury a body? I'm like, no, but we're out of booze. I was like, we're out of booze. It's 5:30 a.m. and you're the only person I know that would be up. And he goes, should I bring the plum brandy or should I bring the Belvedere vodka? I was like, the plum brandy and the Belvedere. So at fucking 5:30 in the morning, he's like, this isn't going to happen. I get a message back. He's like, I'll be there in 10 minutes. And he's like, so Clint is like, is this actually fucking happening? I was like, yep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jan shows up with both a handle of Belvedere vodka and a bottle of plum brandy. And we started drinking and didn't stop till we started drinking at, I want to say midnight, 1 o'clock at my house. We didn't stop drinking till noon. And that was only because Jan was like, "You need something to eat. Let's go to Jack in the Box." And I'm like, "All right." And then came back and continued to drink till 1. And then my wife was pissed and made us go to sleep. I slept for like 2 hours. I woke up. I felt like $1,000,000. Clint woke up and looked like he had just escaped from an insane asylum. Like big eyes. He's like, "God, Jesus, why do I feel so bad?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. You've been a city boy for too long. You forgot what it was like to drink with actual country folk." And he was like, "I don't like this. I don't feel good. And I'm not at my house and I have to get there." And I'm like, "Well, you ain't driving anywhere anytime soon." And then my wife punched him in the balls.
Ay.
Like real
That's
hard.
fucking
Like,
great.
it's like it was like clack. And I'm like, "Ooh, she got them both." Yeah. That was I
That's
asked
fucking great.
I asked Clint if that was still his bet, if that was still like his on record worst hangover, and he was like, "Yeah, mine is Darwin, Australia, in 2000 and I want to say 2003." Yeah, I was still drunk at 3 p.m. and threw up in a trash can outside of a restaurant. Like that's
Oh yeah.
and I was still shit faced at 3 p.m. We got like I think we were back on the ship by like 2 in the morning. By 3 p.m., 3 in the afternoon, I was still like hammered drunk. like bad.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like this. I don't feel well.
Tequila's one that does it for me. I did 14 shots in an hour and a half, and then we continued to keep drinking Everclear afterwards for my birthday one year. Yeah, I never had a hangover, never thrown up from alcohol in my entire life.
It was always that first time.
Yep, tequila did it to me.
I don't
Tequila ruined me.
I don't have a problem with tequila. There's a place down here called it's called Fred's Mexican. It's Fred's Mexican. I think that's what I can't remember what it was. But at any rate, they have they have placards on the wall and they have people's names on them for a certain like this guy. Like there's a list of tequilas that you have to drink to get like certain plaques. But then there's one just for like sheer volume of shots.
Yeah.
And it's a little brass placard and they put your name on it. And so I was at Fred's. It's called Fred's Mexican Cafe. That's what it is. And there's several. And I was the one downtown and I asked the one waitress, and I was with my friend Aaron. We were in a school out here. It was another one of those like 7th Fleet sailors that like we drink just because life sucks for us because you're on a ship in the 7th Fleet. So that's just what you do. You just drink to kind of forget. So we were out there and I asked the lady, I was like, "Okay, here's the deal. Like I see people's names on these plaques." And I was like, "What do I have to do to have my name on a plaque or my name on just one on the wall by Friday when I come back here?" And she was like, "Well, it's Wednesday, so typically you have to do this." And she's like, "I really don't know." She's like, "Let me ask the manager." And a manager came over and he was like, "If you do 8 shots tonight, I'll have your name on the wall by Friday." And I was like, 8 shots? Like, that's it? And he goes, "That's a lot." And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. So if I do 16 shots, can I have my name on the wall tomorrow? And he goes, "You do 16 shots, I will take it to the engraving place myself and have it on the wall tomorrow." I was like, cool. I did 18 shots and I had fucking 4 of their big fucking, I had 18 shots and 4 of their big fucking like fishbowl glasses of fucking Dos Equis. And he was like, I showed up the next night and he goes, "Your name's on the fucking wall. And I've never seen anyone drink that much in one sitting in my goddamn life." I was like, "Really? My name's on the wall?" He's like, "It's right here. Come over here. I've been pointing it out to everyone and telling them, like, if you show up tonight, I'd be surprised." And he was like, "You're back." And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, where else am I going to eat? Like this, you guys have the best Mexican food." And I was like, "So how many?" He's like, "We're not doing this again." He's like, "No, that can't be safe." I was like, but like, if I do another 18, Like, can I get a bigger plaque? And he goes, no, we're not doing this. Like, I just told you that can't be. He's like, I've never seen anything like that. And he goes, the thing that surprised me was you fucking walked out of here. And I was like, yeah. And I remember going to the next place and he goes, you went to another bar? So yeah, it was only like fucking midnight. If places were still open. Like, dude, and my cousin used to tell people, like, we used to joke about it, and people were like, oh, like this guy drinks this much, and this guy drinks this much. And my cousin would be like, yeah, I live with Mike, and I swear to God, this is not an exaggeration. I watched him drink 2 bottles of rum and walk home. And they're like,
Yeah.
what? He's like, I'm not fucking joking. There's other people that can verify this. I would check into the bar and I would buy a bottle of, I mean, it's a genetic thing. I think I've talked about it where I metabolize alcohol about twice as fast as the average person.
Yeah.
Just my metabolic rate and the things that like my body does with the way it metabolizes alcohol is about twice as fast as normal.
Yeah.
But I would literally take 2 bottles of rum to this bar we would go to, and I would give them $50 and 2 bottles of rum and 2 liters of Coke because it was way cheaper than me buying a $5 drink.
Yeah.
And people are like, why does he do that? And it was like, because like literally that's going to save him money. He just spent $50 plus like $30 in alcohol. That's like going to be cheaper than him buying drinks. And they're like, why? And they're like, and my cousin be like, because that motherfucker's going to drink till he runs out of Coke. He's going to have rum and Coke till he runs out of Coke. And then he's going to have rum and rum. And they're like, and they're like, come the end of the night. And people are like, I can't believe what the fuck I'm seeing. That's the second bottle. So that's why like people like that's why people are like, I can't believe I watched you drink a 30-pack, or I can't. It's just I'm Irish. I fucking metabolize it twice as fast. I like potatoes a lot too. I don't know what the fuck you want from me.
Hey man, for anybody else who's left in the chat, throw a like for fucking drinking stories and shit like that. You're not gonna get stuff like this anywhere else, man.
Next time, remind me to tell you about the night that I went out with. I went out drinking with fucking Wild Mick Brown from Dokken, the drummer.
Oh shit! All right.
Good God, that started on a Sunday and ended on a Tuesday. That's a fucking story right there. All right, I'm out of here. I was fucking so plenpote, which that sounds like a weird potted plant. That sounds like something you would eat if you were like in South America. It sounds like some sort of weird potato paste dish. I had plenpote. They fried it for me. I don't know what the fuck that is. So I'm out. I got to get some sleep. It's fucking 3:00 in the morning.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for having us, man.
Grant, you got to work tomorrow?
No.
That sucks. I was hoping you had to work.
Well, I don't have
that
a
would
job.
That would make this fucking 8 hours that I've been live a little bit more fucking fun. But no, it suck tomorrow. I mean, you're like,
I get to sleep in though.
Yeah, but you're still gonna be you, which means your life's still gonna suck. I'm out later.